Greetings, programs. Welcome to Red Pill Sunday School. We're in Season 2, and this will be Episode 8. And I am recording this introduction on Tuesday, February 22nd of 2022. For those of you that adhere to the Roman story of time, I want to start off by saying that this is probably one of the most important subjects I've covered, and I want to state that this, how can I say it without offending? It's probably impossible. I'm basically calling bullshit on the entire patriot mythology with this show. This show, what I'm about to show you is how the system actually works. And let me just list a few things that you're going to find out during this show. 1, states are not sovereign in any way, shape, or form. Let me say that again. The 50 United States and any other country in the world, that includes England, that includes, Scotland, Northern Ireland, any country. Basically, we've all been turned. We've all been conquered. And I did not understand this until now. Until this video, I did not understand we have been conquered. We have been purchased. We've sold out. And this is going to be proof of that for you. And that means that everything we've been led to believe in this so-called truth movement, patriot movement, whatever you want to call it, is a bunch of bullshit. And I don't say that lightly. And I hate the fact that I have to say it, but I have to say it. And I've been feeling it for a long time. I just haven't been able to put it down in so succinct and, everything in triplicate like I do. And I guarantee if you watch this, you will understand what I'm saying. You will know the difference between what a nation and what a state is. You will understand that the United States, or the United States of America, whichever one you call it, it doesn't matter, has several different meanings. And when it says it's a corporation in the U.S. Code, that is actually a truism in whichever, if it's appearing as an international nation state. And unfortunately, we have never been taught what a nation state is, and that nation states are what has essentially taken over the world. I did not understand that the United States was a nation state. I didn't understand that the states are therefore just federal areas. I didn't fully understand it until now. And so I wanted to say again, if you are if this is a religious thing for you, if this belief in the United States and your patriotism is extreme, if you wave the flag on holidays, if you do all of that stuff, well, you're not going to like what I have to say today. You're not going to like it at all. But it is the truth. And as we know, the truth hurts. The truth is not, the truth is spiritual. The spiritual journey, the spiritual awakening is not an easy thing. It is not a joyful thing. And this was probably one of the hardest things for me personally to wake up to. After all this time of promoting the talking points of the mythology that we all basically tell ourselves, we parrot. We talk about the sovereign states, and it turns out none of this is actually true. And, I'm not going to go any further as an introduction into that. I just want to tell you and prepare you for what you're about to hear. This is going to hurt. It's going to hurt a lot. But what I really want to do, because we're not going to talk that much about the UCC stuff, the uniform laws, and the UniDroit, we're going to save that for the next show. Because we need to understand where we're at today. Right now, what is our situation? If you want to know what the Great Reset is, I'm going to tell you what that is. If you want to know why it's happening and how it's happened, I'm going to show you where we are in this process, what has happened to bring us to the point where we are under this nation state, this corporation, this thing that is not part of the United States, but somehow has taken over the entire United States, has taken away and sucked away all the sovereignty from all of us, and made us its citizens, its slaves. This is what we need to know going forward, because we're either and I've told you this before, this is a spiritual war. We are either going to stop this in its tracks, or we are going to go forward into a global government. We are on the cusp right now of losing everything. And I mean that most sincere. And the reason for that is because of our collective ignorance. Whether you're into the mainstream mythology or the alternative mythology, it doesn't matter. We don't understand what is going on. We don't understand what's happening. And I include myself in that. This was a journey in and of itself, and it has really opened my eyes. And so I just want to warn you, this is going to be hard to take. As far as the UCCs, the Unidroit stuff, we're definitely going to get into that next video, which will be the final video, I think. This has turned into a much bigger project than I thought. But if anything, what this will show you is that to attempt to do anything through this nation state, through this corporation, through what we call the United States, that which we've ceded all our power to, all our sovereignties and everything else, to try to do something legitimate through this illegitimate government, this de facto thing, this nation state, this thing that's been set up in every country across the world, 195 members of the United Nations. When they say United Nations, they don't mean nations, they mean nation states. And so that's what we're going to learn, is what do these terms really, really mean? And trust me when I say this is a college-worthy course in politics, what they call the modern state. So I just wanted to bring you to this point, to get your mind set and your spirit and your inner strength ready to hear something that you're not going to want to hear. Trust me, you're not going to want to hear this. You're going to probably have a bit of cognitive dissonance. It's probably going to make you angry, and I'm sure that my delivery won't help. But you must learn this, if for no other reason to show that what we've covered last show and what we're going to cover in the next show is completely useless, because you're dealing with an illegitimate entity. What they call de facto. Black's Law 5th, I think, has a wonderful definition of what is de facto. Most of U.S. code is de facto. It deals with things like money, things like finance, things like, that aren't necessary, things that are profitable, that kind of thing. So we're at a stage right now, and this is what I really want to get across, is what we're at a stage right now. We are at a threshold. We are standing over the abyss, about to fall over, losing all possible notions of what you have been falsely taught is sovereignty, the notion of state sovereignty, the notion that there is anything but this nation-state model in the world controlling everything. It is the only sovereign entity recognized on the international level. And that's what we're talking about. When we're talking about globalism, when we're talking about this final move towards a global, one world government, the new world order, as they say, the new secular order, this is it. And in order to accomplish this, 400 years ago, there was this so-called revolutionary movement that we're all told the history of, where all these countries, including America, had some sort of awakening, if you will, and supposedly, therefore, went to a system of government that we call a republic, or a constitutional republic, or a republic this, a republic that. Every country in the world, as I believe we showed last show, they're all republics. They're all listed as republic. The Russian Republic, the China Republic, all these republics. And for some reason, we think that's a good thing, because no one's ever actually said, well, hey, wait a minute. How are we special if every other country in the world except the monarchies are republics? Even the dictatorships are republics. Why is that a good thing? Do you know? Have you ever thought about it? Or did you just fall for the old story about, what was it, Ben Franklin? Right? The a republic if you can keep it. Well, maybe that's a purposeful force. I mean, in my eyes, that means Ben Franklin knew you couldn't keep it. A republic, if you can keep it, I mean, he was being an asshole, really. I mean, he was just saying, you're not going to keep it. We're going to start this nation state just like every other country in the world has been taken over, put into a republic, and then taken over. We're going to take everything from you people. That's what he was really saying. At this point, I would bet everything I have, which is not much. I guess I'd have to give away all my guitars. I'm betting that guy was being a sarcastic son of a bitch. And there's a little foreshadowing in there. A republic, if you can keep it. Well, apparently nobody in the world kept it, including us. So, this is sort of my disclaimer here for this show. It's going to be a doozy. We're going to show you some stuff here that's going to not only disprove a lot of stuff that we have been led to believe, which makes me, again, question the source of this so-called patriot movement, truth movement, etc., and I must say, you're also going to lose a little bit of hope. You might gain some along the way, but at least you'll have the foundation of truth. At least you'll understand now how we got into this, or why we're in the situation we're in. Like I said, next show we'll cover the history, and we'll get into Unidroit, and we'll get into all that. This show, though, I cannot stress how important it is for you folks out there to know what has happened to us. Again, I stress we are on a precipice. We are looking over the edge. We are about to fall. And that goes for every country in the world, I believe, into this globalism thing. It's already here. Obviously, we're in globalism already. But the controlling structure of it is forming as we speak. We already know this. We already have been told this, but we've not been told how it happened, why it's happening, and who's involved. We weren't told about this corporate structure that's doing it all that we have been conquered by. I don't know any other way to put it. So we're going to start out here with a lecture. There's going to be a lot of reading in this particular episode, and the next episode is going to be a lot of viewing as well. But we're going to start out with this guy who says some pretty amazing things, and his book is actually entitled Your Next Government. And that is not just a colloquialism, it's not just something he's titled his book as. The subtitle, Nation States to Statelessness, basically. I mean, really, what this guy is promoting, from foreign trade zones, which we'll cover, to the whole idea of nations being built just arbitrarily, without really understanding what a nation truly is on our part. Oh, man, I got to tell you, this has blown my mind, guys, and that doesn't happen very often anymore. But this has really, it's taken me down a notch. It's put me in my place. It's making me really rethink a lot of things that I have believed. And I really got to stop believing in things, because every time I do, and every time I put faith in what someone else has taught me, it turns out to be wrong. And by that, I mean the truth and patriot movements. So, without further ado, let's start off with this lecture/sales job by someone telling you what your next government is likely going to be. Not even likely, it's just the plan. And then we will go again in triplicate into the difference between what a state, a nation, a country, a sovereign state, and a nation state is. Because, folks, if you don't know this, and I didn't know this, I've never heard it talked about ever, anywhere. If you don't know this, you don't know anything. And I found out today that I don't know much. I don't know anything. If I don't know this, how can I claim to know anything? So, very important lesson for you to really absorb today. So let's get to it.
Welcome, everyone, to this afternoon's Speak for a Sandwich session. It is my honor and pleasure to introduce Tom W. Bell, professor of law at Chapman University. Tom earned his law degree from the University of Chicago. He then practiced law in Silicon Valley and Washington, D.C. It's at that point that he became the policy director at the Cato Institute. And he finally, though, heard the call of teaching to return to the classroom, where he joined the Fowler School of Law at Chapman University, where he teaches courses on common law, copyright, internet law, and the Third Amendment. He's a widely published scholar in scholarly journals as well as popular outlets, having appeared in or been quoted in the Wall Street Journal, CNN, The Economist, and the Los Angeles Times. Today's talk, Tom is focusing on his new book, Your Next Government, From the Nation State to the Stateless Nations, just published with Cambridge University. In this book, Tom observes how governments across the globe are evolving from lumbering bureaucracies into small and more agile special jurisdictions. He describes a quiet revolution of sorts, transforming governments from bottom up, from inside out. And he describes how this transformation will bring more freedom, peace, and prosperity to people around the globe. Please join me in welcoming Thomas W. Bell.
And IHS contacted me. They needed some help. They needed a lackey, basically. That's probably what some of you are. I carried a lot of boxes, did some mailings, and also, because I was working under Tom Palmer, helped arrange trips for him to go to then it was still the Soviet Union. Remember, this was 89, the fall of 89. I was at IHS. And we were doing things like, Tom had contacts in Czechoslovakia. We put together over a ton of books. There's a photo of this in the archives. I have a copy myself of me and David Fitzsimons, another IHS alum who became a faculty member, next to this big stack of books, boxes of books, and it was Hayek and Friedman on liberty translated into Russian. And we shipped those to we could get into the then Czechoslovakia. We could get our stuff to Czechoslovakia, to Prague, and then we had agents. I guess you'd call them agents, maybe secret agents. And they would put these books in suitcases, because we found if you used the trains, you could get into Russia. They weren't as careful checking all the suitcases on trains. You know, you look like a babushka, you carry a lot of bags, maybe have a chicken under your arm, you could go anywhere. And you can't imagine, actually, you can imagine how exciting it was to ship, as we called it, intellectual dynamite to the heart of the evil empire. It's intensely exciting. Tom Palmer did all the hard work. I sat back in Fairfax and basically bought him train tickets and packed books, but it was good work. And thank you, IHS, for letting me do that. While I was there, they helped me apply to law school. I was actually, some of you might know Walter Grinder. He was a good guy, and he was at IHS then. And he was there at IHS on a Saturday morning. We were working, and I got the letter from the University of Chicago Law School, and it was so great that Walter was there when I opened it up, because he helped me. He reviewed my application essay, Walter, and he said, could you take out all these capitalized big words like liberty? You know, it's kind of like a little over the top. Just tell them about yourself. So Walter helped me get into Chicago. I went to Chicago, and there too, you didn't mention this, and I think it bears noting, I got very generous financial support from IHS. And they wanted me to go into academia, and as you noted, eventually I did. I had to pay off some other debts. And I got some good experience in DC and in law firms. And then I went into academia, and since then, oh my gosh, I've been to so many seminars I've taught. IHS has taught me about public speaking, how to do interviews. Wow, there's so many things I've done with IHS, including, well, the first book, the copyright book, was with the Mercatus Center. I know they're right next door. I'm sure they're your fellow travelers. And I got a lot of help from IHS with this book, too, which now we'll turn to. This is my newest book, Your Next Government. There's a question mark, so I guess, you know, we should kind of up-talk in the title, Your Next Government, Your Next Government. And the question mark, by the way, was a big deal, because Cambridge did not want me to have the question mark. So I let them do the subtitle. I said, look, I'll let you, they had a different subtitle. That was their preferred subtitle. I had a different one. I said, all right, you guys have your subtitle, you give me the question mark. And they gave it to me, and I'm happy about that. They did not want the question mark, by the way, because they thought, I'm supposed to tell the world, here's your next government. That's totally not what the philosophy of the book is. The great thing is we're going to have more choice in government. So that's what this book is all about. I see more choice in government coming down the road for us, and that's good. Maybe Cambridge doesn't think that's good, but I do, and I think you will too. So let's talk a little bit about this book. This book describes the quiet revolution that is transforming government all over the world from the bottom up and the inside out. And a lot of the facts here I didn't know until I researched the book. It made me very happy, and it was very surprising. So I'm going to share some of that with you today. It proceeds pretty plainly. We start with some facts. It's a scientific method. Oh, it's going to give us a new screen every time. And then we're going to talk a little bit about theory, just a little bit. And finally, some stories from the field, the practice of this area of law. Because one of the fun things about this research area is that it's allowed me to get out from behind my desk and from behind my computer screen and go meet with clients and try to transform the world. That's been very exciting. And I think now we have the caveat there that I'm not talking for any of my clients here today. I'm a good attorney, so I need to make sure I don't get my clients in trouble. Let's start with some facts. This you're going to like, because it turns out governments all over the world are changing. There is this revolution, this quiet revolution that is happening from the bottom up, because it starts small and goes big, and the inside out, and it's happening worldwide too. This is going to take me a while to get through all these. Okay, let's start with this. This is a picture of North and South Korea. You've probably seen this before. And what this demonstrates is that governments are really important. If you get the rules wrong, people live in the dark, literally and figuratively. Figuratively, because they live under oppression, they don't have access to information, they can't live their lives the way they want, it's a tragedy, they starve to death in worst case scenarios, or they're imprisoned. That's North Korea. They tell me to stay behind the lectern, so I can't walk over there, but let's see if I have a pointer here. No, it's not working. Oh, there we go. So there is, North Korea is in there. I don't know if you guys can see it. And South Korea is the big bright spot in the middle of the map. And that shows where the border is between these two countries. Let me give you a more concrete, less concrete, but more factually backed example from the World Bank. So the question is, what is the largest source of wealth in the world? The World Bank did a study on this. They said, I think it's called, I have the site here at the end, the sources of wealth, or wealth in the world. And it's a funny thing. The World Bank, they themselves did not jump out and scream this. But they actually had to look at two places in the book and put them together to make this chart. This should have been the first page of their book. And what does this show us? When we think about wealth, we tend to think about, things like diamonds or cars or maybe big buildings or maybe, stocks and bonds. And if you look here, you can see that is one of the least important sources of wealth in the world. Physical stuff is very unimportant. Education, relatively important. The largest single source of wealth in the world, according to the World Bank, is the rule of law. Now, that might be a little puzzling. It is intangible. And I like to illustrate this with a thought experiment. Back in the 80s, under the Reagan administration, NATO developed this policy of using neutron bombs. And the idea is if the Soviets invaded Eastern Europe, they would explode these nuclear weapons in the atmosphere above the invading troops, and there'd be a burst of radiation, but they were clean bombs, so there was no real fallout. But that burst of radiation would kill the troops on the ground and leave their tanks and leave the buildings and roads. Now, of course, it's inhumane. It's war, but it's less inhumane than turning the whole of Eastern Europe into a nuclear wasteland that no one can inhabit, turning it all into a Chernobyl kind of scenario. So that was the neutron bomb. Let's imagine a law bomb. A law bomb. In this imaginary bomb, you explode it in the atmosphere. Let's pick New York City, over New York City, and everybody forgets the law. That's all it does. So the bomb goes off at night, they wake up in the morning, and the law is gone. Now, what's that going to do to the value of New York City? Well, they still have diamonds and nice cars, but guess what? Those aren't worth so much anymore because, one, you don't know who owns it, and two, if you get your hands on it, somebody can walk up and punch you in the face and take it away. There's no law against that. So all that value, poof, gone. But it's more than that. These people wake up and they go, what am I doing here? Do I have any contractual obligations to go to the office today? I don't. There's no law. I'll just stay home in my, whoops, I guess it's not my apartment. Maybe I better get out of here. People can just break down the door and take my stuff. I got no protection. Or maybe I should hunker down and stay here and lock the door. At least I got that protection. You can see if you think this through, basically you'd have to flee New York City. There's nothing you could do there. You could not run your life there. And that would destroy all the value in New York City just by getting rid of the rules. So the rule of law, very important. So it's worth focusing on that if you want to make the world a richer place. But here's the good news. It turns out that there's this revolution going on from the bottom up that is making that more likely. So let's start with the bottom up. My pitch for the book is that this revolution is from the bottom up and from the inside out worldwide. So let's start with bottom up, because I include in government reform things like HOAs and condominium associations and other private communities. Because municipal government is a form of government, right? And people opt out of municipal governments, the conventional kind, like, say, DC government, into these private governments because they want to. They want to have better security, If you live in a condo, you think about it, it has many of the features. A big condo building has many of the features of a city. You've got streets, you've got addresses, you've got security, you've got public transportation, the elevators that go up and down, and it's, for many people, becomes their world. And that is very common now. This shows the percentage of U.S. residents living in, this is common interest development. So that includes HOAs, condominium associations, and residential cooperative associations. They're all ways in which people live together in private communities. From 1970, when there was basically zero of these in the United States, we're about up now to 25%. So that shows people are opting out of conventional municipal governments into these private governments because it gives them what they want. Let's talk a little bit about how big these get. You might be thinking, oh, a condo building, and he's got a point. It's just a building. I mean, one building is much smaller than Washington, D.C. This is Herein, Colorado, and it is a homeowners association the size of a city. I got some figures up there which I can't quite, I thought I got these all on one page. So there's 30,000 homes in Highland Park, in Highland, Colorado, 90,000 residents, and whoops, I want to go back, and we'll just stick with that. That is a big city. Where I grew up, that'd be the city. You're going to go into the city to go to Walmart, you'd go to a place like that. And you'll see everything in that photo. That is Highland, Colorado. Everything there is part of it. And if you look closely, you'll see businesses, school buses, they have schools, they have churches, they have parks. It is a town, and it's privately owned. We could say more about that, but I want to give you some more examples. This is Co-op City in the Bronx. Now, a residential co-op is a lot like an HOA, but it's got this interesting feature. So everything you see there, except for that kind of swampy open area in the background, that is privately owned. It's Co-op City in the Bronx. It's a co-op. What does that mean? When you move into this co-op, you become a leaseholder. Now, an HOA, you own your home, but it's got covenants, conditions, and restrictions on it. CC&Rs. If you lived in an HOA or you live in one now, maybe you lived in one your parents would complain about the homeowners association. They were complaining about the CC&R. So I can't paint my building beige. What's the wrong shade? That's crazy. That's an HOA. In a co-op, you don't own your property. You lease your apartment, but you do own something. You own a share in a corporation that owns the whole of the community. So you do own a piece of your community, but the apartment you live in, you're leasing from the corporation in which you own a share. It's a little complicated, but it's a good organizational system. It works for this organization. Co-op City, let's get some stats up there about how big it is. It's got 3 shopping centers. I want to just emphasize how much of a town this is. 6 K through 12 schools. It's got places of worship, 5 of them, 15 houses of worship, and I think I got one more stat for you here, 55,000 residents. And by the way, although many HOAs, you associate those with kind of higher income folks, and in New York City, many co-ops, like those around Central Park, are like, that's the best place you want to live. This is actually solidly middle class. And by the way, I also won't pretend it's like a pure free market phenomenon. There were subsidies. There's been some help by the government to let the people who live here, very racially diverse, to help the people that live there get there. But it works. It's not perfect. It's like all communities. If you read about it, you'll find out, once in a while they have unrest and they have lawsuits. Hey, that's every town. But the people that live there seem pretty happy with it. I'll give you another example, Cake in Saudi Arabia. That stands for King Abdullah Economic City. It is a purely private development. You can buy shares in it too, being created by the government of Saudi Arabia to offer their residents some better alternatives than what they have now. Because it's a private city, there are no religious police. They are stopped at the gate. And what does that mean? It means if you're a woman living in this city, you don't have to wear a veil. And you can drive a car. Now, women can drive cars. They've had that reform in Saudi Arabia. Women can now drive cars, but Cake got there first. And this is planned largely. There's a photo here. It makes it look like it's happened. It hasn't yet. But it's supposed to be, when they're done, the size of Washington, D.C. You think Highland, Colorado is big. 2 million people are going to live in Cake City. It's amazing. Let's give you another example. I'm going to bring another example up from Saudi Arabia later that is more recent and even bigger and more amazing. But let's talk about this inside-out thing. Actually, I'll take a breath here and say, normally I would be inviting your questions all through this, but they tell me they want to have your lovely faces in the shot, and we're going to set aside Q&A for later. So if you have questions, please hold on to them. I do want to hear from you, but we have to set that aside separately. So we talked about how this revolution is happening from the bottom up. It's starting small and getting bigger and bigger. And let's talk about how it's happening from the inside out. And the idea here is that governments are inviting this. This is not a case of HOAs and condominium associations and the other zones I'll be talking about, kind of elbowing in and saying, government make room, or having a violent revolution. Governments like this stuff. Look at Cake City. That was a project of Saudi Arabia. And by the way, municipalities got no problem at all with HOAs and condo associations. Why? Because when you live in a condo association, you're still paying those taxes to the government. You're paying property taxes, all the taxes you would normally pay, and you're not using all the government services other people are using. Right? Those people that live in Highland, Colorado, they are paying property taxes, but the park they use is funded themselves. So, if you're in a municipality and someone says, hey, I want to keep paying taxes but arrange my own park, you're like, okay, that's perfectly fine. Here's another example. Now, this is a more mixed example. This is Hong Kong. Now, we can't pretend Hong Kong started voluntarily. There was some pretty tough talk and action by the English in China, and it resulted in kind of a war and a treaty which was kind of shoved down the throat of the then Chinese Empire, and that's how Hong Kong was created. But Hong Kong turned into, despite its somewhat mixed reception, a great example for the Chinese about how to govern well. Because Hong Kong served them as an example for their own experiments in special jurisdictions. It was a little island, still is, a little island of English common law in a sea of other countries and other laws. And under Mao, back in the 70s and late 60s, people in China were under such bad governance, it was even worse than North Korea. They were literally starving. They were eating grass. They were eating, on some accounts, each other in Maoist China. Meanwhile, they can walk up to the border, they can stand in Sichuan and look over the fence, as it were, and see Hong Kong. And see there, people live in prosperity, have among the highest per capita incomes in the world. And the Chinese were not stupid. They looked over that fence and they said, what's going on there? Those are Chinese people. There was never been but a very thin sliver of English at the top of Hong Kong. It's been basically a Chinese place forever. Chinese culture, Chinese language, Chinese climate, everything Chinese, but not the rules. And so they looked over the fence and said, you're doing something right there. They're Chinese just like us, but they have better rules. And so they began trying that out in China. Not under Mao. It took a little while longer. This is an example of how rapidly, this is what freedom will do for you, how rapidly things can change. This is Hong Kong over 34 years. Father and son team went to a peak in Hong Kong and took these photos. And it's just a very good graphic. Wow, look at all that growth. That's amazing. And that inspired Shenzhen, the first Chinese experiment with these special zones. And you can see there that even over an even shorter time, 25 years, Shenzhen took off. And Shenzhen was only the first of several zones. I think I have a map in here that shows how after Shenzhen and some other cities had these successes with zones, under Xi Jinping, they decided, let's expand this experiment. And now today, I've run the numbers on this. I almost put it in the book, but it would have taken like 2 pages of footnotes. But I've run the numbers on this and done the research. There are now many, many more people in China living within so-called special zones than there are people living under kind of normal generic Chinese law. So there, the special is now the normal, and it shows an effect that I actually want to see happen everywhere. You run a little experiment, little tiny corner of a country, takes off. The leaders say, we might have to give it some power, but we get a lot more, happy voters and tax income. All those high buildings, that's economic growth. That's more tax revenues, more money for politicians. They like that. And so they say, hey, let's expand this experiment. And eventually, if it's done right, as in China, it can turn the country inside out. And China is one of the great success stories for what you do here. It's all about freedom and what it can do for people. They were eating grass and maybe each other back in the late 60s and 70s. And now China is kind of a solidly lower middle class country. That is a great victory for humans and liberty, so yay. Here's another example. This is Dubai. Dubai is a really interesting example. There, they were under Sharia law, which may have its virtues, but is not so great for commercial enterprises because it has edicts against paying interest on loans. And Dubai wanted to invite people to Dubai to engage in all kinds of commerce, so they created the Dubai International Financial Center. And in the Dubai International Financial Center, they've imported English common law. It's a little more complicated than that. You can read about it in the book. I have it in the footnotes. But the short version of it is they said, we want to invite people here to Dubai to do business. They don't like Sharia law. We're going to give them the law they want. We're going to give them the common law of England and Wales. And there again, over an even shorter period, 13 years, boom, it's really taken off. So these are all examples of what having the right rules can do. And it explains why these zones are very popular with governments. So the revolution is happening with the cooperation of government. Think about that. Actually, I was on the Hill yesterday talking to people. It turns out you can sell politicians on this stuff because they're not fools. They may want power, but they see that a way to get there through these zones is by giving people more freedom. That's a very promising arrangement.
Now here we come to the notion of freedom again. Remember, freedom means franchise in the legal setting. In any country, in any sovereignty, if you have freedom, you only have freedom within the and under the sovereign entity, whatever it is. So if we're talking about a global governance, wow, God, that gets really confusing. And so you need these sort of nations to control people. So what we're talking about here, amazingly, he says that politicians, you can sell this to politicians. So much wrong with this guy. If you haven't seen the evil in his presentation, you're really missing out. Think about what he's saying here. He's saying we're going to sell freedom. We're going to sell something that is inherent to man. Every man already has it if he so chooses, if he is willing to fight for it. But we're going to sell freedom. We're going to repackage it. We're going to say franchise is freedom. Liberty is a franchise to where you follow our law, pay us taxes, allow us to put you in pain, punish you, tax you, license, and extort you. And that is freedom. Now pay your tax at the door. Right? That's what they're selling. That is a sales point for these. So in other words, they're going to let you self-govern in a very limited capacity, such as through what we all hate for the most part, which are these homeowners associations. I remember Walter Burien telling me that most of the homeowners associations are a direct link to the House of Commons, which I found very interesting. Never could verify that, though. So in other words, it's like a hidden English or crown tax that we're paying to have houses here and be organized in any other way. But again, we're talking about a privacy issue here. We're talking about the selling of something inherent to man. We're born free, and the only thing that takes away that freedom are these nation states, these governments, these men who hold power and trick us into joining their governments. Well, what greater trick can you pull than to sell franchise as a freedom? It's to sell slavery as freedom. I mean, how can any politician say no? So you're telling me you're going to set up your own government, but you're going to still pay me all the taxes and allow me to, put you in pain, punish, tax, license, and extort you at any time? Great. You're not giving up the franchise. You're just sort of improving it for me without actually using any tax money. That's great. No, folks, this is not a good thing. I know that the way this guy sells it might be enticing, but you're not thinking. You're not thinking about what's being said and what the goal is. Why, again, would China be a model area or a model government for the rest of us to these people, these types of people? Remember earlier he talked about his clients. He didn't want to say who his clients are because he's a good attorney, but he wanted to separate his own speech from their speech because his clients listen to what he's referring to. He's referring to mass international conglomerate corporations and governments that are his quote-unquote clients, institutes like the Cato Institute, etc., Cambridge, right? Of course, these people don't want it out that they want to turn you into China as their model population, right? And so they continue to sell this freedom and liberty, this franchise concept, and mix it in with the democracy. Well, the new democracy is essentially choose your own government. Choose your own law via contract, international contract, and remove yourself completely from the jurisdiction of your birth, as we say. Remove yourself from the court system, take away all your rights that would otherwise be protected, and place yourself into an international system under contract, under Uniform Commercial Code, under UNIDROIT, etc. Guys, this is nuts. The guy's practically drooling over it while he's talking to young kids who are so impressionable and think this is just the most wonderful idea ever because they don't know any other way. We're practically growing up. Remember, every time you click that end user agreement, every time you say yes and agree to anything without reading the contract, right? You're putting yourself into an international system of law. You're taking yourself out of our system. You're saying, yes, I agree to arbitration, right? No courts. I can't sue you. I don't own the product. Therefore, I can't really sue you. I can't do anything. I have to agree to your arbitrary rule. Their despotism, according to my end user agreement. You'll own nothing and you will be happy. That's what they say, right? I don't know what to tell you, folks, but if you're not going to fight this, then this is what he's saying is if you're not going to fight this, if we're going to go along with this, you consent to this, you agree to this, this is your future government. And you can see it happening. Statelessness for all people in the world in order to join a globalist society. And then choose your own digital, fake, artificial nationality. Because it doesn't matter, because you're under a sovereign entity, still paying its taxes, still paying everything. This is nuts. Choose your nation. Choose your affiliation. Choose your corporate boundaries. Choose your corporate law. There is no other law. There's no natural law. There's no law of nature. There's nothing left. God, as he said, religion, is completely banned in the private city. If all cities become private, and I don't mean private because it's yours, you will own nothing. I mean private corporations running cities, which we'll see in a minute. You're talking about corporations establishing their own cities. Before I talk about that, we're going to hear that. So we'll continue here.
And this charts out, I didn't know these facts, by the way, friends, until I started researching for the book. And it really shocked me. It really amazed me. This is a chart that shows the growth of special zones in the world. And I have two lines there because, it's controversial, or at least it's controverted, what counts as a zone. Certainly, that bottom line tracks the number of zones in the world. What are we up to now? Up in the, about the 400s or so, and maybe you have as many as, I think it says 1,000. I have a little trouble seeing it from here. The higher line is because sometimes these zones are as small as a single part of a floor of a factory. Actually, for public policy reasons, I have concerns about a zone that small. Then it starts looking like just, some kind of like tax loophole. But I got to admit, these zones are out there. And it just goes to show, these zones, I'm not going to say every zone is good. To me, I feel like a biologist. And I've gone out in the field and I found this kind of new political animal. And like any species, it comes in all types. Or maybe it's more like a genus. It's a genus, and there's these different species of zones. You got your big scale, city size, special economic zones, and your very small little things. You should ask Dan Griswold sometime about foreign trade zones in the United States. He used to be head of an organization, the leading organization in the United States, that helped promote the interests of these zones. And I got a chart for that here too. There are over 200 of these zones in the United States, and some of them are as small as a single part of a factory, and that would explain the higher line there. That's very common in India and Bangladesh too. They have these little tiny zones. All right, so let's move on. Very popular with governments all over the world. And let's say something else you're going to like about this. Most of these zones are private. There are many examples actually, of governments setting up zones, But the trend is towards having private parties decide where to build a zone and having private parties fund all the development and having private parties run the zone. Why? Because it works. It works. This shows the numbers. If you look at that for a while, you can see there are more private ones than public ones. And the reason, I think I have a quote here. Yeah, this is from, I think it's from the World Bank. And it says the private zones are less expensive to develop and operate and yield better economic results. Well, that's pretty short and sweet. That'll tell you why you should let the private sector do this instead of the public sector. All right, let's just recap that from the inside out. So governments actually like these zones. They're taken off in America and all over the world. And the reason is because they work, and even politicians can see that. So it's a great opportunity for those of us who like liberty to maybe, push that button pretty hard and repeatedly and bring more liberty to people all over the world. Let's talk about how worldwide it is. I don't have much to say here except that kind of does it. Almost every country in the world from a pretty short time ago now has these zones. They have really taken off like wildfire. Again, this is one of those facts. I thought, zones are interesting. Let me look into them. And then my jaw dropped. I go, wow, they're really taking over. Now, if you really want to be pessimistic, you can say, but look, Bell, it's flattening out. And I say to you, hey, if you're a biologist and you're studying, say, the spread of a species in a new environment, like some new weed lands on a volcanic island blasted with a big eruption, it's all just lava, and plants start, taking over, and you're going to see an S-shaped curve. It's the most natural thing in the world. Boom, it takes off, it starts filling the available space, but it never takes over every single inch of the island because there's other stuff going on. Same thing here. There's always going to be one or two backwardistans, where they just never get on board the train, who never get zones. That's fine. We get like 90% of the world. I think we got a pretty good deal. What do we have here? This is cake in Saudi Arabia. I've already told you about that. I want to give you another example. I think I have, there's Dubai. I'm just showing you where these are in the world. And this is a Honduras. And the Honduran ZA system, I'll say a little bit about here because I'm really interested in it. There's a couple of places I talk about the Honduran ZAs in this book. And it's a place where I've actually been now. My clients have sent me there. And Honduras is, anybody here follow the news on Honduras? It's kind of a messy place. And right now especially, it's kind of in a time of political turmoil. They had a contested election and they're resolving it by rioting in the street. So we don't know for sure what's going to happen with these Honduran ZAs, but they are in the law. And I'll just say a word about why they're so exciting to people who care about liberty and helping countries where they have bad governments. The whole reason they set these up is basically because the Hondurans, despite their many virtues, can recognize, their government is maybe not the most attractive to foreign investors. For a long time, it was the murder capital of the world. We can and should, by the way, blame the U.S. drug war for that. When I picture the U.S. drug war, I think about this disease starting in the United States and then spreading like an infection across the world. And we keep pushing the bad stuff about the drug war kind of outside our borders. We keep trying to make other countries do our dirty work. And like a disease, it swept down through Mexico and the Isthmus of Panama, and it hit Honduras really hard in the early teens and the late aughts, and that's when they were the murder capital of the world. So it's kind of our fault. Hondurans don't have a really efficacious, strong government, but maybe that's their fault. But they got a lot of their woes from us. And so they've been happy with the zones they've set up. They set up these maquilador zones, very common, and those are pretty simple. You ship in unfinished garments to your special zone in Honduras. These are not ZAs. This is just the precursor to the ZAs. You ship in your unfinished garments to these maquiladores in Honduras. There's no customs and duties. You stay inside the zone. Might be slightly different labor laws inside the zone, so it's easier to hire and fire people. And that was one of the few bright spots in the Honduran economy. A lot of people said, it's safe. I can do that business there, save a lot of money. And that worked for Honduras. And then they decided, well, let's take that idea farther. And they've taken it very far.
Now, to the limited perspective of such an attorney, such a promoter of essentially sweatshops, we can see how proud these people are of setting up, first destroying an economy, as he mentioned, the drug war and all kinds of other things, basically censored from the U.S. and, from other sources, destroying Central and South American countries. The country itself, not the nation state. Remember, the government, the national corporation is just fine. This is your dictator. This is your your republics, as they call them, right, that were transferred over into these forced nationalities. they're just fine. They're, absolutely good. The problem is the country, the people themselves, which are truly supposed to be the country, the spiritual concept of the nationality, the people, right? The tribe. That's where we have a little problem. So, to use his own words, how far have they gone? Well, pretty damn far when it comes to a violation of just basic human rights, etc. And we find that Honduras is actually one of the sweatshop capitals of the world now. It's not as simple as just, let's just form our own thing. We'll send some garments over and have a few people work and we'll pay them really well. No, that's not what's happening here. You're setting these up, these foreign trade zones and these work environments, these almost like cities, little nations. Imagine what the future of that's going to be. But these foreign trade zones, these zones that are outside of the law, and that way you can get rid of those pesky labor laws and child labor laws and whatever else. So just as an example, we can read from the ALF-CIO, Trade, Violence, and Migration, the Broken Promises to Honduran Workers. Executive Vice President states that what we witnessed was the intersection of our corporate-dominated trade policies with our broken immigration system, contributing to a state that fails workers and their families and forces them to live in fear. The results are dangerous and serve as a warning of what we cannot allow to continue. Again, this is why I'm bringing this to you, because what this is referring to, folks, is that horror that's down on our southern border. All the people from South America that we're treating like it's some kind of invasion or like it's some tool being used politically. But I mean, and part of that would certainly be a true statement. But what we're forgetting is that we're the cause of this. These, not just us, but these international trade zones, these international false nations, fake corporate states that are being set up in order to bypass all these laws that would otherwise protect a people. And so they're being exploited by us, and then when they try to come to our border to get a better life, we treat them as if they're, well, exactly what they are, our laborers that need to stay out of our country because we can't exploit them for labor if they come into our country. We call this patriotism, we call this Americanism, exceptionalism, whatever it is that we're labeling it, nationality. Oh no, we don't want that type of nationality. Let's keep that nationality of sweatshop labor in other countries, right? This summer, Americans became aware of thousands of refugee children and their families fleeing dangerous conditions in their communities to make the perilous, often deadly journey through Central America and Mexico to arrive in the United States. In response, lawmakers proposed enhanced border enforcement and expedited removal proceedings in order to address this migration process. Some media outlets labeled the crisis an invasion, and anti-immigrant protesters descended upon detention centers to demonstrate and wave signs in front of buses carrying children. We heard about the cages and all of that, and of course, it's all being used as political weapon, and for the most extent, none of what you're about to hear is ever mentioned. You don't hear what we're about to talk about on the news. In the same article, it states that the children of Honduras and their families are fleeing their communities at a higher rate than in any other country in Central America. More than 18,000 unaccompanied Honduran children arrived in the United States in 2014. Notice it says in fiscal year 2014 because the United States is a freaking corporation. The delegation spoke with union leaders representing sectors affected by the, now we're getting to it, the Central American Free Trade Agreement Dominican Republic, or CAFTA, or CAFTA-DR. Remember CAFTA and NAFTA? Including port workers and workers from the agricultural, manufacturing, and apparel industries, who are fighting to improve their working conditions in the face of employer intimidation and government inaction. They met with returned migrants who faced dangerous journeys in militarized border enforcement and detention. They heard from local community and political leaders who explained the endemic political corruption in the country and their struggle for a more just Honduras. And indeed, we find companies like Mohawk Global promoting, and of course the jerk we're just watching, promoting this type of foreign trade zone. The next step to what he was talking about. Foreign trade zones, something I've talked about in depth. I showed how they've infiltrated into the Salt Lake City area, the highways, the NAFTA highways, all of that stuff. And these things are, again, completely immune from any local or national law. They are literally, anything can be happening in these things because they're considered not part of Utah and not part of the United States. It's pretty amazing when you actually look at it. And I'll put a link to that presentation, an old video I did where everything I talked about has either expanded or come true. And, we're gonna start seeing this type of thing around us. You're going to have sweatshops next to you in foreign trade zones that you didn't even know possibly existed in America. That's my prediction. Why would we export our sweatshops if we can have foreign trade zones where the laws of labor do not apply and we can have, how about a whole autistic sweatshop? How about a whole child labor sweatshop? How about, the possibilities are endless. So naturally corporations are promoting this because you're literally bypassing the labor laws. Foreign trade zones. Are you frequently importing than exporting products? Do you manufacture a product that has a lower duty rate than its components? Why do you think all this stuff goes? Why do you think all your clothes are made in Honduras? Why do you think and Dominican Republic and China, etc., etc., etc.? Becoming a foreign trade zone could save you thousands in duties, merchandise, processing fees, and more. The power of foreign trade zones, the more and more U.S. companies are using foreign trade zones, or FTZs, as he's talking about, to better manage their global supply chain costs. In other words, using child, women, and just general labor against the laws that are in your own country. It's not a good thing, but remember, it's just commerce, nothing personal. To better manage their global supply chain costs, here are 7 advantages that showcase foreign trade zones as a competitive alternative to a domestic distribution center. So you got American company essentially promoting you to shut down any American manufacturing and either transfer it to a foreign trade zone here or another country. So here's what I want you to understand. Even if your manufacturing is done in a foreign trade zone in the geographical location that we call United States or America, it's still a foreign trade zone that is not contributing to the country in and of itself, the taxes, the duties, etc. You're avoiding, as it says here, duty avoidance, duty deferral, no duty on value added, save with 1 weekly entry, duty inversion and inventory tax incentives, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, you're literally talking about a foreign trade zone. If you go to a foreign trade zone in Honduras, you're not in Honduras. You're in a foreign trade zone located in the geographical area of Honduras. That's how these guys think. So you've created a situation where you're completely outside of the system of taxes and laws and everything else, everything that would be protective of the people. Because remember, this is all based on corporations, on commerce. The people don't matter. This is not for people. Now, in the process, if you happen to improve someone's lives, that's purely accidental. It's purely something that should happen based on some AI algorithm because, oh yeah, we've got to remember, we got to feed these people. Oh yeah. Telesur hipster icon American Apparel buys Honduras sweatshop shirts. Well, wait a minute. It's American Apparel. How can American Apparel B, who promises American manufacturing, etc., what happened, right? And there's this picture of the Hondurans working in their sweatshop, and then the the American or whoever women walking next to an American apparel sign at a mall. This is in April 2017. For the first time in American Apparel's history, the company has begun producing shirts in Honduras and neighboring Nicaragua. For years, clothing manufacturer American Apparel has prided itself on producing fair trade products made entirely in the United States. Its sweatshop-free and, quote, made in the USA branding has transformed the company into a staple of hipster fashion. But for the first time in American Apparel's history, the company has begun producing shirts in Honduras and, to a lesser degree, Nicaragua, its neighbor, the New York Post reports. Gildan Activewear, the clothing manufacturing company that purchased American Apparel following its Chapter 11 bankruptcy earlier this year. Now we see what happened. Said shirt labels will begin saying made in Honduras and made in Nicaragua by this summer. The New York Post also reports the Canada-based manufacturer has frequently been accused of running sweatshops. That's this new company that bought American Apparel, Gildan Activewear, Canada-based manufacturer frequently accused of running sweatshops in global South countries, including Honduras, Nicaragua, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Bangladesh, which again is why you go to any store in the frickin' mall and you find these extreme countries that you're like, why is my shirt coming from Bangladesh? Why is nothing made in America? Well, it may say American Apparel, but it's owned by a conglomerate corporation in Canada who actively supports sweatshops in other countries to get cheap labor and therefore cheap products. Now, are you seeing a deduction in the price? Oh, no. No. The highest high-end stores will have nothing made in America. Why? Well, it's the name, it's the branding. You're buying the brand, not the clothes, because you're an American idiot or from whatever other country that actually is stupid enough to buy things because of a label or a brand. And again, I remind you that the Made in America, one of the funniest things I ever uncovered in this crazy journey of mine was the fact that the Made in America label is proudly stamped upon all the products that are made in the prison labor industry. And I don't know if you guys know about the prison labor industry, but they make just about everything. Government buys all its furniture and stuff from the prisons, and they make it specifically for that, and they stamp it with the Made in America. I mean, to me, that is a perfect irony. You know, it's like telling the truth that America, whether you're in a penitentiary or in the open so-called fair trade American wage slave market, you're just a worker in a open air prison or closed air prison. It doesn't matter, and each of your products are going to say Made in America. Well, how do you think they feel in Honduras and all these other countries where they're making products and they're stamping the Made in Honduras or Made in Bangladesh, knowing that that's going to be shipped off to America and that the 30 cents they're making an hour, that shirt is going to be sold for $20, $30, $40, $50, $60, $80, $100, $1,000 by some completely corrupt corporation and some completely corrupt system. Imagine that, right? We have this sense of false pride. Oh, it's made in America, the delusion that things are better because they're made in America, and yet everything we buy seems to be American companies importing, internationally made, foreign trade zone, sweatshop made products. Now, there's a lot of activism that's going on to change this, to create fair labor laws and all that stuff, which this article actually tries to support the sweatshop market by demonizing a lot of the activism and a lot of people who don't think before they speak and say, well, these people deserve a fair wage and they should have, which actually ends up harming them half the time more, because they're so desperate that you're destroying what little possibility they have to even make a living. But it's a very weak argument. There's a lot of good, I'm going to read some excerpts from this article. It says, hey, Walmart, don't you know sweatshop labor's got to stay? Wow, I can't. It's Josiah B. Brownell, Law and Economics of Developing Nations, University of Virginia School of Law. I mean, that's that should be in the news. This guy should not have a job. The way we have this council culture, though, it's not going to work. It doesn't work for people like this. But I'm only going to read from this the parts that really matter, the truth, right? Not the opinion part. And it speaks about the protests against globalization in Quebec City and others across college campuses nationwide have once again brought the myriad implications of international trade to American headlines. What has motivated many of the demonstrators has been their outrage over the conditions in overseas factories that produce garments for United States markets. According to these protesters, these sweatshops, quote-unquote, exploit their workers by having them work in subhuman conditions for sub-living wages so that the large multinational corporations may extract enormous profits. This represents what many Americans view as the dark underbelly of globalization. Certainly a point I'm making. Prime example, Kathy Lee Gifford. College logos and angry protesters. In 1995, at the height of her television career, in which she co-starred in the chatty talk show Live with Regis and Kathy Lee, investigators from the National Labor Committee discovered that Kathy Lee Gifford had been employing Honduran sweatshop workers to assemble her clothing line that was being sold at Walmart stores. 10% of those working at the Honduran factory were between the ages of 13 and 15 years old, and several other female workers were pregnant. All the workers were often required to put in 75-hour work weeks, sometimes on their feet for 15-hour shifts. Now, remember, this guy's actually supporting this. You'd have to read the article yourself. And of course, when the news broke, Gifford almost immediately became a media pariah, feigning ignorance and all that. Yeah. College students from University of Iowa to Berkeley to Yale have held demonstrations, sit-ins, and even hunger strikes to protest the use of sweatshop labor conditions and wages in the creation of garments bearing their college logos. The history of the maquilas, which is what he was talking about in that presentation. The term maquila refers to a Latin American factory working under contract to a foreign firm that receives imported raw materials or semi-finished goods, that assembles them for re-export and sale around the world. It is these factories, at least in Central America, that are the ones referred to as quote-unquote sweatshops. Maquilas first appeared in Honduras around 70 years ago. But it was not until 1987, when the National Congress of Honduras passed the Export Processing Zone law, that maquilas really took off. The maquilas sprouted up in free trade zones, FTZs that he's mentioning, that attracted foreign investors with exemptions from local export and sales taxes. The cheap cost of labor combined with the tax incentives made the foreign trade zone maquilas very desirable for labor-intensive foreign industries such as the apparel industry. Most of the workers at the maquilas are young women between the ages of 16 and 35 years of age who left the countryside for work in the maquilas that are typically outside of urban centers. Now, this exact same thing is how China was reformed, where all the people in the fields, the rice workers, were called in to go and work in the cities, work in these major factories. And if you look at those factories where sometimes you find thousands and thousands and thousands of people assembling products, all wearing the same pink jumpsuit or whatever. It's pretty amazing to look at. So in other words, the same thing is happening. We're abandoning our countries, our countrysides, our way of life, and we're entering into these foreign type of trade zones or just this sense of commerce. Everything is international commerce, and essentially letting nature, just abandoning it. Abandoning everything about our culture. The nationality, in other words, is dying in exchange for this nationality that is global, that has no religion. It's a one world religion. There's nothing spiritual behind it. And that's what I'm trying to get across. That is why the death of these nation states and the fact that they're giving away all the things that we ceded to them is so dangerous. And it's happening right now. Many of these young women abandon their studies and often leave their own young children alone or with relatives to work at these sought-after jobs. Imagine these being the sought-after jobs. I mean, that's, again, something to think about here. The implications of these demographic shifts are numerous. Not least among them are the transfers of wealth from the formerly all-male workforce to the nearly all-female workforce that employers typically think is more desirable to have in the apparel industry. And it goes on, it says the population explosions around the maquilas, the corresponding increases in the support and service industry that accommodates them, and the restaurant glut in the labor market for other lower-paying service jobs such as domestic cooks and maids. So just kind of like a military base comes along, and then all these businesses come along. Well, these big, massive factories and forward train zones come along. Well, naturally, it's going to need that low-wage support system that again, take us from our farm, take us from our land where we could live and work free and feed ourselves and self-govern, and put us into a factory where we need to buy our food, where we can't take care of ourselves. This is the goal. This is the purpose of all this. The wages of maquila workers, the wages paid to maquila workers vary significantly among the different maquila factories, and even within one factory, individual workers' wages differ. The note at the bottom here says that the author quotes a Honduran professor who laments, quote, people in a nation accustomed to hiring domestic help cheaply can no longer find cooks and maids because they're all working in the maquilas for better money, he says. The middle class then must do its own housework. Oh my God. Sometimes spending the entire weekend catching up on laundry the domestic help used to keep done every day. Quote, unquote, the author concludes without the slightest hint of sarcasm that thus the misery is shared throughout the social strata. Now, I want you to compare this to what's happening with the tech industry and people working from home to do absolutely nothing, really, except enter code and do things that have no bearing on society or nature or reality, for that matter. Right? So why are we having this hiring shortage? Well, because people are now working from home doing coding and shit like that. Stuff that is pointless. It contributes nothing to society. It only helps further all the industries, from banking to bill collecting to, right? It's doing nothing to help any part of our spiritual being. And so, yeah, you're not able to find the cooks and these things that are lower in wage. But when you've got a supercomputer, a complete artificial intelligence dedicated to running the entire stock market and gobbling up every asset in the world that has trillions and trillions of dollars, more than the GDP of most countries, what do you care what you're paying these people? The money's not even real. Money it's a figment of our imagination that we give substance to because we believe in it, and it controls us therein. At some point, you got to realize the money is worthless in the first place. The only reason it has value is because we accept it. Oh, here's an IOU. Thank you. I'll give that IOU to someone else. Oh, thank you. I'll pass that IOU on to someone else until eventually you got barrelfuls of it, and it's worth nothing. The cash value, anyway. Why do you think things are getting so expensive? In Nicaragua, which has a similar economic system as Honduras, the typical maquila worker's wages are around $120 a month. Now, part of this article is, to be fair, comparing the economic systems. That is $120, which, when you transfer it to their currency, is a lot of money. It's not that different than having Bitcoin or anything else. You value it in dollars, right? The Bitcoin's worthless. But if you value it in dollars, anything can be said to be valuable. While school teachers earn $40 a month and policemen $30 a month, health service doctors and nurses earn less than $100 a month. And yet, here these factory workers, because they're being paid in dollars, which represent the currency of that country, the corporation that's paying it, right? That's like paying pennies. So why do you think these jobs are so sought after? Why are these home jobs in America being sought after? And therefore, why is there a shortage in things like nursing? Why is there a shortage in all these what used to be decent paying jobs? As explained in an article entitled Maquila Republic, young women are leaving their studies and low-paid laborers are leaving their other professions to work in the maquila factories en masse. Well, that is exactly what's happening in America on a completely different level. So, again, we're letting everything fall apart to support a corporate giant foreign trade zone called America or whatever country you're in. Assuming that the demand for labor would remain constant if wages were forcibly increased, what perverse incentives would this have on seeking an education or requiring a skill? If unskilled jobs would outpace skilled jobs even more, what incentives would there be to obtain a skill? Now, what this guy's speaking to is actually, again, a good point. What this article is about is a bunch of people, who are exploiting the system by purchasing these clothing articles made in sweatshops, saying, hey, they deserve fair wage or, labor laws or whatever. And so you have now, again, the situation where the workers' wages, because there's so much money coming in from the foreign currency market that, a school teacher earns 3 times more working in an apparel. Why would you go to school? It's saying, why would you go to college to be a doctor when you can work in a frickin' sweatshop and make $20 more a month? Which in your, when you transfer that's hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars. I mean, it's an excellent point. It is certainly no justification to then say sweatshops are good and that we should leave them alone and that the labor laws shouldn't be applied. See, nothing about this is good. Nothing about this can go unanswered or, ignored. And yet, isn't that really what the American market is about? Well, ignore that it says your clothes are made in a sweatshop in Bangladesh or Honduras. Just ignore it. The problem will go away. I can also think that that's why American and European and, the big G20 countries' currencies are so high in value, whereas these smaller countries where we wish to set up our business have such a devalued currency. Not just devalued, but purposefully suppressed currency value so that this type of market can happen. You got to remember that too. His point here is a Marxist point that we're actually participating in Marxism by demanding such labor incentives and protections and fair wages. because we're basing it on wage labor, wage slavery, basically. A point that is incomplete, but still valid, because, of course, he's supporting capitalism or the abuse of a lower class to support the higher class still. Just calling out the people who are basically armchair, pick up a cause without thinking it through, is what he's saying, like college students. Good example. The Marxist view of wage labor is that it is inherently exploitive. This remains true no matter what level of wages one makes, as all wage laborers are on the spectrum of exploitation. The subterranean notions that many leftist protesters have concerning wage labor reflect this view. The economic approach derives from the largely outdated view that value is to be determined in production, and since the cost of production could be reduced to labor, then all value derives from labor. Now, this is something I covered in my second book, the notion of tricking people into selling their labor, wage slavery, in other words, and that is how communism really was able to take hold, because you're separating something that is inherent, that is God-given, and again, which is your labor. No, to sell your labor as a product means that anything you make then, or construct, or do, is the property of another. Well, no wonder the entire world, all the wealth in the world, all the products that are patented and copyrighted have been sucked away from the people and now exist only in these mega corporations where they're controlled by this elite group of people. Well, I mean, yeah, all you had to do was institute the Marxian notion of selling your labor. And therefore you own nothing that you build. But isn't that that's what we're being sold right now, that we'll own nothing. The Great Reset will own nothing, and we will love it. We'll love our servitude, as Huxley stated. So all value derives from labor. Remember what he said in the first part of his presentation, though, that the real value of a country is its force of law, its system of law. That is the highest valued thing. All the products and all the things, the money, none of it has as much value as the system of law. And that's why this foreign trade zone thing and all that goes with it, all of this breakup of the nation states into a global system of law, if you have a global uniform law, then you have control of most of the wealth, half of the wealth of the world, because it's your law that requires all these taxes and all these things to be tariffs, all the things that are attached to these products that are being made. So whichever part of the pie that you look at, or where a country's wealth comes from, that 44 or 50% that says the rule of law is the most valuable thing a country has, well, imagine now that they're going to create countries, or nations as they call them, just to establish something like this, a work area. Microsoft or Google establishes a country, a nation, in order to have its own corporate structure, make its own law and rule. You start to understand the reasoning behind all of this international conglomerate trade, the fact that they want everybody to be part of it, that they give everybody an international digital identity, and of course use that to exploit you and refuse you any benefits or protections if you're not, hey, if you're going to work, you got to have a vaccine. Hey, if you got to do this. See, they can withhold. Once you sell yourself to this system, once you take that mark of identity, then you are voluntarily a slave. You've taken the number. You've taken the mark. You're going to get Social Security. You're going to get retirement. You're going to get always surrounding the money and the law. You're going to get the protection and the security, the consumer protections. See, that's how they get you. That's why we're all enslaved to this system. It's voluntary. Absolutely, make no mistake. But once you see it for what it is, do you go through with it? Do you continue knowing that you can stop at any time? Or do you, and unfortunately, the answer is yeah, most people will continue into exactly what is being described here. Marx wrote that wage labor is systematically undervalued. It has to be, of course. Marx viewed labor as a commodity that capitalists buy and sell. Oh, finally we get into capitalism. Remember, capitalism stands for capita, which means by the head. It's how you count sheep. It's how you count cattle or chattel. Capitalism is the exploitation of humans, counting us by the head, taxing us, etc. Make no mistake, that's what the money is. Remember, the money, according to Congressman Patman, I believe it was, the money shall represent 100 cents to the dollar, a mortgage on all the property in the United States. So all of it, whatever you think you own. The laborer's price is his wage that he is given, which is usually set at the value of the goods and services that a working class family needed in order to get by. This is called the subsistence theory of wages. And this amount is set and is not affected by what the laborer actually creates. This is called equality, of course. The worst kind of slavery. And so the article's point is that we're going in and then saying, hey, these people deserve an equal wage, a fair wage, whatever terms we use to describe the low wages paid to essentially slaves working that have no other choice, really, but to work in sweatshops. Right? So we think we're doing something good when in fact we're invoking Marxism. We're invoking the subsistence theory of wages so that these people can be extreme lower middle class and barely get by, and yet they're making more than the jobs, the doctors, and that would normally make a society run. In America, we're paying people not to work. In these countries, they're setting up sweatshops and paying them more in the sweatshop than they are to be something worthy, something that's beneficial to the actual country. But in this case, all this product is moving to other countries. So literally, they're paying people not to work for what? For the country, for the people. This is really what it boils down to. All these people in America that aren't working or being paid not to work, it's not so much that they're not, they're getting paid, right? But what they're not doing is contributing to society. They're not contributing to the benefit of the job itself. I'm a doctor, I'm going to help you. I'm a lawyer, I'm going to do that. Why would you do that if the government's going to pay you not to work? And in these countries, why would you be a average paid worker like a doctor or, something that has any prestige, right? When you could go work in a sweatshop and be paid more than a doctor. I mean, it's a very clever, you gotta give these guys credit, man. They're destroying the world, destroying the nation state, destroying the idea of a people working together to better themselves, to self-govern. They're destroying the labor market. They're destroying everything, which means when the nation states fall apart, and we've all been sucked into the global system and a global identification, digital, completely sucking on that teat of government, international government, when these nation states all start falling apart, we're not even going to hardly even notice that America isn't America. Like I said, you're going to find out here, and you're going to find out in a hard way, the states are not sovereign. There is no America left. There's only the United States, a nation state. And the goal is to dismantle those. Now that the rights and everything's been ceded to the nation state from the states, right? The public lands and all that, all of our rights, constitutional rights, etc. Now the nation states, the goal is to disassemble them And all of those rights, now we get United Nations rights. No more constitutional rights, no more nothing like that. No, we go under the Declaration of Human Rights. Human rights. We'll discuss that later. I won't get into that right now. But I want you to understand that that is the goal here. This globalization, it's not just to globalize or uniformly put everything together. It's to destroy the very notion of independence, of sovereignty in any country. That's the goal, because how else can you have global sovereignty unless you destroy all other sovereignties? Right now, all these nation states are the sovereigns. We're all republics that have been taken over. The Civil War is the perfect example, where the United States, the nation state, comes in and utterly destroys the states, forces them to re-sign on to the, readmit to the, and accept new constitutions, and you have these now federal areas that are called states, and the Lieber Code, again, agrees, says, hey, we're going to let the government continue just as it was before, but now we're under military rule, martial law. But as long as it appears that we're as long as people believe it's just like it used to be, well, then it's great. That's golden. They can do their magic, and we won't even notice when the next Civil War happens. It's just going to be a quiet revolution, as they call it. A globalism of everything. The article, of course, talks about rent and the lifestyle of the Honduran people. Rent, for instance, on Honduran apartment price matches up with the United States prices in 1975, which the argument here is, of course, that's about what people were earning back then, right? Gas was, 50 cents, milk was 10 cents, etc. Trying to justify these horrific conditions. Clearly, the purchasing power of $1 in Honduras is much greater than in the United States. This makes the U.S. dollar objectively more valuable in Honduras than the United States. And I think that is perhaps the lamest, worst argument you can make, because that is no different than, say, the king forcing us to use his currency and pay his taxes in his currency. Right? This is not the money of the people. This is the money of the nation state. This is the bankers. This is nothing to do with reality. So, this argument that, it's okay because the purchasing power of the dollar, which we're paying, is so much greater. Well, I can't stress enough that the money in and of itself has no value other than what we believe are forced to believe. It's a faith-based system, right? There's nothing backing this money. Money has no value in and of itself. So this is the perfect way to create a slave system. I don't know how many movies have been. How about Dune, for instance? The Spice Planet. Being so valuable. All these different movies about how money is used to control. It's a hard one to flesh out here. Here's another New York Times article, 1995, way back then. Central American free trade zones exploit girls. The next time you pick up a safari jacket, a Banana Republic, or a pair of jeans at Gap, or an Eddie Bauer t-shirt, give a moment's thought to girls like Claudia Molina and Judith Vieira, teenagers who have had to work under extremely cruel conditions to produce much of that clothing. Until recently, Miss Molina and Miss Vieira were maquiladora workers, young people employed by the hundreds of thousands in free trade zone factories in Central America and the Caribbean to make goods for the U.S. market. The U.S. companies that benefit from the near enslavement of these workers pretend not to know about the abuses in the factories, which are independently owned. Miss Molina's last employer was Orion Apparel, a Korean-owned plant in Honduras that produces, among other items, shirts for Gitano, a subsidiary of Fruit of the Loon. Miss Molina was paid 38 cents an hour in a sweatshop that employed girls as young as 14. The work schedule at Orion could have been fashioned in the Dark Ages. When business is especially good, that is, when the big orders from the U.S. companies roll in, the Monday through Friday schedule is 7:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m., a 15-hour shift. Saturday is the long day. The workers go in at 7:30 a.m. and don't reemerge until Sunday at 6 a.m., a 22-hour shift. Charles Kernigan, executive director of the National Labor Committee in New York, which is fighting the exploitation of maquiladora workers, said there was nothing unusual about the work schedule in Orion. Nothing unusual about that type of slave labor. It's a race to the bottom, he said. The idea is to find those workers who will accept the lowest wages, the fewest benefits, and the most miserable working conditions. Well, now, remember, this is from 1995, so they're now paying these people, again, it's like paying people off not to become a skilled worker, not to become a doctor, not to become anything good, right? Just slave labor. So, which is worse, I guess, is the question, because it's one thing to have slave labor and support it by your purchasing habits. It's a whole nother thing to induce slave labor as a average job that makes a higher class, one upper middle class or whatever, and then in order to subvert and completely destroy the community, the nationality, the country, to bring everything into this global structure. Which is worse? Well, they're kind of the same thing. That's the point. It's just the evolution of the slave market into the current globalist times. The companies make no secret of their preference for young females. A common explanation is that girls about the age of 16 are at their peak of hand and eye coordination, perfect for the factories. A more persuasive explanation is that the young girls are the most docile of all workers, less likely to object, to abuse, or to fight for any rights. Because so many of the workers are so young, the scene outside the factories each morning can resemble a schoolyard. Some of the workers are actually driven to the plants in traditional yellow school buses. Once inside, the youngsters are worked like demons. Talking is forbidden. Bathroom visits are limited to a day. Requests for medical attention are discouraged. Sounds like the military. Many of the workers would like to go to school in the evenings, but the bosses won't let them. The youngsters would have to leave the plant too early to get to class on time. Judith Vieira was part of an effort to form a union at Mandarin International, a Taiwanese-owned plant in El Salvador that makes clothing for The Gap, Eddie Bauer, and others. Back in February, Ms. Vieira and her co-workers succeeded in establishing the first union ever to be legally recognized in a free trade zone in El Salvador. It wasn't much of a triumph, and it wasn't in El Salvador. It was in a free trade zone that was not inside of or part of El Salvador, nor was it part of its law. That's the problem. The union is now all but broken. Ms. Vieira and her two sisters were among some 350 union members who were illegally fired by Mandarin. She was making 56 cents an hour when she lost her job. Free trade zones promoted by the Reagan and Bush administration and financed to a great extent by U.S. tax dollars, that's you and me, have been a bonanza. But the toll they're taking is unconscionable. Since 1980, the U.S. has lost more than 500,000 textile and apparel jobs. Meanwhile, the wages paid to the maquiladora workers are so low, they will not even cover the food necessary to satisfy minimal nutrition requirements. Claudia Molina and Judith Vieira have been brought to the United States by the National Labor Committee to tell their story. How long can we, like the big apparel companies, refuse to hear them? All that is joyful in life is being wrung from the youngsters who are fed into the wretched soulless system of the maquiladora assembly plants. You know, it's funny, some of my friends just absolutely love this, it's the HGTV bullshit. Do it yourself. Fix up the house that doesn't belong to you. Make it better. So, one of the people, or Chip and Joanna Gaines, these so-called all-American people, Christian, etc., and they came out with their Magnolia Corporation and launched this whole product campaign where they're selling, typical American type of farm-looking things that you set around your house that have no actual use. And other things as well, plates, that sort of thing. And, of course, they chose Target, I believe, was their main distributor. And, of course, when you go in and you turn the plate or the thing over, it says made in China, made in Bangladesh, made in wherever. The sweatshop that they use to make their all-American products, right? See, I don't think you could survive in business at this point without following this international model. So to idolize these people who have freely chosen, these so-called Christian people who have freely chosen to use sweatshop merchandise to support this globalist system, not to support America in any way except to charge outrageous prices for stuff that costs pennies on the dollar to make, I find that disgusting. I find the whole HGTV concept to be disgusting. Right? Why are home prices rising? Why are materials rising in price? You got to ask, does HGTV and other outlets like that have something to do with it? Well, yeah, I'd say so. But this notion that they're all American and what a bunch of malarkey. So the other problem here is, again, they didn't establish a union in El Salvador. They established a union in a free trade zone, which has it's an international body. How do you set up a union? Where does that power come from? And not to mention that unions are, of course, a communist ideal. The whole idea of a free trade zone, as our host here has suggested, is to get away from labor laws, to be able to hire and fire people at will, to avoid most of the laws that are in the country because you're in a foreign area. It's not that different than the nation state being a foreign area from the states, and therefore the Constitution doesn't apply. One last story here. I don't think I want to read the whole thing, but the Council on Hemispheric Affairs. I don't know what these organizations are. I don't want to know at this point. Most of them are disgusting and self-interested. A lot of them are promoting the sweatshop, but in a communist organized fashion, workers' rights, that sort of thing. Worker rights and wrongs, fair trade zones, and labor in the Americas. Oh, what's the Americas? Oh, that's right, the Organization of American States. In the nation states, right. And it tells the story of, again, a 15-year-old. She began working at a garment factory in a free trade zone in the Dominican Republic. Long hours, without pay. She worked for fear of sexual and verbal harassment from her supervisor. For years, she earned a meager $50 a week and struggled to afford food, medical care, and her children's education fees. And it tells the story of how they altered that, and now she makes $150 a week. I'm sorry. It's just the absurdity of this just, again, it just kills me. Now she's paid a living wage and will be able to send her 4 children to college. Of course, the children are going to be like, why the hell would we go to college when we can just work your job, Mom? Well, what do you want me to be, a doctor and make less than you? Are you crazy? Despite these successes, thousands of other individuals across the Western Hemisphere who work in FTZs face similar labor rights abuses. It's a ridiculous story. And these organizations are set up to support and organize these things in benefit of the globalist economy. They're really discussed. I mean, I just can't tell you. You hide under the veil of human rights and workers' rights, but I mean, really, your goal is an international communist system, a debt slave system, globalism. Also called foreign trade zones or export processing zones, EPZs, FTZs are special commercial industrial area, where foreign and domestic merchandise may be brought in without being subject to payment or custom duties. Social protection for labor is ensured by both national and international legislation in Latin America. Nonetheless, economic globalization inhibits worker rights across the region, particularly for vulnerable populations such as women who are employed in FTZs. The International Labour Organization, or ILO, estimates that there are approximately 500 FTZs in Mexico, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean, employing over 6 million workers. Women constitute 70%, and in some cases 90% of workers in FTZs as foreign trade zones, and often perform labor-intensive tasks in substandard work conditions. While economic globalization and free trade enterprises themselves are not to blame for such abuses, there is an urgent need for governments, multinational corporations, and international institutions to guarantee to hold one another accountable for the gross violations of worker rights occurring. Really? That's what it's going to take. That corporations that have no morality, they're artificial persons, their whole point is to bypass all of the law of nature. International institutions that support them are going to have to hold one another accountable. Where does that happen? Right? What kind of bullshit is that? In FTZs, raw materials can be stored, sold, assembled, or packaged prior to re-export or entry into the national customs authorities. Within FTZs, international goods can be traded without barriers, such as quotas and tariffs, exempting multinational corporations from duties. Multinational corporations should hold themselves accountable. They should pay duties. Right. It has become commonplace for the governments of closed economies to experiment with open commerce by liberalizing special zones within their borders in order to attract foreign investment. The recent decades liberalizing measures such as deregulation and reduction of public spending, privatization, and the loosening of labor regulations have made a considerable impact on Latin American workers, like the subject of this article. At first glance, it appears that FTZs are beneficial for all parties involved. Individuals are offered jobs in factories where there were few prior employment options. Companies set up more production units, and the governments of developing countries reap the benefits of decreased taxes. However, despite their purported success in stimulating local economies and encouraging less inhibited regional trade, they have granted multinational corporations unprecedented economic liberty and the ability to exploit not only markets but the individuals embedded within them. Consequently, a system in which labor rights abuses are tolerated and conveniently overlooked is perpetuated. Yeah, the corporations need to give up all these unprecedented economic liberties. Yeah, that's going to happen. Transnational corporations and governments repeatedly argue that foreign trade zones are economically beneficial for both countries and their citizens. Well, if the country is a corporation, a nation state, well, sure. Citizens, I guess if you're an American citizen and you get to buy cheap clothes and stuff. The zones, however, are known to encourage corruption and allow for the relaxation of environmental and labor regulations, including prohibition and discouragement of labor organizing. Nonprofit organizations have accused some of the corporations that flock to foreign trade zones of participating in a race to the bottom in terms of labor rights standards. ILO conventions related to the freedom of association and gender equality, including the 1948 Freedom of Association and Protection of the Right to Organize Convention and the 1951 Equal Remuneration Convention, require workers' gender equality and protect their right to peacefully assemble. Despite these international protections, workers, particularly those in foreign trade zones, face a number of limitations on unionization, collective bargaining, and the right to strike. The feminization of employment. Some of the oldest free trade zones, FTZs, are founded in the Americas, but in the initial decades of the 20th century, FTZs became prominent features of the Latin American economic landscape, producing clothing, shoes, and toys in mass quantities. In Uruguay and Argentina, free trade regulations were endorsed around 1920, but during the 1950s and 60s, there was a rapid surge in their development. U.S.-based companies continue to be a major source of investments in foreign trade zones throughout Latin America, and the United States is a major destination for goods produced. The last few decades have seen the feminization of employment, and millions of women were incorporated into the workforce during the last third of the 20th century. This process was accelerated with globalization, and by 2008, some 1.2 billion, 40% of the world's 3 billion workers, were women. How's that for women's rights? Women also make up the majority of the world's working poor, a phenomenon that can be observed in FTZ factories. Moreover, indigenous people and people of color are employed disproportionately in factories. Again, is it a racial thing? Well, you're setting up in Honduras where you'd expect to find Honduran people. You're setting up in Africa where you'd expect to find African people. Yes, of course, it's disproportionately racial. That is sort of the point. It's not racism as much as it is colonialism. Latin America is no anomaly, and labor rights abuses in FTZs are overlooked, particularly for women, as seen in case studies of Honduran and Mexican textile plants. Goes on, talks about the harmful conditions. They suffer from depression. 62% have muscle disorders from repetitive motions and inadequate ergonomic accommodations. In April 2017, hooded figures attacked union leader Moises Sanchez and his brother Misiel, who advocated for improved worker treatment of those working in the melon industry as a motivation for the incidents. Female workers make up 80% of this industry and suffer exposure to chemical products, illegal firings, and unpaid overtime work. The Honduran government has done little to address poor working conditions or the violent crackdown on union activity. Multinational corporations exercise control over labor practices in Honduran FTZs, disproportionately harming women. Genesis Apparel, an FTZ factory located in the Ziptex Industrial Park in Coloma, Cortez, has committed workers' rights abuses consistent with widespread trends in the region. Unfortunately, the experiences of workers at Genesis are consistent with the experiences of many female workers in environments with lax labor regulations. Genesis, which employs over 1,800 workers, was found to violate a variety of standards. Workers stated the air conditioning system doesn't cool the building. People are always sweating, and I have seen at least 6 workers faint from the heat. Workers frequently spend Fridays and Saturdays in factories, laboring 11 hours with 30 minutes of break time. According to the Honduran Labor Code, the standard workday should be 8 hours, but this is a foreign trade zone where Honduran work codes don't really matter. And this is the danger of giving up the standard of law that we're all accustomed to. That is custom, local law, in exchange for corporate fascism, essentially. The Labor Code, as well as ILO Recommendation 95, state that pregnant workers must not be assigned duties that endanger their health or the health of their children. Genesis has failed to meet this standard, instead creating a work environment characterized by poor air quality and unhygienic facilities, which further endanger all workers, but particularly pregnant women. Now, when I call this lawlessness, a sort of anarchy of the law, this is what I mean. Yes, you have a system of law, but the law is ignored or overturned because of a foreign law. This is what they're trying to get us all to do. And that will be explained in detail as we go on. I don't think we need to go on. I think we understand what is happening, what this guy is truly supporting, and what our future perhaps looks like if we continue to allow these things to happen, and as long as we continue to support these major multinational corporations who are using this type of labor and still charging the same price as if it was made in America, right? Was made in some regulated, even at minimum wage factory. The whole thing is on us. Back in the beginning of this season, we showed you that pyramid that we're all familiar with. But see, the pyramid we all show ourselves excludes us in the middle. We are the ones that have the power, and we either choose to use it or we choose to let it be represented for us. And that's what we've done. We've let a bunch of corrupt politicians have our voice and have our intent and have our dignity and steal everything from us. And it's time that changes. This is our problem. It's that we're not acting as men. We're acting as cowards. We're acting as persons, subjects, and allowing men, therefore, as an excuse, well, I can't do anything, I'm a slave, basically, is what we're saying. So, we either allow this to continue, we either keep supporting these multinational corporations, or, God forbid, we actually make our own clothes, or we support someone who does. We cherish people who have skills. We put them on a pedestal. We worship them. We go back to the notion that there is a skilled worker that supports the whole community. And really what that's going to entail is exactly what the Bible tells us. Stop respecting persons. Stop respecting persons. What does that mean? Stop respecting countries that are nation states, the corporations. Stop respecting the corporations, multinational corporations, all these artificial persons that are doing this and responsible for all these conditions. Stop supporting the fake. Stop supporting the artificial. That's the only option we have. It's the ultimate strike. It's the ultimate union. And really, wasn't that what the union was in the first place? To get away from under the thumb of the king. To stop being a colony and to start being a free people. Well, that's what we're told anyway. I don't know if we can believe that anymore. But perhaps before the Constitution, before the Articles of Incorporation, the Articles of Confederation, conspiracy that is, when people came here to be free men, to self-govern, to have the church as their form of government, the congregational church, maybe there was that semblance of self-governing and self-support, actual freedom. But, who's to say? With that, let's get back to creepy lawyer dude who absolutely just is in love with the foreign trade zone, Honduran sweatshop, and maquila ideas.
We keep trying to make other countries do our dirty work. And like a disease, it swept down through Mexico and the Isthmus of Panama, and it hit Honduras really hard in the early teens and the late aughts, and that's when they were the murder capital of the world. So it's kind of our fault. Hondurans don't have a really efficacious, strong government, but maybe that's their fault. But they got a lot of their woes from us. And so they've been happy with the zones they've set up. They set up these maquilador zones, very common. And those are pretty simple. You ship in unfinished garments to your special zone in Honduras. These are not zetes. This is just the precursor to the zetes. You ship in your unfinished garments to these maquiladors in Honduras. There's no customs and duties. You stay inside the zone. Might be slightly different labor laws inside the zone, so it's easier to hire and fire people. And that was one of the few bright spots in the Honduran economy. A lot of people said, it's safe. I can do that business there, save a lot of money. And that worked for Honduras. And then they decided, well, let's take that idea farther. And they've taken it very far. Again, they haven't implemented it yet. I'm working with some people to make that happen. But on paper, these zetes are quite remarkable. You can set aside a place in Honduras, pretty big area if you can get enough real estate, and basically run your own government within broad limits. You're not going to get your own flag. You're not going to get your own national anthem. They're kind of picky about that. Even the Hondurans are proud about their country. They're not going to have some foreign flag over their soil. But you can have your own civil law. You can have your own tort law, your own contract law, your own business corporation law. In fact, I'll make this easier. You can have everything except those things that touch on national sovereignty, not your own national anthem, not your own international relations. You don't get to form your own treaty with Russia, and not your own criminal code. You have to use the Honduran criminal code. Now, if you know anything about the Honduran criminal legal system, here you will be blanching. But let me soothe your concerns on that front, because the ZAs get to run their own police and penitentiary systems. The criminal laws on the book in Honduras aren't that bad. In fact, in some ways, they're more liberal than here in the United States. For example, prostitution is legal. Not pimping, but prostitution is legal in Honduras, and gambling is legal. They're kind of tight on firearms, and they do not like drugs. This is not going to become a new Amsterdam. But you get a lot of liberty to do the things that business people care about in these zones, and they'll be privately run and operated. Own school systems, your own social security system, your own welfare nets, basically everything. In fact, the statute says they want you to bring in the common law. They call it the Anglo-Saxon legal code or something. You know, it's not, they don't say common law, it's in Spanish actually, the statute. That's remarkable. If you're a lawyer, you go, this is a civil law country, you know, where they're used to having everything written down, not having courts form the law, and they've said, you know, it looks like those common law systems work. They've said, we want a Hong Kong and Central America. So they want the common law, and they're going to have the private sector bring it in. It's pretty exciting. So that's the ZA system. This is NEOM. I told you I'd tell you something about this. This was announced only this fall, so I didn't get to talk about this in the book. But it's so exciting, I want to tell you about it. I got some data there. You can see where it is relative to King Abdullah Economic City and Dubai. Middle East is actually a really interesting place for these zones. And I have a theory about that. It's because you have this kind of liberal, and when I say liberal, by the way, friends, I mean liberal. Never, you make your own choice on this, but I will tell you, I very seldom let people say liberal to mean left wing. I act confused. I go, oh, and this usually works on the people who misuse the word liberal. I go, oh, do you mean in the American sense or the European sense? Because in Europe, as you probably know, when they say liberal, they mean, well, they go back to the Latin roots of the word, and it means pertaining to freedom. But perhaps you're using it in the American way. And usually people go, well, you could say progressive. Oh, yes, let's use that word. But anyhow, so I have a theory about the Middle East. There's this liberal elite at the top. They've been to Paris. They've been to New York City. They know how good life can be. And they go back home and they go, oh, my God, there's these religious police walking around whipping people for driving. And that's just barbaric. And they see that. And they say, well, we can't make reform deep, an inch deep and nationwide. But we can go narrow and deep. We can pick out a small area of the country and make profound reforms there. And if it works, think about the women who've lived in these private communities. You think they're going to be happy when they drive back home to visit the parents and they got to put on the veil and they got to have their husband drive or whatever? No, they're going to recognize it for what it is. It's barbaric. They've seen something better. And eventually, as in China, I hope we'll turn this whole world inside out. And when they liberate women, I've taught, we had an exchange program with, I think these women were from Dubai. I think they were from Dubai. We had exchange program at Chapman. Very smart women. And think about it. All this wealth embodied in the human capital in the Middle East has been under lock and key for a long time. When let those ladies free, it's going to be awesome. They're going to really help these countries, which are going to need help when they're running out of oil. But back to NEOM. NEOM is twice the size of Connecticut. We don't know how many people are going to be there because, well, the Crown Prince, who's a big fan of this, you know if you've been following Saudi Arabian politics, the Crown Prince is basically taken over. He's putting his fellow members of the aristocracy who don't agree with him, putting them in jail. I won't pretend he's playing nice. I don't know much about Saudi Arabian politics, but he likes NEOM, and I like NEOM. It's so far mostly a beautiful video and a lot of high talk, but he won't tell us, no one will tell me the population because they don't know, but they do say more robots than people. So they're really doing this Hail Mary pass to the future. We're going all in. We're going to create this whole new big area that's going to have its own government. They've already done King Abdullah Economic City. They've seen Dubai. They want to go big here. And I think this is a project of the prince to reform his country, to have a blank slate to do what he wants. So keep an eye on NEOM. Okay, let's see what else we got here. This is the Trade zones, U.S. foreign trade zones. And let me tell you about these. As I said, Dan Griswold, our local expert for you, can tell you all about this later. I'll give you the quick story on them now, FTZs. They were created in the 1930s in response to the Smoot-Hawley Acts. Now, the Smoot-Hawley Acts sort of shut down international trade, and America just realized, we just shot ourselves in the foot. We got to have some international trade. So they created these zones where there were no customs and duties within very small, discrete areas. So maybe you bring in your goods to the port of Los Angeles, and you unload them on the loading dock. No customs and duties if it's in a foreign trade zone. And you have to keep them inside a secure customs area. It's actually like a chain link fence all around this. You don't just walk into Los Angeles from this port. And you can bring in goods and process them. Maybe you bring in a big shipment of bicycles from China, and maybe you spray paint them or add brakes, and then you ship them out of the country again. You send them to Chile and Canada on smaller ships. This is called transshipment. You bring in a big ship, break it into smaller ships, and you send it all out. And you never have to pay customs and duties if you're in a foreign trade zone. So that's very attractive to businesses that are engaged in international trade. And they have really taken off. They were not, as you can see, a big deal at first, but in recent years they've just exploded in popularity. In fact, every U.S. state now has one, because they're at international ports. You're thinking, Kansas has an international port? Yeah, it does. Airports. Airports qualify. And I think I have another, okay, that's on the FTZs. I want to go back to that just to show you, I think I had one more thing to say about the FTZs. So this really surprised me. I was thinking, oh, zones are cool. I wish America had some zones. And then I went, wow, they really do have zones. I had never heard about foreign trade zones. I started researching this book. There's some other interesting things about them. They don't do as much as they could. They're like most zones in the world. It's not like NEOM. It's not like Hong Kong. It's not a whole government. In fact, there's no retail in these FTZs. You can't reside there. It's not really like Shenzhen. You know, as I said, these zones are like a genus, and this is a species of zone which is kind of primitive and simple. And one thing that I've been doing in DC is trying to talk people into using this framework to do a little more. Do a little more. You know, maybe we could throw in a few more things in these zones, or maybe create alternative zones. A chapter in the book describes U.S. SEZs. It's my proposal to create full-blown special economic zones in the United States. And very quickly, the scheme is to have federal lands, which the government leases on long-term leases. Josh is back there going, I like this. To private parties. So you could have, for example, Google says, oh, we're interested in building cities. And the federal government says, how would you like to lease a lot of sagebrush covered territory in Nevada? Sure. You do an open bidding. Google buys many square miles of sagebrush or leases many square miles of sagebrush in Nevada, and they basically get kind of a blank slate. I'm sure there'd be some bargaining. You know, Google would say, how about no labor code? And probably they say, well, how about a minimum labor code? How about environmental? You'd have to bargain, and that's a good thing. Because when you have lots of dials you can turn, you can get things done, because you can do favors for people. You know, you can do log rolling. If it's simply give us all freedom or nothing, it never flies. But anyhow, there's lots of variables you can play with, and ultimately we have a chunk of Nevada being run by Google. It'd be within these, confines, and they could do some experiments in governance that we could all learn from. And by the way, they might not succeed, and that's a good thing. We should have lots of experiments in governance, all voluntary, private money at stake, not our money. And all the people who move there choose to move there, and once in a while they'll screw it up. And we'll all kind of stand back and say, thanks for having that train wreck for us. We now know that, maybe we learned universal income doesn't work. You tried it there. Wow, train wreck. Didn't happen to me, thank you. So we should have lots of these experiments in America and elsewhere, and we'll learn from them.
Now here's where you start to see the veil sort of slip a little, start to come up, and we see, okay, we're talking about a corporation like Google being allowed to build its own city, establish its own form of government, which, let's face it, Google is in the business of monitoring people, of the opposite of privacy, right? So, imagine, I can either live in Google's city or Microsoft's city. Oh, well, look at there. They have a contract to monitor each other. I can go live in a bank city. So we're talking about the ultimate in public-private partnerships. What I really wanted to point out here was notice what he said. First, he says, we sent out books to Russia on Hayek, on liberty and freedom. These beautiful concepts, right? But remember, what is freedom, folks? What is liberty in the legal sense? In the sense that he's talking about all these city-states, all these things. This is not true liberty, folks. This is a system of law developed by corporations, developed not for liberty and freedom in the true sense, just like the word liberal in the true sense meant that which was towards freedom. That's not what he's talking about here. He's an attorney. He's talking about franchise. What was he talking about earlier with the... You're no longer a home owner in an association. Now you're not even going to own the home. You're going to own a share in a corporation and call it your home. Remember, this is the Great Reset. This is the you will own nothing and be happy thing. This guy is a salesman. He's a slimy attorney selling a product here. And while it sounds on the surface like a good thing, right? I reported on these foreign trade zones way back when in a lecture I did. They're horrible, horrible things. You could pretty much do anything. These foreign trade zones are literally not part of the state and not part of the nation. They are completely independent. They are connected by highways that are considered international, not part of the state, not part of the nation. They connect to these foreign trade zones. And who knows what the hell is being put forward in these zones because there's no customs check on it. It could be drugs, it probably is, probably CIA doing its drug runs. It's horrible. But they're peddling this as if it's a good thing. And this is why, what is the warning here? What is your government of the future? From nation states to statelessness. We are in such trouble right now. Our system of law that is foundational is about to all the maxims of law, the whole court system, everything, like it or hate it. What did they just say? What was the most valuable asset in the world? Its system of law. If you can bring in the rule of law through contracts and international treaties and everything else, through Unidroit, through Rome, if you can get everybody to go public, in other words, go commercial, right? They're using the word private as in private sector. That's still in the public. It's just called private. There's a big difference between what we're talking about. Being private and having a private corporation. Not the same thing, right? Notice that they're against actual freedom. They're against actual liberty. They want every town to be a corporate franchise. They don't want you to own any part of it. This is not good. And again, all these intentional communities and all these different things that you're going to start hearing about, the communitarianism agenda, all of that stuff is going to tie into this. We are in some serious trouble because, again, the nation state, that thing that was developed, that took all the power and the rights away from the states, is now going to give it away to what? Nothingness. To contract. You're going to be able to choose which law system you want to be under, and trust me when I say that is the thing of science fiction, bad science fiction, where corporations are not only owning everything, but they're also the government. That's every bad science fiction in the world is based on that there. Every bad video game, how can we sit here and allow this to take place? I really don't think just like this guy, I'm shocked to find out this is how things are going. I really didn't know this is how the way things are going. If we do nothing and let this happen, then through contract and international treaty, we are going to lose everything. And yeah, maybe we don't like what we've got. But it's a hell of a lot better than Honduras, and it's a hell of a lot better, in my opinion, than China, which they're saying is a model country, or Hong Kong. So something very wrong here, folks. Very, very wrong. Again, what is he peddling? He's peddling freedom and liberty. Franchise. You're part of the corporation. You're no longer considered as a man. Those rights, those God-given rights, completely banished from the system of law. And, just like in the Brave New World model, those who wish to not be a part of this will be relegated to areas that are non-incorporated, if you will, that will not receive any corporate charters or care. You're not going to have schools, you're not going to have anything because the corporations aren't there, and you're not allowed to do it yourself. You're not allowed to get organized, because if you did, you'd take back over the land from these fictional frickin' entities. Now, I understand the seduction of this is very powerful. It sounds like a good thing. And you know what? Maybe it's something you and I can use in a limited way, or maybe we'll have to use it. Who knows? Maybe we'll have no other choice, just like we feel like we have no other choice but to live in this corrupt system as it is. We cannot just sit back and let this corporate structure completely take over everything. There's another example I'd like to show you that was introduced to me just not that long ago, and as I looked and I discovered how big and powerful this thing is, it really frightened me. How are corporations taking over in reality? How is it that everything is going to go under this corporate rule? Well, let me show you.
What if I told you there is a robot that controls more wealth than any country on Earth? A robot so powerful that in the last 10 years, it has quietly created the biggest company in the world. This is the story of a robot called Aladdin. It's Wall Street's best kept secret, and it's gobbling up every asset class across every industry. Aladdin now controls $21 trillion of our global economy. To put that in perspective, that's more than the $20 trillion GDP of the US or the $15 trillion GDP of the entire European Union. The New Statesman wrote, the total physical cash of all 7 billion people and every company, bank vault, wallet, and piggy bank in the world is around $5 trillion. Aladdin has grown into a system responsible for more than 4 times the value of all the money in the world. This one robot directs the actions of the US Federal Reserve, almost every major bank and investment fund on Wall Street, and over 17,000 traders. It controls half of all ETFs, 17% of the bond market, 10% of the global stock market, and carries out 250,000 trades every day and billions of forecasts every week. Year after year, it hoovers up trillions of data points on every market, every company, every asset, and now even each of us, what we buy, sell, and say, so that it knows what to buy and what to sell far better than any human being. Every major bank, company, and investment fund has come to rely on Aladdin and its all-powerful AI and algorithms to beat the market. And if they didn't, they've collapsed and failed in Aladdin's wake. And you know what the craziest part of this story is? This robot is just getting started. So where did Aladdin come from and how did it get so powerful? Aladdin is the brainchild of Larry Fink, the founder of BlackRock, and its total dominance has made his company the biggest shadow bank in the world and the most powerful company on Earth. The story you're about to hear is equally unbelievable and terrifying. In fact, you would think it was science fiction if it wasn't very real and happening today. This story starts in the 1980s when Larry Fink was making millions pioneering mortgage-backed securities at Wall Street Bank First Boston. That's right, the same mortgage-backed securities that caused the 2008 global financial crisis 20 years later. But back in the 80s, he was in an epic Wall Street rivalry with Louis Ranieri at Salomon Brothers, made famous as the big swinging dick in Michael Lewis's book Liar's Poker. Back then, Larry was making millions for the bank and was on track to be First Boston's CEO. And then in 1986, an error in the back office computer models led to Larry making the wrong trades and he lost the company $100 million. The result was Larry leaving the bank as a failure with the stupid computer to blame. With that experience, Larry had just one ambition: to build a super smart robot that could pick out risk and opportunity in the market and do it better than any computer or human could do. In 1988, he launched a new startup, BlackRock, with a tiny coding team to give birth to this robot. Its name, Aladdin, which stands for Asset, Liability, and Debt Derivative Investment Network. In its first 10 years, Aladdin was fed information about every asset, price movement, and risk variable in the global bond market, Larry's specialty. And in 1999, when Aladdin turned 11, Aladdin was getting so intelligent at picking losers and winners that Larry began selling access to its data to other Wall Street firms. That same year, he took BlackRock public on the New York Stock Exchange. Straight after the IPO, the dot-com bust burst, pushing a wall of money from the stock market to bonds, which Aladdin had become the undisputed world champion in. Within years, BlackRock had become a $1 trillion company, and as money started shifting back to shares, what did Larry do? He bought the asset management arm of Merrill Lynch, which was focused to shares. So the gift for Aladdin's 18th birthday, all the data points for the entire stock market, and suddenly Aladdin had a new playground, analyzing every stock trade and risk factor for every company on the stock market. As a result, today BlackRock, together with his two closest rivals, Vanguard and State Street, both of which also rely on Aladdin's mountain of knowledge, have become the biggest shareholders of over 40% of all public listed companies in America. 2008, the global financial crisis hits, and before Aladdin turns 21 years old, is caught on by every Wall Street bank and Timothy Geithner, the head of the Federal Reserve and the US Treasury. As soon as Lehman Brothers collapsed and the Wall Street meltdown began, the US government came calling to save the next collapsing bank, Bear Stearns. It was Aladdin who decided which assets to keep and which to leave in the $30 billion rescue package. And few people know it was a robot that saved America from disaster. With that first success, the Fed, US government, and now even European and Japanese central banks began relying on Aladdin to make the calls on where the $2.5 trillion of new money they printed should go. The majority of it, bonds and funding to prop up the mortgage companies and banks. But wait, aren't these exactly the assets that Aladdin and BlackRock already were invested in? Exactly. But growing protests of conflict of interest were drowned out by the noise of the printing presses printing more money, as the assets controlled by Aladdin rapidly grew to $11 trillion by 2013. In the last decade, Aladdin has gone from the leader to the dominator of all financial markets. With BlackRock's Barclays acquisition, it got iShares, Barclays Exchange Traded Funds Units, or ETFs. And with that, Aladdin moved from dominator of bonds and equities to dominator of ETFs, just as all the biggest investors shifted from mutual funds to ETFs. And that's when, in 2017, everything changed. On Aladdin's 29th birthday, Larry launched a top-secret project at BlackRock, codenamed Monarch. It led to the firing of his fund managers and replacing their funds with Aladdin's funds. The robot was now eliminating humans from the equation altogether. And as a result, today over 70% of all trades on US stock markets are decided by robots, with Aladdin leading the way. These trades are completed from beginning to end without a human involved, in high-frequency trading far faster than a human can execute. Now, if this was just a story about a robot taking over the job of Wall Street traders, you might not be so concerned, unless you're one of those traders. But in the last 3 years, as Aladdin hit $20 trillion in assets, incredibly, it has begun to consume and control at an even faster rate. First, in 2020, as Aladdin turned 32 years old, the US government and Federal Reserve again came calling as the pandemic hit. Aladdin was again the one to guide the nation in what was now $4 trillion of newly printed money. Where did the money go this time? Inexplicably, for the first time, the Fed began buying ETFs in 2020. Well, that's a little strange. And again, the cries of conflict of interest were drowned out by the money printing. And then Aladdin revealed its endgame. Recently, BlackRock acquired eFront, which collects data on the things that you and I own, including private equity and real estate. And since then, Aladdin has consumed eFront's data on the entire global real estate market. And yep, you guess what happened next. Over the last 2 years, BlackRock and other funds using Aladdin's data have begun buying up single-family homes, where they can afford to outbid the rest of us as they have unlimited financing at hyper-low interest rates. The result is home prices rising by 20% over the last 2 years and pushing now even big players like Zillow out of the market. And here we see Aladdin's endgame, to be the one hyper-intelligent AI robot that not just controls Wall Street assets, but all assets, public and private. Now, I'm not into conspiracy theories, but even a skeptic with eyes wide open can see the signs. We're already at a point where no one can compete without Aladdin. As CEOs and asset managers like Anthony Malloy are now saying, Aladdin is like oxygen. Without it, we wouldn't be able to function. And what about government regulation? Well, Joe Biden has appointed BlackRock executive Brian Deese as head of the National Economic Council, which basically means the oversight of Aladdin and BlackRock is now the responsibility of BlackRock. And Biden has also appointed BlackRock Chief of Staff, Wally Adeyemo, to be Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, which means BlackRock is now the Treasury as well as the Treasury Advisor. And this story is far from over. The genie is out of the bottle. And Aladdin has already reached a tipping point where one robot controls more wealth than any person or country. But as Aladdin's AI capabilities continue to grow, and with its rate of control rising by another $1 trillion to $2 trillion in new assets every year, it looks inevitable that Wall Street's secret weapon could end up owning everything, and we end up owning nothing. So what do you think? Are you indifferent, surprised, angry, afraid, or have a different point of view? And if you found this interesting, if not a little alarming, before you go, do subscribe so I can keep you updated with more news on the exploits and adventures of Aladdin.
Now remember what I said last show. This new commercial international global enterprise, what they're calling the reset, what they're calling the New World Order, what they're calling all of this stuff, this international a government based on treaties, etc. You got to understand, again, this is for corporations. This is for corporate entities, and that includes us, incorporated people who've been sucked into that structure and operate in a commercial capacity, not private, but publicly. All right, this system is built for that, and thus it just should not shock you in any way that these three companies, State Street, BlackRock, and Vanguard, remember, those three companies are the top investment mutual fund type companies that are held by your government. Your government is required to invest. Remember all of my research into the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, my documentaries on it, and of course the Great Pension Fund hoax, where you can see, if you go and you see who owns Microsoft, who owns BlackRock, it's all institutional investors. Do not think that Larry Fink is the owner. Do not think that the CEOs and board members are the owners. Yes, they have shares. Bill Gates has shared or had shares in Microsoft. Does not make him the owner outright. The owners are institutional shareholders, which are corporations, governments, etc. All right, this is very important to understand. This is a collaborative effort between nation states, between all these funds. So it's not as if there's a competition here. The only reason they're allowed to do this, companies like BlackRock, is because of government investments in it. I don't know how to say it any other way. This system is against everything that you have grown up with, everything you learned in school, although you didn't learn much, everything we identify as being an American or being of the United States or, any country for that matter. The concept of sovereignty, the concept of this is all being erased. Statelessness, no nationality, no nothing. You're becoming global citizens, and it's happening because of things like this. When you have a supercomputer buying up all homes, all real estate, all stock, everything, and it's doing so autonomously without control, there's a huge problem. Now, while we're talking, as I've just said this, probably 2 billion trades were just made, whether it be, arbitrage, where they're making a penny off every time the computer makes a glitch. There's so many ways that this algorithm can make money just off mistakes, simple mistakes in the system. Betting against good things, putting shorts on companies it knows it's going to destroy. The outlook for the future is not very good. And if you're not familiar with the recent FOIA disclosure on the Fed, it said we need 10 years to disclose what we did in 2009, 2000. Well, that time is up now. And the amount of money we think, a few trillion went to banks. It was major amounts of money. It was 30 trillion just to U.S. banks. It was amounts of money that are unfathomable, more than the whole money of the entire world, were bailed out to banks. Not just banks here, but banks internationally. This is the setup for this club. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. You are being robbed of everything right now. It's all being taken. Everything your ancestors worked for, everything they fought for, everything is being robbed from you for a frickin' handful of beads, right? Nothing is different. This is commerce. Hey, don't be offended. Don't take it personally. This is just business.
All right, let's talk about theory. So we've talked about the facts. To me, again, the book was like, whoa, I got to tell people about this. This is mind-blowing. And let's talk about theory now. Now, I'll go through this quickly. I don't think you guys will be a hard sell on this. But basically, my view of this is increased consent. That should be our goal here. We want to have more consent in the world. Consent is kind of my touchstone. We can disagree about a lot of things, whether you're a natural rights theorist, utilitarian, whatever. And as you can see in the book, I argue, look, utilitarians like consent, deontologists like consent, Arete philosophers like consent. If you do virtue theory, you like consent because, it gives you a chance to exercise your moral muscle and become a fully reasoning adult. But too many people, especially in our camp, I think, view consent as a binary relation. They think either you agree or you don't agree. And that's certainly part of consent, but it's not the interesting part of consent. And with due respect to my economist friends, I think we get some of this from economists. Economists think about whether or not a sale happens or not, whether or not there's a transaction or not. And that is binary. You can see somebody reach in their pocket and put money on the table and walk away with a pack of cigarettes. You know, it's consensual. But in the law, you learn about all these gradations of consent, that there are many shades of consent. For example, I'll give you a case. One of the things I like about the law is instead of like philosophers always dealing on abstractions, they have a series of little stories. It's called casuistry is what you can call it. Now, casuistry has gotten a bad name. In fact, I want to recommend to you a book that my friend Walter Grinder, aforementioned, recommended to me called The Abuse of Casuistry by Johnson and Toulmin. And it really changed my thinking about philosophical reasoning. I know we probably have some philosophers here, moral theorists, so I would recommend this book to you. And the argument is, you know, it's fine and dandy to have highfalutin theory that starts from first principles and kind of derives allegedly moral, you know, results. That's not really how people reason. They tend to reason from stories. They take a case and they go, well, that's clearly the right thing to do there. And they take another case, another case, another case, and they have a new case and they find where it fits. So that's casuistry. And a case that illustrates the grades of consent, here's one, Cottenham versus Wisdom. Kind of a standard first-year tort law case. Guy's riding a streetcar, and he falls off, and he hits his head, and he's lying unconscious in the street. And a couple of doctors come up and they render aid. Turns out the guy does not make it. He does die, but you know, his last moments are made more comfortable, and they tried, and they were professionals. And so they go to the estate and they say, you need to pay us for our services. We are professionals, we rendered care. And the answer comes back, well, he never consented to that care. He was unconscious the whole time. Now, if you're a good libertarian who thinks in terms of binary, yes or no, I think you'd probably say, you know, the estate has an argument there. He never said, please render aid, so it was all unconsensual. But the court there said the doctor should be paid. Why? They used hypothetical consent. You can see that down here. It's kind of the darkest gray. Hypothetical consent. And there, we don't have express consent. Express consent is our gold standard. That's when someone's fully conscious, they're not under duress, they're an adult, there's equal bargaining power, and they say, they're at the 7-Eleven, they say, yes, I consent to buy that pack of cigarettes. And they get the cigarettes and they walk out. I know somebody's going to say, oh, they're addicted to cigarettes, it's not consensual. Take that somewhere else. Not here, not in this room now. Anyhow, so that's fine, and that's beautiful, but that's not the way the world always works. In the law, you find all these gray areas. And that's important. And I got to say this as a former fan of Lysander Spooner. Still a fan of Lysander Spooner. But I went through a stage, and some of you might have gone through the stage, you might be in this stage, where Lysander Spooner's essay, No Treason, the Constitution of No Authority, just blows your mind. Because if you haven't read this, you should read it. It's an awesome essay. Spooner is generally awesome. He also, by the way, ran his own private post office for a while and got arrested. Because he said, I should be allowed to do this, I'm a free man, and they said, no, we're going to send you to jail, but you know, he did what he thought was right. But here I don't think he was right. He said on the Constitution, no authority. His argument was basically, I didn't sign that thing. I'm not bound at all. It has no authority over me. Now I see the appeal of that, but I submit to you it's too simple. In fact, unlike some libertarians, I think there's an argument for implied consent, the sort of love it or leave it argument. Oh, well, you're in America and you didn't leave, so you must have agreed to the rules. Now, people hit that way too hard. But I think it is probative of something. It doesn't tell us much. And I believe express non-consent should trump, I guess I can still use that word, express non-consent, that's our word too, should be able to trump hypothetical consent or implied consent. Implied consent is, you know, you're conscious and you can reason, but you never come out and say what you want. It's just impliedly you're hanging around, so you must think it's okay. It's a weak argument for justifying the state, but it's not a zero argument. And I think libertarians are too quick to dismiss those arguments. I think you should grapple with them and put them in context, and I will say of those arguments, better than nothing. I think the United States has a stronger argument to exercise jurisdiction over me than North Korea. Does any libertarian want to say North Korea and America are on parity because I didn't sign the Constitution of either? I think it's a little ridiculous. It doesn't make us look very clever. Instead, I think the thing to say is, look, it'd be better if I expressly consented to the form of government I live under. That would be better than everything. But at least in America, I mean, impliedly, I haven't run screaming for the border. That tells us something. And hypothetically, this is Randy Barnett's, he's my favorite jurisprudent, Randy Barnett at Georgetown. I don't agree with him on important things. He is an originalist, for reasons I might get to here. I am no longer an originalist. I don't agree with Randy on everything, but on this point, he's got a good argument. He says, hypothetically, the United States Constitution is justified because if we were designing a constitution, we would design it the way the founders did, to protect individual liberties and constrain government. There's more we could say about that. Read Randy Barnett. You really should. He's a great jurisprudent. All right, so consent comes in all these shades, and very simply, political philosophers have been banging their heads on tables for eons. How do we justify government? I somewhat boldly say problem solved. The way we justify government is by consent, and it is a question of degree. And our goal is to climb the ladder of consent. If a government is imperfect, and all of them will be, don't just say simply, I didn't sign it, I'm out of here. You got nothing to say to me. Instead say, let's try to make government better. Let's make it more consensual. Maybe we're down in this gray zone and that's not so good. We can see the light and move towards something better. And that's my approach to justification. And when you get to the point where people literally sign the Constitution, they're fully formed adults, there's equal bargaining, they have lots of options, they study the Constitution, they think about it, and finally they go, I'm going to do this. And they sign it. That's express consent. That's what we all want. That's at the top. That's good. It's not going to happen tomorrow. We want to have some things to talk about and work on in the meantime. And so in between now and then, let's get towards that by moving up the ladder. So that's my approach to justification. And we ask then, all right, so consent is good. Did we consent to the nation state? And my argument there is, well, a libertarian of a certain sort would say no. And my argument is not much. It's a question of degree. We did not very much agree to the nation state. All right, so I'll stop with that. There's our theory. The shortest part of the book, probably the densest part of the book.
Okay, so perfect example of why this is so important. Because what he just described, that whole argument with Lysander Spooner and everything else was on the Constitution. In other words, the so-called de jure, lawful, legitimate part of establishing a nation. A concept which is a spiritual concept. A nation, a nationality, something that we identify with, but is not a total law that forces us to be, as the nation state. Okay? To be a nation is a spiritual concept. To be a state, something completely different. That's where the sovereignty comes in. Right? So to be a nation state is to take nationality and turn that into a dictatorship of nationality. Forced nationality as opposed to the federalism, which we're going to cover. This is the difference between these two things are night and day. Did we consent to the nation state? And his simplistic, lame, retarded answer is not really, sort of, no. And let's move on. We don't want to talk about this uncomfortable thing because this whole system of takeover, this whole new world order, this whole international commercial system is based on the fact that every country in the world, every state, has been taken over by a nation state, by a corporate structure. Through the birth certificate process, we've all become citizens, global citizens of nation states which are in their own nation. Something is very wrong here when this guy won't even treat on the subject of whether we consent to a nation state. Remember the nation state? The thing that declared war on us in the Civil War? Yeah, that nation state. Yeah. Did we consent to that under duress? We were allowed to readmit as states to the Union as long as we gave up our sovereignties, our public lands, and recreated our constitutions to say that we're going to blow the United States whenever it asks us to. What? That's consent? No, that's a military occupation. And I can't get this through your heads, folks. Nation states don't exist except through purchase, except through conquer. That's why they're there. That is why all the republics of the world have been conquered. That is why monarchs have set up nation states in and of themselves, to allow this to happen. So naturally, I mean, Lysander Spooner's arguments are brilliant against the very constitution, the so-called legitimate government. This is the completely illegitimate government, and he's comparing the two or suggesting that they are the same or putting them even in the same sentence. The nation state is an occupying military force which the president is CEO and commander-in-chief of. How is there any form of consent that can be put upon such an entity which under its Liber Code says that the presence of a military base is a sign of military rule, when, during the declaration of an emergency, the nation state takes over everything? No, folks. This is not the same argument as Lysander Spooner. It should not even be mentioned in the same sentence. This dude is a creep. This guy is a salesman. Horrible. But we need to listen to what he's saying because this is the future of your government if you consent to it.
Not much. It's a question of agree. We did not very much agree to the nation state. Not much. It's a question of agree. We did not very much agree to the nation state.
Yes, so what comes after the nation state? First of all, I assume that's a relevant question because I assume the nation state is going away. Not everyone assumes that, but if we look at history, nation states are actually quite new. They only existed for about 400 years since the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. And they haven't proven to work that well, actually. It's the source of a lot of conflicts over territory and governance models. And now, with technology, obviously, we're so interconnected all over the world, through global trade, global transportation, etc. And we're also much more local in a way, because there are a lot of, as opposed to during the industrial age, when it was quite centralized, one big employer that employed many, tens of thousands of people. Now people are more actually living in smaller and smaller communities, global nomads in their neighborhood, in cities, etc. So it's a natural progression. But the question is that we have to ask ourselves is, what comes after, right? How do we make this transition good?
Let's be clear here before we move on. The end of the nation state, because the sovereignty of the states were given to the nation states, so too is the end of the state model that made up the so-called nation. The spiritual concept of the nation. It's not just nation states that are going away. It is the very idea of a nation being separate and sovereign. This is the problem. Being separate. Not being part of another United Nations, as we say. So what we're talking about here are a bunch of people who are saying, okay, the United States and other nation states are coming to its fruition, which, as we will see, there's a purpose behind this. Why go in, take over all the countries, create them into nation states, take the spiritual nation, turn them into this dictatorship called a nation state, and then combine everything globally? Obviously, this is the true sense of a concept called conspiracy, combination. These are the same words. Conspiracy, combination, confederacy. They're the same term. So when we're talking about this, we're not saying, well, obviously the nation-state idea didn't work. It caused all kinds of turmoil, as she just says, all kinds of trade and other issues. And so let's just make a global society, a global government, a global religion, and call it good, as if that wasn't the plan all along, to destroy the individual and unique aspects of each state or people, culture. No. Instead, what we should be saying is, okay, the nation state didn't work. Let's go back a step and start over with something good and new. Not forward and abandoning every aspect of everything that was built beneath that which the nation state took over thanks to evil men. You see, this is the problem we're facing right now. We're not talking about a bunch of people who are planning to free people and make them, go back to the original Bill of Rights and all these things. No, you're talking about going into something completely built off of the nation-state idea, which obviously is happening because nation-states aren't working together very, very nicely. And you want to create something based on the nation-state idea a global governments of nation states. That does not make sense. If something's not working, you do not then build an infrastructure based on a united nation states. You take this nation state away, you stop supporting it as a people, is really what this is going to boil down to. It's you, it's not the international community of bankers and lawyers and uniform law commissions that's going to save us. It's only us. We can choose to stop the nation state and go back, stop supporting it, stop using its person, but we have to do it. We have to act the part. We have to become, as I've tried to explain to you, the very foundation of the country is based on the Christian man, the man acting under the law of God. I don't care what you think about that. I don't care what your opinion is. That is what this is based on. It has a very specific meaning, and I've read that meaning in previous shows. It's not religion, it's following a law, and that law does not permit nation states, it does not permit contracts, it does not permit money, debt money, it does not permit anything that we do. If we continue in this commercial, contractual, international system, and we start adapting all these systems of laws, then every aspect of what is the principles and maxims of law, which come from the Bible, that protect us, that which is in the Constitution, is gone. And I just can't stress this enough. We're at the end here. We're either going to go forward and lose everything, or we're going to go back a step and say, okay, let's start over, right? Let's go back to fundamentals. Let's go back to principles. Self-evident, self-existent principles, inherent rights of men, etc. All the beautiful concepts that came out of this period, but without the evil men trying to suck everybody into this international sphere. Now, this woman is suggesting that Bitcoin and the so-called blockchain is it's essentially, I mean, it's crazy. We got blockchain countries, got blockchain communities, blockchain. If you don't understand what the blockchain is, just so you understand, the blockchain is literally the brain of the artificial intelligence. The block and the chain, the neuron and its receptor. The neuron has a memory or a problem that is solved. The block is a problem that is solved, connected non-linearly to the rest of the blocks. And the more blocks that the blockchain gets, the smarter the AI gets, the more problems it can solve, and the more it realizes that the real problem is us. Okay, so you already got the AI, as we just saw, buying up all the homes, buying up all the, just sucking the entire economy dry. Now you want to build a whole community based on that. You got to be nuts. So again, we're going to go over the Bitcoin and everything, but let's listen to what's being said, because she's talking about the end of the nation state, which again signifies the end of the state, the end of people, the end of even the tribal mentality that is a protected thing. An acknowledged thing, not the New World Order or Brave New World model of nomads everywhere. The nomads she is talking about are wealthy people who can afford to purchase citizenship in other countries, purchase dual passports. And yes, that you can do that. Lots of rich people have many passports. Just in case one country goes down, they can simply now they have permission to go to the next. You can buy it, you can get it through inheritance. It's not that hard. Okay? So, look, what I'm trying to say here is the nation states, if they end, or in other words, if they combine together in a united front, each one being a militarily occupying force, protecting one another, just like the states protect one another in a spiritual nation or a notion, a compact. Now we're in a contractual obligation that one nation state has to protect the other against its own people. A big problem here. This is what we're facing. All right. Again, that which took over the states, that which militarily controls the states, if that ends because of us, then we still have the right to self-govern. We have the right to reestablish. If it doesn't happen because of us, if it happens because of this international community, we have no rights but what the international community gives us. We go by the Declaration of Rights of the United Nations, human rights. Remember, what does human mean? Human means that which belongs to man, not inherent, not of God, but that which man creates. That is what belongs to man, is what is human. Okay? What belongs to God is what is inherent, what is self-evident, what is self-existent. When you're talking about human rights, you're talking about man-made things. So let's listen to this proposal on how to cope with the dying versions of these nation states.
But the question is that we have to ask ourselves is, what comes after, right? How do we make this transition good? So in my opinion, we have two options. So here, and I'm going to take, ironically, two nation states, as an example to illustrate these two options. So this is a tale of two societies. They are quite similar in many ways. They are both mountainous, they are both landlocked, they both have many different cultures, languages, ethnicities, tribes, etc. Can you guess which two nations these are? All right, I'll come to that a little bit later. Nice cliffhanger, right? But they are also very different. Even though they have similar preconditions, the result is radically different. So one is Switzerland, one of the world's most prosperous countries on earth. They have one of the highest GDP in the world, highest living standards, highest level of education, etc., etc. The other one is Afghanistan. It's the fourth poorest country on earth, one of the countries in the world with the highest illiteracy rate, child mortality rate, lowest life expectations in the world, etc. Switzerland has been at peace it's the country in the world who has been at peace for the longest time. Afghanistan have been in perpetual war for nearly 40 years now. So what makes them different? So if you look at Afghanistan, before the Soviet came in, when it was the king ruling the Shah, he was basically just governing Kabul, while the rest of Afghanistan was very much self-governing. In Switzerland, and then when the Soviets came in, they tried to impose the one-for-all communist government, right? And then after that, the Mujahideen, the Taliban, and now the Western occupation. In Switzerland, which was ironically created during the Treaty of Westphalia, because everyone else around them became nation states, so they kind of had to as well, right? But it was really quite unnatural. So instead, they decided to have super decentralization. So basically, each canton have their own laws, their own government. It's very much a federate kind of model, right? It's very autonomous. So I think this is a good example to illustrate that when we try to impose a one-fit-all model, things are not going to work. And when we try to, when we let people govern themselves to a greater degree, we achieve much better peace and prosperity.
Okay, so what's being said here? The same thing I'm saying. The same thing that any rational man would say is that what the nation state is designed to destroy, which is the autonomous sovereignty of states and people, in other words, in a spiritual compact, a nation, the nation state is therefore set up to actually take that away. She's saying a federation or a federalist type of government, which we are going to cover, is better than the nationalist government or in other words, the nation state, where the nation becomes an actual corporation and destroys or takes over the federalist capacity. And of course, the people or the states or the whatever give up their rights to and sovereignty to that nation state. I want to be clear that that is what she just said. And that's why Switzerland, she's saying, is a successful country, even though it had to become a nation state. And that's another thing. She just said all these countries around her were becoming nation states. This is the real war against all of us, is this idea that all countries, all people had to become nation states to do international commerce controlled by what else? The monarchies, right? The real rulers. The I mean, you can't see what's happening here. So again, what's the solution? Let's hear her solution, as opposed to again going back to in each country to the people. Let's hear what the solution is.
So basically, the way we're going now is that we're giving more and more power in the hands of institutions like UN, NATO, the European Union, and so forth, which is only, as in a post-nation state perspective, going to lead to greater centralization, right? And I think will create an eternal Afghanistan. So instead, we are trying to build an eternal Switzerland through giving power back to people to create their own jurisdictions, basically, their own nations.
Become your own nation. Where is a nation recognized? Well, unfortunately, this is why you have to become a nation state to be recognized as a sovereign state or nation. This is a problem, right? California is not recognized as a sovereign state. The United States is. So, in other words, what she's pretty much saying, and probably doesn't realize it, because again, good intentions, right? She's got good intentions, the highway to hell, right? What she's offering to us is the same thing that our government offered to the Native American Indians. You can become nations, yes. For a limited time only, you can be forced onto a reservation and become your own nation. Forget the fact that you're free men in a tribal setting. No. Here, let me slip your leaders, your tribal elders, some benefits and some monies, and they can form a new nation, a new corporation for you to join, where you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, right? Isn't that really the model she's talking about? She's not talking about a federation. She's talking about a nation. She's talking about a corporation. She's not talking about a spiritual thing, because she's talking about forming it on what else? A digital blockchain currency. Which, again, I know some of you guys are of the faith and belief in Bitcoin and currencies, and we're going to cover that, and who is in charge of that, and who is regulating that. Of course, it's coming right out of Unidroit and all this international stuff. You think it's somehow free. I'm sorry to tell you, it's not. But I just wanted to make that point before we listen further, because she just basically offered to you, or people of the world, the same thing our government offered to the Native American Indians, a prison called a reservation where you can become a nation, an incorporated body, instead of being a free people. Oh yeah, that's the solution. Yeah, as opposed to what she just talked about as a self-governing people. You're not self-governing when you're a nation. You're under a dictatorship. You're under a union of other nations, a united world government. You don't govern yourself. That's ridiculous. This is like saying that a franchise governs itself despite the fact that it's part of a mother corporation. This is like saying that a school has the power to govern itself, that it's not part of the school district. Or the post office can do, whatever it wants, because each individual post office, the little nations we call post offices, are actually completely and 100% free and independent of one another. They're not part of the government. I mean, that's ridiculous. This is a good-intentioned logical fallacy. That's all I could call it.
I really love Nassim Taleb. So here's one of his quotes about sending State Department officials to pottery courses, paid pottery courses. So I used to work as a contractor, God forgive me, for the US government mainly in war zones for 7 years. And that was exactly my experience of it. Basically, all these people from Brussels, from State Department, from the UN, etc., they do much more harm than good, not because of some global evil conspiracy or bad intentions, not at all. They're actually extraordinarily well-intentioned. But it's this thinking of we know what everyone else needs and we can impose our model on them, whether they want it or not. That is extremely dangerous sort of thinking. So therefore, to kind of get out of this and provide a better alternative, a decentralized alternative, we're building Pangea, which is our decentralized digital jurisdiction powered by the blockchain. Why a jurisdiction? Because if you look at government, if you really break it down to what a government does, it's basically security and dispute resolution, right? Protecting people's assets, people's physical self, everything, right? That is much more important than anything else in healthcare or education or what have you. Those are the core fundamental functions of a government. And now it's more and more becoming security and jurisdiction is becoming the same thing, right? Because more and more of assets are becoming increasingly digital. So in order to do that, in order to be resilient, we have created a quantum-resistant mesh network as the back end, so that even if a nation state, for instance, or a hacker or whatever, would shut down internet in an area, people can still use it, and even it's even secure against emerging threats like quantum computing, etc., to create extreme resilience. We're currently implementing the Herein blockchain because it's currently the most versatile one for smart contracts, but it's ultimately blockchain agnostic. So we're planning to integrate Bitcoin through the rootstock protocol and other blockchains in the future, maybe EOS, Tezos, etc., whichever ones emerge as the best ones. But the front end is a chat interface, which is very intuitive. So even people in low literacy areas, for instance, can use it through emoticons. And it is statistically the way people are more and more doing business through applications like WhatsApp, WeChat, etc. So basically what our software does, it allows you to make agreements, resolve dispute, and create your own nations. So for instance, if you create a nation, you could choose if you want a democracy, autocracy, theocracy, whichever other governance model, in our case, holacracy. You could choose if you want a capitalist economy, a communist economy, or any other economic form, or none at all. You could choose whether you want common law, or Sharia law, or civil code, whatever legal code you want to, whatever code of law you want. And you could also choose any other parameters, like how citizen can enter or leave, what the constitution is like, how the constitution is governed, what services you have. For instance, do you add basic income to it as an application? Do you add peer-to-peer security? Do you add healthcare insurance, for instance? All of those things are optionable, and everyone can create their own option, right? And it can be physical for a physical community, or it can be virtual for a virtual community, whichever.
Where to begin here? Okay. So are you going to set up your own phone towers? Your own, 5G system? To ensure that your nation isn't disappeared? Or perhaps maybe you're going to put some shielding around your non-owned, non-proprietary antennas and cell phone towers so that a solar flare or attack from another nation state or the United Nations, someone who doesn't want you to exist, doesn't take down your very ability to access this, digital nation? I mean, what she just described is anarchy, lawlessness. You choose your law. What's the difference? Oh, but that's not what anarchy means. Anarchy is defined as lawlessness, period. Shut the hell up and show me where it doesn't, in any system of law, mean lawlessness. I'm so sick of this bullshit about anarchy. It means lawlessness. License. That's what it means. License. Lawlessness. If you can't get that through your head, if you have a religious belief about anarchy, I don't know what to tell you. Government would love for you to be anarchist. Because that means you need to be governed. You're not self-governing. Oh, but I get to choose my law. Because I get to choose which nation I am. Every footstep, I change my frickin' nation. This is the stupidest thing I've ever frickin' heard. Hey, you want to do some business? Oh, well, first we have to discuss which language it's going to be in, which contract, and where that contract applies, which legal system it applies to. Are we under Unidroit principles or not? That would be voluntary. Which jurisdiction are we in? Is it common law? Is it English common law? Is it Sharia law? What the hell are you going... That's anarchy! There's nothing you can possibly do. And then what are you going to do? You're going to tell government, oh, well, I'm sorry, government. Even though I'm in your nation state, I'm in your territory, right? It's not like your nation is not going to be a territory of this entire thing. Remember what happened last time we said we're going to secede from the nation, from the union, I should say. Well, that's when the nation state came and beat the shit out of the people, took over militarily. So what do you think you're going to do with your digital nation? You're going to play battle tanks against the real thing? You're gonna play war games against the real thing? I don't know what the hell people are thinking here, let alone the notion that this can be turned off at any time. Your nation can be destroyed by a virtual nuclear attack without any radiation. Just a simple bye-bye cell phone tower, or a simple, you're no longer welcome on the internet that belongs to a proprietary corporations of the frickin' earth. You people cannot be this stupid. I'm sorry. Again, I'm not being nice here anymore. We're in frickin' war. I'm not going to be nice. And for you fools who are falling for this, I don't know what to tell you, but I'm not going to be nice about it. I can guarantee you, no niceness. Mr. Nice Guy just flew out the window. Now, if you're stupid enough to follow something like this, believing in whatever it is you believe, I mean, God, this is like... all I can think of is lemmings whopping, even though it's a fallacy, the lemmings just following one, or off the cliff, or the moving picture where the people are running into the hole and they just keep running and falling into the hole. Folks, we cannot allow this to happen. Right? I mean, if you want to follow something like that as a hobby, right? Okay, great. But are you seriously thinking that when you get arrested for doing something that's against the actual law of the actual nation state or whatever it's going to be, because you were too stupid and too unbrave to fight for your freedom, so you're under whatever new world order it is, what do you think you're going to tell the judge? Well, gee, judge, I'm out of your jurisdiction. I got my own jurisdiction. See, it says here, right here in my web browser. What are you going to do? How about contempt of court and 30 days in jail, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about this again. Next time it'll be 60 days. I mean, folks, come on. Do I even have to do this rant to show how stupid of an idea that is? Take away just the arguments about electricity. Take away the arguments about the cell phone being your nation, your connection, or your third eye that allows you to interact with your nation. Maybe this is good for the virtual reality. Maybe that's where it'll take place, right? I mean, that would actually make sense. Maybe you're going to sell this into the virtual reality zone, and Facebook will be your new government. That makes sense. Metaverse, right? But come on. Simply focus on the law, the jurisdiction, the notion that you're claiming you're a nation that's not recognized internationally, or for that matter, locally. Think of that. Think of the notion that you could declare at any time any law. Right? Well, then I declare military rule and I have power over you. Why can't I declare that? Why can't I say, well, we're in a state of emergency and therefore I have complete control of everything? That's part of the law. It's constitutional. What the hell are you people thinking? Why would you fall for something like this? And for that matter, are you going to let your friends and your family, are you going to continue to support the blockchain, the artificial intelligence, which ultimately then, I mean, let's talk about that. Who's your new government? Really? Who's keeping track of all your information? Who is the foundation and the founder of your nation? It's not you. It's not whoever created the application. It's the frickin' artificial intelligence, the blockchain. Your whole life would be dependent on a blockchain, a simulated artificial government. This is insanity. And yet, I still submit that these people who are trying to get you into uniform commercial code, these people who are trying to get you to give your soul to Unidroit, to sell your soul to Rome, to get you into international contracting, all of these gurus, all these people in this same revamped scam that's been around forever, the one that we read last time is against every government website, says it's fraud and punishable as a crime. Fraud. I suggest there's no difference. They're trying to get you to become a stateless individual, and therefore, what's your choice? Well, I could become a member of this nation. I'll still be stateless, but at least I can show people my ID card that appears on the screen of my cell phone, and I'll certainly feel better. I'll feel like I'm part of something. I'll be in a planned community, an intentional community, a nation. Ooh, yeah, go ask the Indians how that worked for them. Let's continue.
All of those things are optionable, and everyone can create their own option, right? And it can be physical for a physical community, or it can be virtual for a virtual community, whichever. And right now, so we're doing a token sale event fairly soon, and during that event, we're going to launch a bunch of nations, actually. So a lot of people have signed up already, and there are some extraordinary ideas. So, for instance, there is a group of people who want to create something called e-Venezuela, inspired by the Estonian e-residency program for basically people who are unhappy with Venezuela, which quite a few are at the moment. There is a nation called Seed Love for basically people who grow different crops and need like crop insurance. In case like something doesn't work out one year, then they can share crops, etc. Like a global network of crops. And there is also one person who is a stateless refugee who want to create a nation offering governance services to those who are stateless in the world. And that is the beauty of it, right? We are not saying that our model is best. Not to mention any name or offend anyone, but that's kind of what a lot of people are doing today, saying, oh, we need global democracy, or we need global this, global that. We are saying we don't need anything, really. What we need is people to be able to decide for themselves how they want to live their lives, right? So basically, with our system, with what we are building, we can do that. Basically, we're trying to create a global Switzerland. We want to let 1,000 nations bloom through our Pangea jurisdiction and the power of blockchain. Yep, that's it.
A global Switzerland. That's a democratic socialist, is that right? Democratic socialist country that's formed as a nation state. It never was anything else. It's basically a haven for capitalists. It's like the capitalist wet dream, essentially. There's no private property, or it's very extremely limited. It's not the same as Russian or, Soviet socialism or socialism. It's democratic socialism. We all know what democracy is. If you listen to this channel, I've done many times have I spoken about democracy and why they wish to spread it, just like they wish to spread freedom, the franchise, just like they want to spread or wanted to spread the nation state. First, they had to establish all these republics to defeat them. Again, we're talking about a global Switzerland. I don't even know how to put that into... So essentially what she's getting at, we don't need any of this government stuff. We just don't need it. Even though we've acknowledged that there is still a sovereignty held in some power, we don't need it. Okay, but you do need it because it's the only thing that's protecting what you say you want. But what you're really saying is we want no foundation. We want no moral code. We want no principles. We want no maxims of law that we go to and say, okay, this is what a free man is. This is what a slave is. We don't have anything to go by but what we choose to go by. Most people are completely ignorant of the law, the system of law they're under. They have no idea what the maxims of law. They have no idea the maxims come from the Bible. They have no clue. So we're just excluding, suddenly, for the first time in history, the Bible's just going out the window. The Bible's gone. And remember, the Bible is if you disagree with this, I don't even know what to say because it's fact. It's very easy to verify that the Bible is copyright of the crown and it's part of the common law, the English common law, which was then given or taken, I should say, copied into the American system of common law, which is, when they say we want to establish common law, they're referring not only to the common law, the case law and all that stuff, but they're also referring to these principles. And I can't stress how important it is to have a foundation. What she's talking about, what these people are talking about, are essentially peoples, nations, which are supposed to be spiritually like-minded people that are completely unlike-minded. They're not a nation in the spiritual sense. They're a corporation of differing people who must agree on some form of law in order to even get along and do what we call business, as opposed to charity and all that stuff. This is the most dangerous thing I've ever come across. Why? That's the reason, because it makes you stateless, right? Once the nation state is gone, then your state citizenship is gone. It's absolutely wiped off the face, right? Your states are already not recognized as sovereign in this international commercial community, but as a stateless individual acting within a nation that is supposedly outside of the nation state, but also within its sovereignty, explain how that works. You're talking about ditching the principles. You're ditching that which protects you. You're ditching even the ability to use God as a colloquialism for nature and for what's inherent, what's real, what's truth. You're not even going to be able to express all those things that I know each one of you have cherished at some point. Freedom of speech, freedom of this, freedom of that. When that freedom becomes a franchise and not a freedom, when it becomes something that is completely limited and regulated by the system of law and code and contract, remember, the contract makes the law, right? So what we're saying is everything we do, every product we use, every place we live is going to be contractual, and the contract is what makes the law. We have to agree to it. And Why not? We're already doing it. Remember, every time we press that end user agreement, you don't read it, and it says that it can basically bind your information and do anything the hell it wants. That's, Microsoft, Apple, all these different companies, that you're leasing the product, that you don't own it, that you have very extremely limited rights, that your personal property can be copied and whatever. These are the things that we're headed to in a completely dumbed down population that never reads the contract, so never even knows that there is a law set forward by the contract, that there is an arbitration process set forward that is not based on any principles of law. It's completely, it's arbitrary. The arbiter will be whoever the corporation chooses or you choose, agree to. And most of you will agree to all of this stuff without ever reading. And the more you do this, the more you click yes. Oh, I can't wait to use my new technology, my new art, so I can enter into the world of the fiction. The more you click on that, the more things that you accept that are not property, that are leased to you, the more you fall into this world where not even your body parts are going to be yours. Oh, I was fortunate enough to get an artificial heart. Well, that artificial heart, according to your end-user agreement, belongs to Microsoft Corporation, and if you don't pay your bill, we'll come and repossess your heart. Right out of your freaking chest, we'll rip it out, just like we would repossess your car. You're going to own nothing, including any art, anything artificial, technology that you put in your body. All the chips, all the upgrades, all this shit that's coming. Oh, man. I don't know what to tell you. Again, you either stop it, leave it, or at this point you better start accepting what your future is, because this is frighteningly bleak. But let's talk now about the agenda. What is the agenda? Well, you cannot enslave a people. This global agenda. You cannot enslave a people unless you make them stateless. The state, as we know, protects against private slavery. Well, if you're no longer under that constitution and that system of law, you no longer have those protections, constitutional protections, etc., protections that say you cannot be made a slave, well, then we're looking at a future where if you have debt, the corporation will, under the contract that you agreed to, be able to say, well, this is a stateless person. This person agreed to a contract as an incorporated individual. He's now going into this debt camp. A good example of this was a movie that was made not too long ago about the virtual reality. Ready Player One. There's way more to that movie than just the graphics and the fun. Great movie, especially if you grew up in the video game age. But, look, that movie was about corporations, about people being addicted to technology. The technology is not theirs. It's owned by the corporations. And the corporations can come and seize you as collateral for its property for any crime and put you in a virtual reality prison cell where you do virtual labor in a virtual world. All right? That could easily also be physical labor if you agree to it. You see, here's the problem. We are agreeing to abandon the very fundamentals, the very maxims, the foundation of what makes us or gives us even the franchise freedom that we're enjoying. We're about to throw that away. It's about to be given away to international corporate commercial entities. But I stress again, the whole point of this is to make each of us stateless. Not nationless, okay? Stateless. Where we're not even part of a piece of a territory, a piece of land anymore. We are just completely free-roaming agents that have nothing, no property, a global Switzerland, as they say.
Consider for just 1 minute what it would be like if the country you were born in and had lived your whole life didn't consider you a citizen. No country did. You belonged nowhere. That is the shocking reality for millions of people who have no nationality. They're stateless. Most people are citizens of somewhere. We have birth certificates, we have passports, we have ID cards, we have driver's license, health cards, documents proving who we are. But on paper, stateless people simply don't exist. In fact, I can't even tell you how many stateless people there are because over half of all countries don't even count them. Globally, countries that are counting have accounted for nearly 4 million people. But in all likelihood, the actual number is much, much higher. Without a passport or a national ID, the list of things you may not be able to do is never ending. Go to school, see a doctor, own a SIM card, work legally, open a bank account, own or rent a home, even get married. And statelessness exists everywhere. It's not a problem in a far-off land. It's happening in countries like yours or mine. You mightn't even have heard of statelessness. I hadn't, and I was staggered to learn of the devastating impact that statelessness has on families all around the world. So, how does this happen? In the chaos of fleeing war, families can leave or lose the papers that are proof of ties to a country, and that can make registering the birth of a child impossible, leaving them stateless. Or borders can change or dissolve completely, for example, after the fall of the Soviet Union. And in some countries, if your parents are stateless, so are you. It's passed on for generations. Other countries prevent parents passing on their nationality if their child is born abroad. Some countries discriminate against women and don't let mothers pass on their citizenship. Ethnicity, language, religion, they've all been used as excuses to exclude entire groups from being citizens. More than 3/4 of all the people known to be stateless are minorities. Rohingya Muslims of Myanmar, Roma communities around the world, and others whose families moved generations ago to the country where they now live, but were never acknowledged as citizens. And when I went to Bangladesh, nothing could have prepared me for the depth of suffering that I saw amongst the Rohingya refugees. Stripped of citizenship in Myanmar nearly 4 decades ago, they have faced discrimination, persecution, and exile ever since. So, what can we do? For lawmakers and courts, we say, you have the power to challenge and change the laws that lead to statelessness. More and more countries are signing up to the conventions that aim to end statelessness. In some situations, it can be complex. It can take time, effort, and paperwork. In others, it takes a few words or the stroke of a pen to give people the rights they deserve, to give children the chances and opportunities in life they so richly need. Either way, it's a man-made problem that we can solve. Let's do so, because everyone has the right to belong.
Now, hopefully you didn't puke through your horrified look as you listen to this professional liar, this actor, this direct bloodline cousin of the Queen, who actually played a queen in her first movie. Although she's a good actor, she just acted like she gave a shit about people around the world and not her own family and its kingdom. That's great. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's come to understand the true meaning behind what is the agenda here. Why is there such a push for this idea behind getting everybody an identity? Now, if you've read my book, you know the answer to that question. You understand what the mark of the beast, or to be marked as a beast, really means. There's no beast. There's no beast. There's no devil. There's none of that. It's only us, remember? We don't have these deities to blame. We can only blame ourselves. And so if we take the mark of identity, which we did at the age of consent through the birth certificate process, and we continue to use it, then we are marked. Simple as that. But we again, we have the choice. We can continue to voluntarily act in person as a U.S. citizen, as a nation-state slave, or we can act in the private. Because we need to now go back into history, now that we understand what the nation-state is today and how it is failing, purposefully a failed model in order to establish a world government. This was the plan all along, as far as I'm concerned. This is why in the last 400 years, every republic has been taken over. Every country, every people has been forced to go into nations, including the Indians, right? My brilliant, brilliant plan, because they know that you people, for the most part, one, are not taught how to self-govern. They keep that knowledge from you, and they certainly won't tell you that the Bible is your common law, even though it's in their law system. And I've read that, so I'm not going to continue to try to convince you of that. You either understand it or you don't. I don't give a shit whether you believe it or not. It's true. You can't get around it. So, the idea here is citizenship. But you got to remember there was no such thing as citizenship in the States. You were natural born, but that doesn't mean anything. That's a term of art, right? I'm born here, therefore I'm here, right? Only when the nation became a state and sovereign in and of itself, taking away the sovereignty of the people in the states, did citizenship become a legal franchise. Remember, we're all free. Freedom means franchise, right? Only then were we enfranchised into the system, becoming nationalized slaves instead of privately owned or indentured folk. Right? So now we have wage slavery. Great, that's so much better. We get to choose our quote-unquote profession. Oh, that's great. Right. As long as we don't work for ourselves, do anything for ourselves, we use their money and their taxes system and their rights and their privileges. What do they care? A free, or that is franchise slave, is much easier to control and to, get to work than a slave you have to whip or put your boot on. And when we get a line, we get whipped and we get a boot put on us, right? I mean, it's just the same thing. So, without further ado, let's cover what is the agenda. I'm going to read you some quotes. These are out of my book. That book can be found at strawmanstory.info. It is downloadable for free. And if you'd like to support me, I'm happy to send you a free copy of that book. Actually printed book. I just ask for a donation to cover my costs, and I usually ask for a little more just to help me keep doing what I'm doing. And by the way, if you want to support me, I sure would appreciate it. Doing this, I'm not sure how much longer I can do this without quitting to write another book, because I don't have any income. I've got nothing. You people are it. If there's not you, there's not me. Period, end of story. So I would very much appreciate, and I don't ask this very often, I'd very much appreciate if people could make some donations, throw them my way, because this stuff is not easy to do. It's time-consuming. The quality of it, I expect, is high enough that you understand how much time it takes, and effort, and knowledge, and years and years and years of research. Hey, consider supporting me. I mean, what else can I say? We're in dire times. I'm being censored. I'm being shadow banned. I have no outlet to any people anymore. Very few radio shows. Hey, call me up. I don't care how small your show is. I've never refused a show or a conversation. I am not your typical asshole out there. I'm in this for real. What are the few people in this for real? You go to strawmanstory.info or realityblogger.wordpress.com if you can find it. And there are donation buttons there. Let's get into these quotes so we can understand, why is Cate Blanchett, the professional liar, on behalf of her royal family and her royal bloodline, why is she on here promoting the fact that people are stateless and that everybody needs identity? Everybody needs to be part of a nation. Remember, nationality was a spiritual concept. until the nation state came along and incorporated and franchised everybody into it. That's the difference we're talking about here. She's not promoting this notion of spirituality, of belonging to a like-minded, for, in our case, English-speaking group, right? I mean, even the New Mexico Constitution, state constitution had or has a clause in it that says only English will be taught in our schools. There's a reason for that, because if you're allowing other cultures and other multiculturalism and other languages, how can you know the law if you can't even say the legal terms? How can you know anything? This is the problem with going international. Oh, well, my law's in Belgium. Oh, well, gee, I fortunately don't even know what language that is. Belgianese? I don't know. I'm being honest. I'm ignorant in that fact. Switzerland, maybe? Swiss? Where are we going to... how about Rome? Italian? Or is it Italian? Is it the high legal language? Law Latin? I don't know. But I certainly know one thing, and that is that nationality is not supposed to be multiculturalism. It's supposed to be the opposite. The creation of an authoritative world order is the ultimate aim toward which we must strive. That is Winston Churchill. Oh, but he's a hero. Nations must unite in a world government or perish. That is Charles de Gaulle of France. Pope Paul VI wrote a papal encyclical that called on the nations to abandon sovereignty to form a world government. That's William T. James, editor of Foreshocks of Antichrist, 1997, page 101, a book, of course. But, I mean, whoa, surprise. Oh, I can't believe the Pope would say that. Really? The Roman Emperor said that he wants everybody under his kingdom, his empire? You can't believe that? What the... Are you dumb? I agree that national sovereignty is the root of all evil. Well, this is not really hard to disagree with, because what are they saying here? They're not saying the sovereignty of the people or the states, are they? They're not talking about the spiritual nation or compact between us. They're talking about the nation state. And so I would probably agree that, yeah, the national sovereignty is the root of all evil, because it's incorporating everything and putting it under the Roman law. That's Philip Jessup, member of the Council of Foreign Relations, CFR, and the World Court, quoted by Dennis Lawrence Cuddy in President Clinton Will Continue the New World Order, Oklahoma City, OK Southwest Radio Church, 1993, page 13. So yeah, I mean, think about that, though. Of course, a member of the Council of Foreign Relations is going to take the purposeful setup of the nation-state system and then call it evil. I mean, that is how you do it, right? You take something good, you force something evil upon it, and then call it evil. It's a great plan. It's a conspiracy. I don't know what to tell you. In the true sense of the word. It's the dialectic. Problem, reaction, solution. We're going to end up with world government. It's inevitable. There's going to be conflict, coercion, and consensus. That's all part of what will be required as we give birth to the first global civilization. That's Jim Garrison, president of the Gorbachev Foundation, quoted by Dennis Lawrence Cuddy's ruling elite working towards world government, the Daily Record, October 17th, 1995, page 4. So... yeah, again, this actually, you agree with this statement, knowing now what the nation-state system is, why it was developed, and how it took over everything. How it sucked us and our prosperity dry. What else can we go towards if we don't fight? We must go into this global system. And I fear that's exactly what's going to happen. This might all be for naught. Because you people are not the people anymore. You're sucking on the national teat and you like it. I agree that national sovereignty is the root of all evil. All right, so We deplore the division of mankind on nationalistic grounds. We have reached a turning point in human history where the best option to transcend the limits of national sovereignty and to move toward the building of a world community. That's Paul Kurtz from the Humanist Manifesto. Humanist Manifestos 1 and 2. Prometheus books, 1973, page 21. Now, again, we see the pattern here. What are they saying is the problem? The problem is not federalism. The problem is not feeling a sense of nationality spiritually. The problem is the nation state, which they created. They created the nation state to pull us out of our natural state, of our actual compact between peoples, the states. They required us to give away the sovereignty through the constitutional process, and now they are saying that this national sovereignty thing is evil. Oh my God. I mean, when you see it for what it is, it's ridiculous. How did we not ever see this? How was this not known? How is this not being talked about in every frickin' household? Yeah, I guess now you know. What the hell are you going to do about it? We must move as quickly as possible to a one-world government, a one-world religion under a one-world leader. Robert Mueller, former Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations, quoted from Dwight L. Kimmons, The World's Last Dictator, 1985, page 81. A really efficient totalitarian state would be one in which the all-power executive political bosses and their army of managers control a population of slaves who do not have to be coerced, because they don't even know they're enslaved, because they love their servitude. To make them love it is the task assigned in present-day totalitarian states to ministries of propaganda, newspaper editors, and school teachers. Think Common Core. Most men and women will grow up to love their servitude and will never dream of revolution. How can you dream of revolution if you've never even known what freedom is? You've been told that your franchise as a voluntary slave in a debtor's prison is what freedom is. It's freedom and democracy. Spread freedom and democracy, even though democracy was absolutely against the entirety of the government formed by the so-called Founding Fathers. Democracy, very bad thing. I've covered that. I won't go any further with that. Very interesting quote here. Lucifer comes to give us the final gift of wholeness. If we accept it, then he is free and we are free. That is the Luciferic initiation. Right? E pluribus unum, out of many one. It is one that many people now and in the days ahead will be facing, for it is an initiation into the new age. Now, who would say something like that? Who could possibly be studying the theosophic false religion? How about David Spangler from his Reflections on the Christ lecture series, a self-proclaimed practical mystic and clairvoyantly aware, considered one of the founding figures of the modern age movement. Also a member of the board of directors of the United Nations Planetary Citizens Organization. A Luciferian. Ha! You think that's uncommon? Unfortunately, it's not, but we won't go any further into that. Again, you can read the book. We must remember that the United Nations Charter opens with these words: "We, the peoples of the United Nations." Remember, peoples is another word for state. Well, if your states are now nation states, corporations without actually any actual people in them, you got a big problem. Drafted, televised statement by the Secretary General for the United Nations Day celebration in 1975. The United Nations is the greatest fraud in all history. Its purpose is to destroy the United States. And you could probably say that about the world being states united. Congressman John E. Rankin is quoted from Lone Star Rising, Lyndon Johnson and His Times, 1908 to 1960, page 505. And that was 1991. We're just not there yet, but we're getting to the good stuff. Why is this so important? Well, this gives you the planning, the reasoning behind creating the nation states. The United Nations, the League of Nations leading into this. And it explains why this notion of ending so-called statelessness. And I want you to understand, watching that video, the statelessness that she's talking about, our illustrious bloodline cousin of the royal family, yeah, the statelessness she's talking about is national, that is nation-state citizenship. That's what they're missing nationality into the nation-state, not their own people, not their own country. The problem is the nation-state won't let them be recognized as in nationality, or it's being used as a political weapon in a very bad government. But what she's promoting is the corporate artificial sense of nationality, not anything that would actually make you fight for your rights or do anything good. You're going to join a national, international corporate conglomerate. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, or UNHCR, is moving forward with its plans to use biometric technology to identify and track refugees. The UNHCR will use Accenture's Biometric Identity Management System, or BIMS, for the endeavor. BIMS can be used to collect facial, iris, and fingerprint biometric data, and will also be used to provide many refugees with their only form of official documentation. Oh, I feel so bad that they're stateless. Let's force them into a biometric identity system and track them in their every freaking move. And we'll call it citizenship. We'll call it nationality. The system will work in conjunction with Accenture's Unique Identity Service Platform, or UISP, to send this information back to a central database in Geneva, allowing UNHCR offices all over the world to effectively coordinate with the central UNHCR authority in tracking refugees. Why are we tracking refugees, folks? Because we want to give them nationality, citizenship. In other words, all people must have identification in order to control them. My whole book is based on anonymity. My whole book is based on the Bible and its law of anonymity. You don't have a name, you don't have a surname, you don't have a number, you don't have a mark, you're not a beast, you do not need to be tracked or identified. Only that which is identified by name, person, place, or thing, can be put under law because the name is held higher than the actual proprietary man, property, or whatever that is the name controls. That is an excerpt from the article entitled UN Agency Selects Accenture for Refugee Biometrics Project, May 19, 2015. That's been a while. At the Find Biometrics Global Identity Management website. And that's how much we care about the stateless population. We love them. World Bank Accenture calls for universal ID, September 29, 2015. In a new report issued in collaboration with Accenture, the World Bank is calling on governments to work together to implement standardized, cost-effective identity management solutions. Why do they want to end statelessness? Because without an ID, they can't tax you, they can't control you, they can't do anything. Why do they want you to be part of a nation state, have a quote-unquote corporate nationality, a fake nationality, a non-spiritual nationality, or a secularized nationality? Well, this is the reason. A report synopsis notes that about 1.8 billion adults around the world currently lack any kind of official documentation that can exclude those individuals from access to essential services and can also cause serious difficulties when it comes to transborder identification. The biometric ID cards are important for helping to ensure that refugees can have access to services and for keeping track of refugee populations. Moreover, the nature of the deployments has required an economically feasible solution and has demonstrated that reliable biometrical ID cards can affordably be used on a large scale. It offers hope. Oh, I'm so glad for the UN that it has hope. It offers hope for the UN's sustainable development goal of getting legal ID into the hands of everyone in the world by the year 2030 with its Identification for Development ID4D initiative. Oh, they are just such a good organization. They want nobody to be without identification, without the ability to be tracked. They want everybody to be in a sustainable development situation. That's Agenda 21, and of course, we have Agenda 2030, which is when everybody should be identified. This is... Are you starting to see how this all ties together? Are you starting to see why the nation states were created? Why all of this is happening? How globalization is being implemented? It's really disgusting. This is the mark of the beast, folks. It's just that you have to understand what that means. We're all being turned into beasts of burden. Subsidized food shops in Delhi to have biometric authentication by next May. November 23rd, 2015, India's government is planning to bring biometric authentication to its food subsidy system, and Delhi, the nation's capital, should have it in place next spring. India's government distributes its food subsidies through what it calls fair price shops via its public distribution system. In Delhi alone, there are about 2,300 fair price shops, catering to many thousands of PDS card holders with access to subsidized food under various schemes. India's Minister of State for Food and Civil Supplies, Dinesh Gundu Rao, apologize for the mispronunciation, announced plans back in October to implement biometric authentication in the country's fair price shops, ensuring that individuals, that is, public persons, code word, and their subsidy entitlements could be accurately verified. Got to track everyone, and in order to do so, you've got to give them a digital ID. And that means make all money digital. We're going to cover this and what is happening in India right this second as they're taking away their cash. And just, millions of people don't have bank accounts. Millions of people don't have this ID that they want everybody to get. And they're being forced to start using digital transactions like this card. Never in their lives have they done this. It's the takeover of every man, woman, and child into slavery. The enfranchisement of all people of the earth. The plan was to link identification to citizens' Aadhaar ID cards, which are linked to a national biometric registry. Now, says Minister Hussain, work on the system has already begun. When it's in place, it should not only cut down fraud, but also help to improve efficiency with subsidized food transactions tracked digitally and in real time. Well, when government has control of your food, you're pretty much fucked in the first place. But I won't, hey, look, this is a perfect example of saying, well, sorry, but unless you're quote-unquote vaccinated, we're not going to honor your food transaction at this time. Your digital currency transaction at this time, come back when you have proof of vaccination. Come back when you have proof that you've been sterilized. Come back when you have proof that, you've signed your soul over to the devil. Come back when you have proof of the mark of the beast. You think that's far-fetched, folks? You're already seeing it. You've already experienced it, half of you. The mandatory this, the mandatory that. You're walking around looking like a complete idiot, knowing that the masks don't work, wearing a frickin' mask, while you have countless studies that show hospitals stopped using masks long ago. What's the purpose of a mask? To prevent blood from getting, because blood is infectious. That's why doctors would use them. They stopped using them unless there's blood. They use face shields. Not because they don't want germs, but because they don't want blood, infectious blood. The mask does not work, is the point. If you don't believe me, just go take a puff of smoke or a puff of a vape pen and blow it through the freaking mask. I mean, that's the litmus test right there, right? If the smoke comes through the mask, it's not working. Singapore to begin collecting iris scans from citizens starting in 2017. Starting January 1st, 2017, Singapore will take a step toward becoming a dystopian novel. The country plans to start collecting iris scans as part of its registration process for citizens and permanent residents. Remember, a permanent resident owes allegiance. It's got a nationality. According to Singapore's Ministry of Home Affairs, the initiative to collect eye images will improve the effectiveness and efficiency of operations handled by the Immigration and Checkpoints Authority, the ICA. The ICA will start collecting iris scans in addition to photographs and fingerprints from Singapore residents in the new year. These identifiers will be gathered when a citizen goes to re-register an identity card. Oh, so they lure you in, they give you benefits, they say you can't have benefits unless you take the card. Now that you have the card and the benefits, you can't have either unless you do what we say. Take the mark, let us get your biometric information, let us enfranchise you, and force you to be a debt slave. Great! Oh, and by the way, go get your vaccines. Singapore has issued to all residents since 1965 this identity card. Or if one applies or renews a passport, one must do the same. The Electronic Frontier Foundation warns on its website biometrics' biggest risk to privacy comes from the government's ability to use it for surveillance. Oh, duh. A problem is corporations are becoming government now. And if I use my cell phone to form a nation, I'm going to have all my information that explains what I am in that nation, so-called. Therefore, I'm going to have no privacy whatsoever. It's another topic we should speak about, right? And in fact, biometrics equals zero privacy. We're not talking about privacy here in any way. We're talking about public. We're talking about everything in the public realm where privacy is destroyed. As face recognition technologies become more effective and cameras are capable of recording greater and greater detail, surreptitious identification and tracking could become the norm. Now, for those of you that ever get blamed or have camera footage used against you, I submit to you that it's all not submissible in the court because there's no way for you to verify that footage is real at this point in time in history where you can't, watch a movie, watch television, watch even a low-budget film. Sometimes you can't tell the difference between what is real and what is not. Look at the latest Matrix game that they created for the video game system. What's it called? Can't remember. Something we used to use. It's real. It's realistic. Everything has changed. The whole game has changed. Technology has caught up to itself in a frightening way. You cannot tell the difference between you and the character on the screen that they create. You cannot tell the difference between your voice and the voice that they create as sound engineers, sound editors. I should know. I was one and worked on voiceover for a lot of different games and things. Trust me, it's not that hard. And here's vein recognition. This one's really scary. Vein recognition or vascular biometrics refers to identity management solutions for human capital management, of course, that authenticate based on the unique patterns made by a user's veins. Said veins can be in a user's palm, in their finger. Where's the mark going to be? On the hand, right? Or the forehead? What if the technology is your biometric? What if your veins become the mark? What if your fingerprint becomes the mark? How do you get rid of it? Once you agree that this is your mark, how do you possibly shed yourself of that mark? It's natural. Though the technology used in most vascular biometric solutions is still too big to be designed into a smartphone, my God, the modality is carving out a niche in finance and physical access control thanks to a special trait inherent in vein patterns. Because vein patterns are located beneath the skin and must have blood flowing through them to be scanned, they are virtually impossible to spoof. That is scary. That's from Vein Recognition, the Find Biometrics Global Identity Management website. I haven't been reading some of these. The last one was International Business Times excerpt from 2016, which was an announcement from the Singapore government, etc. Getting back into the actual agenda, though, those planners who've done this to us, no community should be considered to be outside the span of this new agenda. Agenda 2030, Agenda 21, globalization. Whatever your ethnicity, whatever your livelihood, whatever your lifestyle or location, all of you are inside the agenda. We need to inform everyone that these goals are the heart of a plan for the future of the world's people, as well as for the planet itself. Peace and security, human rights and justice, and sustainable development brought together within this 2030 agenda. That's David Nabarro, Special Representative of the UN Security General of the United Nations, from a speech in April 15, 2016. And need I remind you that several people in history have stated that when a pope or a religious leader or a government promises you peace and security, oh, wait a minute, it's right out of the Bible. When they promise peace and security, that is when you will basically get the shit kicked out of you. And that's not biblical, but basically that's what the Bible says. So, yeah. 16.9. That's the number in the actual document. Number 16.9, section 16.9. By 2030, provide legal identity for all, including birth registration. That is the United Nations Sustainable Development 2030 target goal, and it is 16.9. You can look that up yourself. And of course, we can go to the Bible, we can read, and for this cause God shall send them a strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believed not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. It's basically a general statement for believing in that which is not of God, not of truth, not of reality, not of the universe, not self-evident, not self-existent, or in other words, that which is made by man. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand. Oh, we just discussed that, didn't we? Or in their foreheads. Which probably is a sign of brain implants, maybe, and that no man might buy or sell, save he had that mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Now, if that's not obvious what that's saying, how many times have you heard that? But perhaps this is the first time you're actually saying, oh, okay, well, that verse has already come true. Sorry, you've already taken the mark. You've already got the number, your social security number. You are a beast. You are incorporated. You've taken the surname of the beast system. What can I say? Again, the Bible is not a history, folks. The Bible is a warning. If you do something stupid, something bad will happen. If you follow the law of God, the law of nature, of self-evident truth, and you ignore all lies, you don't participate in contracts and money and all this crap, well then, good things will happen. It's not a history. It's advice. It's law. And the United Nations 2030 Agenda, from a World Bank publication entitled Identification for Development. Overview. Providing legal identity for all, including birth registration, by 2030 is a target shared by the international community as part of the Sustainable Development Goals, Target 16.9, which we just covered. The World Bank Group, WBG, has launched the Identification for Development, ID4D cross-practice initiative to help our client countries achieve this goal, and with the vision of making everyone count, ensure a unique legal identity, and enable digital ID-based services to all. So if you really, really were to put your thumb on what was the purpose of the nation states, this was it. What happens when the nation states fulfill their goal as clients of this World Bank? What happens when everybody in the world is registered by 2030, everybody has a unique identity, cash has been disappeared, and we're all forced to use a currency that is not tangible in any way, shape, or form? Well, then there's no more need for the nation state as the governing model because we've all been registered in an international beast system. At that point, the true devils, the true Satanists will come out and show themselves. The beast will reveal itself. And the beast, of course, is an international conglomeration of really, really bad people. And one little comical thing from Brave New World, Aldous Huxley. Let us now repeat the catechism. Of course, catechism is a reference to the Catholic Catechism, which states in Brave New World, community, identity, stability. Stability, that's, I believe, we would call stability and community, we would refer to that as sustainable development, based on digitalized international commercial identity. Oh, yes, communities, nations united into one body politic, one supernation, that is nation states. Identity, birth registration, and subsequent legal identity, the mark for all people of those nation states, and stability, sustainable development plan, Agenda 21, now Agenda 2030. Is that really hard to understand? Is it really difficult to fathom that Brave New World was not a science fiction story at all, but a metaphoric, allegoric way of predicting or pre-programming us to accept a future that involved all of the stuff that's planned and predicted? No, it's not hard at all. We're seeing it firsthand. This one's from H.G. Wells, understudy of Huxley, of T.H. Huxley, actually, his father, author, lecturer, futurist, and Fabian Society member, from his book The New World Order, 1940, and processing from The Open Conspiracy, 1928, which was T.H. Huxley, subtitled Blueprints for a World Revolution. Now listen to this. The political world of the open conspiracy, I'm not the only one calling it a conspiracy, must awaken, efface, incorporate, and supersede existing governments. That's what the nation states did. The open conspiracy of nation states completely incorporated and superseding all the existing governments. And according to the Lieber Code, left those governments in place but incorporated them so that they appear to be and run pretty much exactly how they did, only now we're all militarized under military rule. The character of the open conspiracy will then be plainly displayed, as I believe it is now, because now I can see it, and now so can you. It will be a world religion. I'm starting to think the new religion of the world is artificial intelligence. This large, loose, simulatory mass of groups and societies will definitely and obviously attempt to swallow up the entire population of the world and become a new human community. The immediate task before all people, a planned world state, all right? In other words, a global nationality, is appearing at 1,000 points of light. However, generations of propaganda and education may have to precede it, and certainly that is a true statement. It has already happened. The large, loose, assimilatory mass of groups and societies. That's exactly what she was describing in her little applications on her cell phone. Form your own digital nation, physical or digital. The whole world will be swallowed up. I mean, this is the perfect quote. I mean, this is the perfect example of predictive programming. All right, this has been planned for a long time, folks. We're now, right now, entering into the fruition of this plan. And I believe right now is probably the most dangerous, most fragile, most vulnerable time for these people. Because this is the time where they have to keep the wool pulled over our heads, over our eyes, so that we don't notice it happening, so that we don't know any better. We don't know anything else that we could say, well, wait a minute, you're taking it away. I've never known freedom, so how do I know you're taking it away? Or true freedom, right? All you're doing is really changing my franchise to a new corporation. I think this is probably the most vulnerable time for this group. And again, I state, this is a war, a spiritual war, to turn the world into a new world order, meaning secular. That's what world means in the Bible, is secularism. Okay, all your rights come from man, not from God. They are not inherent. They are not yours. They're sellable, right? And you must sell them to be part of the nation state or the world government. That's your new religion. So, I'm not sure there's anything else I can really say. There's one last thing here, a couple last things I just wanted to read. Just as just sort of a extra thing, United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Names, UNGEGN. We kind of covered this with the styles, that sort of thing, except this is trying to get all countries, all nation states, to uniformly have a names standardization. Why is this important? Well, let's read. Some of the main goals of the UNGEGN are to encourage national and international geographical names standardization, to promote the international dissemination of nationally standardized geographical names information, and listen to this, folks, to adopt single Romanization systems. What does that mean? That means strict law. It means the system of civil Roman law. It means the system we're under in the nation state becoming a globalized uniform system of law. Romanized system of world government, world law. UNGEGN's goal for every country is to decide on its own nationality standardized names through the creation of national names authorities or recognized administrative processes. So God, that's great. We're free to choose the name that's going to be used internationally to describe us. Gee, that's nice. Thanks. That's from their session of the United Nations group for the UNGEGN. And finally, Daniel 7:23 from the King James Bible. Thus he said, the fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon the earth, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms, how about all nation states, and shall devour the whole earth, and shall tread it down and break it in pieces. Now, we can take that literally, and we can say, oh, Godzilla cometh! Godzilla! Right? We can say a big beast monster system mythological is going to come and destroy everything. Or we can understand what it's actually trying to say in its allegory, in its metaphor, which is exactly what we're talking about. The United Nations, the nation states, kingdoms of the earth coming together to devour all the people of the earth. Devour, of course, not meaning to consume or eat, but to turn us into consumers and to control our food supply. So, yeah, that's it. All people in the beast system, in the fourth kingdom, shall have digital ID by 2030, according to United Nations Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Plan. Now, a lot of you are probably going, holy shit! A lot of you probably already knew some of this, or most of this. But what a lot of you are probably thinking right now is, oh my God, what the hell do I do? What's going on? What are we supposed to do about this? It's one thing to know. It's another thing to do something about it. And therefore, you're going to remain, probably, most of you, hypocritical. You're not going to do anything about it. You know it's wrong, but you're not going to be able to work. You're not going to be able to trade. You're not going to be able to do anything that the Bible says you're not going to be able to do unless you take these marks, this identity. Get your vaccines, get your boosters, get your, do all the things they say you got to do as a global citizen. Sorry. That's why I keep telling you this is a war, but it's not a war where you say, oh my God, where's the army? Where's the police? Where's my protector? Who's going to... You see, that's the problem. Your Redeemer is Christ, and Christ is the law. You follow Christ. You don't worship Christ as an idol. You follow Christ because Christ is the law of God, logos, law of the universe, law of nature, law of truth. And the last thing you do if you're following the law of truth is to follow the law of the liars, the attorneys, the founding fathers. You don't follow man's law and then claim to have the rights inherent of free men of God. Sorry, that's not how it works. You either act the part and self-govern under the law of God, or you fall into this system. That is your choice. And you're going to say, well, how do I do that? You know what? There's no answer to that, folks. Jesus didn't say, well, gosh, imagine if the Bible was a story of Jesus just sitting around wondering, what the fuck do I do? How do I do it? What am I going to do? I'd like to talk to people, but I'm afraid to talk to people. I'd like to wander, but I have a toenail that's inflamed with a little bit of fungus. I don't think I want to walk. I don't have any good shoes. I just have these robes. What am I going to do? I'm going to sit. If that was the story that we're supposed to follow, then well, hell. We're doing a really good job of it, and we're getting the shit kicked out of us in the meantime. And we're about to lose everything. But that's not the story of Christ, and it shouldn't be the story of you, because you are the story of Christ. You are Christ. Christ happens because of you. There's no return of Christ until you follow the law. Then Christ returns, because Christ is the law. The law has no place unless it's utilized, unless you are following it, right? The law of God is against the legal system. Therefore, you must be against the legal system. If you're for the legal system, you're participating in person, you honor flattering titles, then you're breaking the law of God, the logos, the Christ personified as allegory, right? So Christ won't return. Christ will return not as a man, but as you who are following the law of Jehovah. It's such a beautiful allegory that it's almost impossible to fathom because of the religiosity, the church, who did everything it could to hide. It even hid the word Jehovah. It took it out of the Bible for the most part. Everything is so wrong with religion, because what you don't seem to understand is that religion isn't a thing. It's not a corporation. It's not a place. Religion is how you act. You follow the law religiously or you do not. And your redemption is not from UCC. Your redemption is not from a piece of paper. Your redemption is the fact of whether you are following the example of Christ or not. Now again, if you don't believe that, I gotta be honest, I don't care. I just don't care. Go away. Stop pestering me with your comments. Stop trying to convince me of what I've already learned that I can show you in triplicate. Stop. Let yourself have a spiritual understanding. That's what the Bible is for. It's not to convince you of a history. It's not to convince you of something that you can't prove, because everything that it tries to tell you, the law itself is self-evident. Truth is self-evident. What is not self-evident and why you need identification is the legal system. This is why you need paperwork. It's why you need a redemption process, because you don't have the natural one. Or, let me put it another way for you. In the legal system, you have to consent. You have to expressly, or, more importantly, tacitly, calmly be patient with your consent. In other words, you just accept things, and your use of legal things, legal terms, legal numbers and marks is your expression of consent, your use. Well, okay, if I say that is against God's law, if I say that is against the Logos, against the law of truth, that is against truth in and of itself, it is absolutely not self-evident, then what would it mean to act Christ-like? Well, it would be the opposite, right? What would then be your expression of non-consent? Well, unfortunately, non-consent doesn't come in a tacit form. Jesus was not a pacifist. Jesus didn't twiddle his thumbs while someone, put a contract in front of him and forced him to sign an X and accept everything, or, give him a number and say, use this. This is not how it worked. You see, the law of nature requires, as we've discussed, choice, moral choice at all times. Everything you do has two paths. One is the path of the fool, the legal contract, and one is the path of the truth, the nature, where no legal things exist. The question is, which path are you on? And this is where it gets real difficult, because how do I tell you how to be clean when you've been dirty all your life? You've been filthy. Like I said, sucking on the government teat. What if I say you got to stop sucking on that beautiful, wonderful, beneficiary teat? What are you going to do? You don't know how not to. You're like an infant. And all you can do, you can't even look government in the frickin' eyes. You got to look at its breast, because that's all you care about. That's all you care about. You don't know how to live without benefits. That's the problem. You don't know what it is to live a life of freedom. And you know what? I'm going to be honest with you folks, because remember, all of that I say about you applies to me. I've got to admit my own hypocrisy, right? I'm a simulator. I'm in the simulation with you. We're all stuck in the legal matrix. All right? I'm not calling you out personally. I'm calling everyone out, including myself. Excuse me, I gotta get some more teeth. What is the opposite, then, of an acceptance of things that are not true? Well, it would have to be you forcing the truth at all times, making a moral choice at all times. And when I say moral, I don't mean some religious goggly goop. I mean purity. I mean truth. I mean spirituality in the true sense. Keeping yourself pure of that which makes you impure. And again, you have to use your imagination a little to understand how the legal system and its language taints you. It causes you a corruption of blood, as the book explains in detail, and is a legal term. You can look it up. Right? It's what takes away your manhood and turns you into this sniveling slave of a persona, a mask you wear in commerce. And everything you do is therefore under contract, and therefore the contract makes the law. Meanwhile, you say, that's unconstitutional, and that seems like it should be against the law. What's going on here? Where's the common law? It's got to be here somewhere. Well, yeah. It's outside of the contract. That's your problem. Your whole problem is that everything you do is contractual, commercial. You want to be pure? Stop sucking the contractual teat of government. I don't know how else to say it. You want to know how to be free? This is how to be free. But do you really want that? Are you going to give up your Social Security? Are you going to give up all these so-called benefits and rights? Are you right? Because I mean, look at what they said about. Look at how government warns against statelessness, right? This would be like your slave master warning you that if you run away from the plantation instead of picking cotton all day, well, you're not going to have any rights out there, right? What's the difference? How are you going to go? If you're not on my plantation, well, then you're a free man and anybody can just do anything to you. Well, have you considered that is freedom? And that's why most men don't choose it? All the animals choose it, right? All the animals in the kingdom, every living creature on earth chooses freedom unless it's forced by man not to choose it. Right? To be, quote-unquote, domesticated. They call you domestics. Well, guess what? I'm sorry to tell you that if your search for freedom, it might end right now if you don't want to give up your benefits. Right? If you're not willing to... I just don't know how to say this. Because, again, there is no answer that I can give you. All I can tell you is that this is the point where that concept of a leap of faith, where the concept that unless I walk the walk and follow the path that has been set for me, unless I act according to the law of nature, unless I embrace and worship truth at all costs, I can never know the answer. So don't look to me for the answer. I'm a hypocrite. I'm here trying to teach what I've learned, wanting so badly to do what I'm teaching. I understand it. But like you, I just don't know how to go about doing it. But here's the problem, and it's a big problem, because now suddenly all the lines that have been in my head, at least, all the lines I said, okay, once this line is drawn in the sand, I will not cross it. Once this line is drawn in the sand, once vaccines are forced, once this is done, once all these different things that are now being forced upon us and will be more so as we continue into the future, as emergencies are declared, as military rule turns into martial law because, well, emergencies are declared, and emergency is like a war against the emergency, remember? And once that happens, you got to understand, this is one of my future books, there is absolute lawlessness in government. When an emergency is declared, there is no law. The law of necessity takes over, that means there is no law. Period, end of story. They even enumerate in their documents and in their laws, in these presidential directives, executive orders, they enumerate the fact that all contracts are null and void, that government doesn't have to follow any contract or law, that transportation, communication, food, and everything else is going to be taken over by government. And that includes all this shit that we're talking about ID cards required, just like in other countries now. You want to eat? Well, here's your card. You want the card back? You want it renewed? Well, here's your vaccine. Oh, you want that? Here's your this. Here's your Soma. Here's your pill. Here's your shot. You got to understand, they're going to keep coming at you because you keep sucking harder on the teat. They're going to make identity more and more impossible to ignore, to not have. And that is where the spiritually strong will both survive, they will take the walk, they will walk on the right-hand side of Jehovah, they will follow the Christ example, and we will find each other out there somewhere and survive somehow in nature as intended. I might not have a mansion, I might not have a Porsche, but what I will have is life untainted, somehow, some way. One of my favorite movies is old Tom Selleck movie called Quigley Down Under. Just think it's a brilliantly made movie, right? Go watch it sometime. Most importantly, watch the end, right? You get this farmer, one of these landlords, these horrible, horrible bosses that, control the land and the landholders. Just a feudal system. Turns the local Australian natives, the Aboriginal folk, into his, house slave, essentially. Slaves and house slave. And the house slave, at the end of the movie, it's this brilliant scene where this Aboriginal, for all intents and purposes, savage, as they call them in the movie. We know that's not true, of course. The wild man never left. Just because you put a butler suit on him did not ever change his spirit. You might have cowed it for a while, just like they've cowed us. But in the end of the movie, when the evil landlord is dead, what does he do? Does he try to fit into society? So it's, oh shit, now I need a job somewhere else, so I got this nice butler suit, I'm going to go. No, he sees his opportunity. His opportunity finally came, and he strips himself of that fricking ugly black suit and says, I'm not serving anyone anymore. I'm not following this shit law anymore. He puts on, or I should say he removes the artificial clothing and persona, the flattering title, the slave mentality. He strips it all away from his body and walks, and I don't remember if he's half naked or whatever, but he walks back into the outback. He doesn't care where he's going. He's not worried about not finding someone or something to sustain him. He is a man of the land, as we like to pretend. That stupid patriot mythology, man on the land. I'm a man on the land. Yeah, whatever. You're a person in the legal system. Don't ever forget what your false nature is. That is an example of what I'm talking about. Not thinking about it, not pondering it, saying, screw this, I'm out of here. You've taken me out of my natural habitat, and I'm walking right back into it. I don't care if I'm persecuted. I don't care if I'm hunted. I don't care if an elephant runs me over tomorrow. I'm going to experience the taste of freedom, even though that taste has the dust of the Australian desert. I'm going to experience that. I'm going to go back to what God intended. Now, if you have a problem with that, if you somehow think that that is not beautiful, that that is not spiritual, or perhaps even the highest form of spirituality, then again, suck on the teat even further. You might as well just sew your lips to that beautiful breast and just keep sucking. Oh, yes, government. Seriously, I mean, there's two paths. And that was a perfect example to me. Again, Quigley Down Under. If you haven't seen it, it's a wonderful movie. And it's the perfect example of being born again, if you will. Not the false Christian belief in what is born again. I accept Jesus Christ as my personal friend and Savior. Oh, yeah, dunk me in a pool. Because that's obviously what baptism must mean, right? Get me wet? Yeah, no, actually, that's not what it means. Sabbath doesn't mean Sunday or Saturday or any other day. Everything is backwards thanks to religion, and that was purposeful to confuse you. But there's this beautiful, beautiful scene in that movie that I think is truly relevant to what we're talking about, albeit we've never experienced that freedom that he had experienced before being enslaved. That's the difference. See, he knew in his head what it was. He knew in his spirit, in his being, that he belonged to God. He belonged to the land. Right? We have never truly experienced that in any tangible way. Oh, I went camping and backpacking for a couple weeks into the mountains on a nice manicured trail, and, maybe I hiked the Appalachian Trail between hostels, whatever. Yeah, that's not what I mean. So, I don't know what other kind of examples to use, because, again, we're talking about, for us, for the true men who desire freedom, it's an unknown. And it can only be known, ironically, when we apply it. When we do it. That's the problem. I can't tell you what it is any more than you can. Now, again, I'm not a leader. I'm just a teacher. I'm just a messenger. In the Bible, I almost hate to say this because of the trolls out there, but in the Bible, an angel is defined as a messenger. Okay? I'm just an angel on your shoulder. And on the other side is some devil, some troll, telling you that what I'm saying is not true, or that you must have ID, or that your kids must go to a public school, therefore they must have ID, etc., etc., etc. Even though all of it's a lie. You just have to understand, when I say follow the law of nature, when I say follow the law of God, it's a negative aspect, meaning that all of man's law is positive. It must be added. All of God's law is already there. It's already inherent. It's already there. You just have to accept it as true and continue. It's there regardless, right? It's inherent. It's already understood. There's no argument there. This is the entire structure of our system of law. So, it's a matter of applying yourself to the negative, to saying, no, I do not want the person. No, I will not respect the flattering title. No, I will not take the mark. I will not eat government cheese, because I will not take the mark. Are you strong enough to be a tribe of men? Are you strong enough to go back to the ways of your ancestors? Are you strong enough to follow the only redemption that is true? Well, that's the question. The answer, unfortunately, remains hidden, remains unknown. Not because you can't find it, but because finding it requires you to actually partake in it. The answer is the law itself. But the law cannot do anything unless it is followed. It is expressed through your actions, which are lawful. Just as your consent and your subjection and your enslavement is expressed when you act in the legal person. Now, you got to trust me when I say this is an extreme frustration and pain that I go through. Again, my own hypocrisy, trying to learn this, getting beat down at every fact I learn, right? I mean, you got to understand how much pain and how much suffering this is to know the information and to try to share it, even though, as someone I'm sure has said before, I'm not practicing what I'm preaching. I'm trying to learn, and I'm trying to teach what I learn. That's it. Just the messenger. That is not an excuse. That is not anything at all. It's just I'm as frustrated and absolutely as extremely frightened and helpless, or so I feel, as all of you. I have the same issues with talking to my friends and family as you do. I'm not special. All right? I just choose to spend my life trying to figure this all out and trying to help us somehow preserve the information that's being put forward, because it's dying as we are, spiritually, morally, physically. We're being altered in a way that is unrecoverable unless this knowledge is preserved, and not only just preserved as knowledge, but utilized, followed. I understand that. And yet I come to you from my basement. It's not even my basement. And it's just all I can do. It's what I can do. It is my lot in life. I think in the Bible, that makes me not one of the saved, or not one of the the people who pass over or whatever. It makes me like some kind of martyr or something, right? I'm the one that helps others, but I never get there by myself. I don't know. However this works. All I know is in my heart, in my mind, in my soul, I feel like I'm doing the right thing at the right moment, and that we all will make our leap of faith, our walk. We will circumcise ourselves, as the Bible says, separate ourselves from the sick society, because after all, it is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. And one more thing I'll say on that subject, and that is maybe the reason that none of us have been able to accomplish this Christ-likeness, this godly behavior, this moral, spiritual truth, is because we're so inundated and so extremely addicted to technology, addicted to visual things, addicted to false history, addicted to the lies that they tell us, that perhaps my generation and the ones before it who've grown up with this cannot possibly escape it. I'm willing to accept that. We cannot live without our cell phones and our technology, or at least that's the perception. The question is, are any of us strong enough to do so, to suffer, or at least believe that we're suffering because we separate ourselves from this art, this technology, in order that our children can grow up without it? You show me a happy child that has a cell phone. You show me a happy child that has a video game console. You show me a happy child that grows up in front of a TV. You show me a knowledgeable child that grows up with an online education. It's just not going to happen. This is not going to happen. How many children, do they even go to libraries anymore? I know libraries are now full of movies. Like any movie you want to rent, it's out. It's in the library now. Like all the videos from video stores went to libraries. There's not a movie you can't find. Free rentals, great. Is that really what a library is supposed to be? No. In the meantime, they're getting rid of all the good books, the ones that would actually teach you anything, to make room for the movies. Thanks, Blockbuster. But this is the unfortunate reality. I firmly believe, and I will state it on the record, that the only way out of this is to ditch technology. Not all technology, not solar panels, or, although to me those are not something that are self-evidently, I don't think a solar panel is necessarily compared to, say, a turbine or something that actually makes a lot more sense and is actually doable. I mean, hell, you can make a washing machine into a turbine if you just reverse its polarity. Instead of taking electricity, it's actually giving. These things aren't difficult if you know the methodologies, you know the science. So, I think we're smart enough to understand the difference between good and bad technology. Unfortunately, people still believe that things like Bitcoin or whatever, virtual reality, anything, games, movies, etc., are actually good. This is one of our big problems. It is one of the things that unless we escape and perhaps do not let our children participate in, then maybe our children can grow up without the same addiction, the same problems that we have. Because I think, in the end, that is our number one hindrance, our number one wall that cannot be overcome is our addiction to technology. Now, again, I'm not going to harp on this. If your position is that you don't believe, whatever that even means to you, you don't believe in the Bible, you don't believe in religion, well, then you're screwed. Go away. I don't want you here. If you can't take a moral story, something that has been told for generations and generations before words were even invented as a written instrument, if you don't understand the concept of a moral story to teach moral values as the Bible, as so many other books, I don't know what to tell you. You'll go and you'll read freaking Harry Potter. You will remember every sports team and every sports player and their stats. You will remember every character and every facet of Game of Thrones. You know the entire Star Wars universe. But you refuse to look at the Bible because it's written by man and it's fiction? My God, people. It's allegory. You gotta be nuts. Yet you respect the entirety of the law. You're cowered by it. It's fiction. I don't understand. What's your argument? Because you have none. The only thing you can do is lose that ridiculous, egotistic attitude and come down off your high horse and understand what's happening here, how this all interfolds. How do you ignore the words of even the founding fathers, as they call them, who declared this to be this experiment won't work unless men can self-govern under the Christian methodology? How is it that you ignore those quotes? How is it that you ignore that every constitution starts with the supreme being, God, whatever? I don't understand it, but okay. How do you explain that your rights are God-given and then say you don't believe in God? None of this makes sense. I mean, if anybody's in an irrational place, certainly not the Bible, it's you. I'm not going to harp on this anymore. I just want you to understand, now that we understand what's happening now. We're at the end of a very, very strange time of nation state, something that was known it was going to be a failure, something that would basically put us back into a feudal system where kingdoms exist. They're now in the guise of corporations, international corporations under international contract law. Right now we understand what is at stake. Now let's go back into history and understand the entire history leading up to this point, because I'm doing this to ensure that you understand and have complete and utter fact and history behind you to know that, okay, this is real. This is actually what happened. Clint has put together all the sources and done everything I should have done. We all should be doing in school, but we don't. We all should be doing it as our pastime, but we don't, because hey, reruns of Game of Thrones are on. Got one more thing to show you because I want you to understand there's other organizations out there, a lot of them, but I want you to listen to what this chick has to say about the Organization of American States. Yes, that's right, the Organization of American States. What the hell is that? Well, let's find out.
In May of 2016, the Secretary General of the Organization of American States called for a vote on whether or not to kick the country of Venezuela out of their organization. Venezuela's leader has been repeatedly accused of acting undemocratically and not unlike a dictator, violating the basic principles of the OAS. But what exactly is the OAS, and what does it mean if Venezuela is ejected? Well, the Organization of American States is a regional coalition made up of all 35 independent countries located in North and South America. These American states are not to be confused with the country known as the United States of America. These American states are not to be confused with the country known as the United States of America.
Right about now, I suppose you are scratching your head, shaking it, and going, WTF. What the heck is happening here? How can you say that the United States of America is not the United States of America? That the United States of America as a state or a nation state should not be confused with the country called the United States. That is a very, very frightening, interesting, almost treasonous sounding contemplation. So this is why I think we've been so confused, and why it seems like there are ghosts of this so-called United States, why sometimes it's a corporation and sometimes it's not, why it even says that in U.S. code, that in this chapter, the United States is considered a corporation, in this chapter, the United States is considered a person, etc., etc. It's a very strange thing, and it seems like the United States as a concept is all over the place, and that's because it is. Because it's not just one thing. It depends on what it is you're talking about. Are you talking about geography? Are you talking about the nation state? Are you talking about the nation? Are you talking about the collection of states? Are you talking about the Constitution? Are you talking about... Right? These are all different things. And that's why we've never been able to fully grasp why everything seems so messed up. Why half the time the United States has nothing to do with the Constitution, or everything seems, if you will, unconstitutional. So let's go to a couple sources. For instance, here's Thought Company, I think that is, ThoughtCo. It says differences between a country, state, and nation. This in 2020, while the terms country, state, sovereign state, nation, and nation state are often used interchangeably, there is a difference. Simply put, a state is a territory with its own institutions and populations. Very important to remember that a state is bound to a territory. Remember that. Okay? A sovereign state is a state with its own institutions and populations that has a permanent population, territory, and government. It must also have the right and capacity to make treaties and other agreements with other states. Now, are the states of the quote-unquote United States, California, etc., are they sovereign? And it turns out, no, they're not. See, we've always believed they are. It's what we grow up on. It's the whole backbone of federalism, is that the states remained separate. But let's not forget, all states were defeated, conquered, purchased. They were required to readmit as different entities, non-sovereign states, be readmitted to the Union, to the nation state, essentially, as essentially represented states. A nation, on the other hand, is a large group of people who inhabit a specific territory and are connected by history, culture, or other commonality. Now, again, this is a spiritual concept. The nation isn't something like a state that is an entity in and of itself until the nation itself becomes a state. A nation-state is a cultural group, a nation, in other words, that is also a state and may, in addition, be a sovereign state. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're starting to understand, okay, this is the one sovereign thing that we have in what we call the United States of America, is only the nation state. All the sovereignty of the states were ceded to this. And you can read that in the constitutions. And it's pretty disturbing. We've covered this before in Red Pill Sunday School Season 1. We covered the blatant statements that the United States and its Constitution is the power structure. It is the supreme law of the land. That does not spell sovereign in any way as far as a state. Now, it says the nation state is sovereign. Okay, now this is a basic, more basic description, and so let's read a little further into it. What are the qualities of a sovereign state? Is California, Nevada, Florida, New York, are they sovereign states? Were they sovereign states? Is this whole thing just a joke? Practical joke. State, nation, and country are all terms that describe groups of people who live in the same place and have a great deal in common. In other words, we use these terms more colloquially without the actual meaning of the word, and therefore we're confused. But while states and sovereign states are political entities, nations and countries might or might not be political entities. And again, it's very important to realize that the nation that we think about when we think about America, or the 50 states, was not incorporated. It was not a nation state. It wasn't a state in and of itself. It wasn't an entity. It was a compact, a spiritual joining of people. And if you want to call it a nationality, that also would be correct. A nationality without necessarily a citizenship interjoining it. Now, a sovereign state, sometimes called an independent state, has the following qualities. It has a space or a territory that has internationally recognized boundaries, people who live there on an ongoing basis, regulations governing foreign and domestic trade. Oh, we just lost it because all foreign trade was relegated to the United States. The ability to issue legal tender that is recognized across boundaries. Now, there's an important one. Which state has its own? Oh, no. That was a power given over to the so-called federal government. Remember? Only the U.S. Mint, the United States, has the right to print money. So we've just, in those two right there, we've lost the ability to say that our states, our 50 states, are sovereign. It also has an internationally recognized government that provides public services and police power and has the right to make treaties, wage war, and take other actions on behalf of its people. Uh-oh. Does California, Nevada, Wyoming have the right to wage war, to make treaties? Oh, no, those powers were also ceded to the nation state, to the United States, to the national government, which at one point, again, was not an incorporated entity, as we're talking about. It wasn't a nation state, it was just a nation or a national government with limited powers. Sovereignty. Are the states sovereign? Well, obviously not. Sovereignty in the meaning that no other state should have power over the country's territory. Well, that definitely seals the deal. No state is sovereign because all states, as we discussed, have territory, public lands, in other words, or military institutions, etc., needful buildings that are certainly controlled by the nation state, the corporation. So, 4 out of 6 necessities for international recognition of the states, the 50 states, our 50 states that we hold so dear, being sovereign states, are out the window. We ceded that right to be sovereign to the nation state. Now, does the nation state qualify as a sovereign state? And the answer is yes, but in the capacity of a nation state. So the only thing that has sovereignty, in fact, is this Well, I mean, we've called it a city-state before, right? The city on the hill, and we compare it to the city of London and the city of Vatican City, right? And there's nothing necessarily incorrect about that. However, if we are going to be correct, we are going to understand what has happened and why we are in this situation and why, therefore, this sovereign entity is about to give up all the sovereignties that we gave to it. Then we must understand the history. We must understand what a nation state is, how it all formed. And that's what we're going to get to in a moment once we really establish what the hell all this, what is all this stuff? It's almost unbelievable that this has happened. I've never heard of it. It wasn't taught in school. It's not on TV. It's not in the patriot movement. It's not in the truth movement. And it's not in the mainstream news that in any way that's tangible. But this is our reality. We can't do anything unless we understand the position we're in. I mean, it's as simple as that. Many geographic entities have some but not all the qualities that make up a sovereign state. As of 2020, there were 195 sovereign states in the world. And no, none of those are the states of the United States. It is only the United States of America, not to be confused with the country, the representative states, in other words. This is just this nation state in and of itself. Do not confuse it with a country. The country. All right, we're just talking about a corporation. Basically, 195 sovereign nation states, if you will, in the world. And these are the countries that we're familiar with, because most countries aren't set up like United States. You have the United Kingdom, on the other hand, which is obviously a similar concept, which is a nation state. It has taken over and occupied those countries, those states. Possibly 2 extra, making it 197 nation states. 193 are members of the United Nations. That's how dire this is. The whole world has been incorporated, in other words. The United Nations excludes Palestine and the Holy See. Well, of course, because, all roads lead to Rome. Rome would not be on equal ground with its nation states. The 2 other entities, Taiwan and Kosovo, are recognized by some, but not all members of the United Nations. So essentially, like I said, it's like the whole world has been incorporated, and we don't really even understand how. Well, now you're going to understand. Now you have no more excuse to feign ignorance or to pretend some religious, patriotic mythology anymore. This dispels almost everything that we have learned and spread and lie about to ourselves, and it is the foundation of this so-called movement. Well, guess what? It's time that we revise everything. It's time that we teach correctly. I've been trying to do this for years to no avail, but I just don't see how anybody can know this and then go and turn on a radio station in the alternative or mainstream and listen to the bullshit that's being spouted when it's all based on fallacious foundations that are being disproven as we speak. Entities that are not sovereign states. Many entities have geographical and cultural significance, and many of the qualities of a sovereign state, but are not independent sovereign states. That is, of course, as recognized by the international quote-unquote communitarian thing that we call United Nations. These include territories, non-sovereign states, and nations. And, therefore, entities that are not sovereign states, that includes California, New York, Maryland, etc. This is a real problem here, folks. But don't worry, you're all citizens of the United States. So, hey, what does it matter? Well, what matters is that your rights, your freedoms, all your God-given, etc., that we always talk about, that came from and was protected by the state, which created the Constitution. The states, we the people. If you don't have that, then you don't have anything. You're just a stateless national citizen. And if your states are relegated to non-sovereign entities, then essentially I would put to you that all U.S. citizens are in fact stateless. We're foreigners in our own states. We just don't know it. We don't know this has happened to us. Just like people don't understand the birth certificate process and what that does. Makes us citizens of the United States, or gives us a person to operate in voluntarily. Non-sovereign states, territories, of sovereign states are not sovereign states in their own right. Many entities have most of the qualities of sovereign states, but are officially considered to be non-sovereign. Many have their own histories, and some even have their own languages. Examples of those: Hong Kong, Bermuda, Greenland, Puerto Rico, Northern Ireland, Wales, Scotland, and England, which are non-sovereign parts of the United Kingdom. Let me say that again. Northern Ireland, Wales, Scotland, and England are non-sovereign parts of the United Kingdom. What the hell is the United Kingdom? What is the United Kingdom? Have you stopped to ask? What is the United States? Have you stopped to ask? Well, it's a nation state. Oh, well, that doesn't tell me anything. What is it? I know what Ireland is. I know its territory. I know its boundaries. I know its history. What is United Kingdom? And the answer is, nobody really can tell me. Even you who live in and are made so-called citizens thereof. Right? I mean, this is nuts. What the hell is United Kingdom? It's not an actual thing. In other words, it's not real. It's not a spiritual concept. It's a military dictatorship. In this case, monarchy. Same as the United States. What the hell happened that whole countries were made non-sovereign? Just as whole states in the United States, which a lot of people consider as countries, even though that's not correct terminology, were made non-sovereign. Do you know this? Or are you over there in England and everywhere else in the world, are you under the same impression that we're all from sovereign places and that sovereignty is being attacked? Maybe we don't understand. Maybe we don't know that we lost it long ago. All of us together for that long period where every republic, every country, every people was turned into a republic, and the republic was then defeated easily and turned into these nation states. I mean, this is really starting to make a lot of sense now, isn't it? History now being revealed right before our eyes, and we just didn't know it. The word state is also used to refer to geographic sections of sovereign states that have their own governments but are subject to a larger federal government. The 50 United States are non-sovereign states. Okay, look, I know that England and us were at war. I know that Ireland and England and Scotland and Ireland and Scotland and England and everybody was at war, and we're trying to establish our... Well, I've got news for you, folks. None of us have our own identity, and none of us have our own country anymore. We are none of us part of sovereign countries or states. So this patriot movement, this whole thing that we've been expressing, has been a big, fat lie. Who started this truth movement? Who started revolution? I mean, who began? Where did this stuff come from? Why are we all worshiping it as if it's truth when it's not? We're not sovereign. We're not from sovereign states. This thing, I don't know what. I mean, I'm at a loss here. I'm at just as much of a loss that I didn't know this as you might be. Maybe you did know this, but if you did, then why would you be listening to the idiots in the truth movement? Right? Including myself. I didn't know this. Nations. The hell's a nation? Nations are culturally homogeneous groups of people who share a common language, institution, religion, and or historical experience. It's essentially what we are, right? Despite the multiculturalism, that's essentially what we have been most of our existence. Some nations are sovereign states, but many are not. Nations that hold territory but are not sovereign states include the Indian nations of the United States. So they're nations, but they hold no territory. So they are purely a legal concept. The Indians have been granted land. The reservations they are on are controlled and owned by Congress, and essentially leased in a very strange way to the Indians. Sorry, Indian so-called nations. Your whole problem is that you've allowed corrupt individuals to become the tribal elders of nations that aren't even real. You don't have any territory. You're in a prison, a territory that's owned by Congress, made into a prison for the so-called nations of Indian tribes which are no longer recognized by us or even by yourself. You talk about it, you pretend just like we do. Oh, Civil War reenactments and all the crap that we do to remember our history that does not exist anymore, a sovereignty that does not exist anymore, a freedom that does not exist anymore. You go and you have your get-togethers and you put up your teepees and you try to impress people that you're Indians, but you're not. You're just prisoners, and you've recognized that. You know, Russell Means has said it before. You white people don't realize you're in your own reservations. Well, I get it now. All right? It's time that you get it. It's time that we get it, I should say, together. It's time that we understand that we're in the same boat, that this nation thing is not real. It's a spiritual concept, and it's a wonderful concept, except that in all cases, once you get people into that nationality, you take them away from their states or their countries, and you put them into a nationalist fervor, well then, it's real easy to create a corporation and suck them all out of their states, all out of their countries, out of their tribes, into an artificial construct. And we're all the same. We're all in the same boat. Bosnia, Catalonia in northern Spain, Quebec, Corsica, Sicily, and Tibet. In addition to nations that are non-sovereign states, it can be argued that some nations govern no territory at all. For example, the Sinti Yoruba, sorry if I'm saying these right, Rohingya, and Igbo people share histories, cultures, and languages, but have no territory. Some states have two nations, such as Canada and Belgium. So Canada has two nations. That's interesting. I did not know that history. I wonder if Canadians know. I mean, shit, why would they? Most Canadians don't even acknowledge they're under the crown. I mean, shit, why would they know there's two nations? Nation states. When a nation of people has a sovereign state of its own, it is called a nation state. Populations living in nation states share history, language, ethnicity, and culture. Iceland and Japan are excellent examples of nation states. The vast majority of people born in these nation states share the same ancestry and culture. Oh, but that's racist. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the point. That was the point of most countries, nations that were turned into nation states even, right? The point was it was a at the very least, a like-minded people, but most often, obviously, countries were made up of certain families, that is, races. It's not racism, it's just life for the last how many thousand years. Multiculturalism is the end of nation states. Nation states were created to promote multiculturalism in the first place in order to destroy the nation state in order to bring in world governance. Because you can no longer have a nation state that is a state that has a shared history, language, ethnicity, and culture, and preferably the religion goes along with that, of course. How do you have a Muslim and a Christian and a Jewish religion all living in the same place? Well, take a look at so-called Israel, and you'll understand exactly why that can't happen. Completely different values. Do I have to say even that if you don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you. So let's go to another source here. The World Atlas, difference between a state and a nation. Again, the problem is that the terms nation and state are often used interchangeably, but are two different concepts. A nation is a group of people with common characteristics, such as common language, ethnicity, or religion. They may or may not have a defined territory. Again, the difference between a state and a nation is territory. Nation is not considered a territory. A state is a territorial entity with a permanent population, defined borders, and a government that effectively controls the territory. That describes California, etc. But remember, the sovereignty part is not there. So yes, California is a territory, and in fact, it was part of a larger territory that was, remember, purchased, that is, conquered by the United States before it ever became a state. And that's very important. We'll cover that in a minute. States in which the overwhelming majority of people belong to one nation are known as nation states. Thus, you have the non-sovereign states in which the overwhelming majority of people belong to one nation, which is the United States, or United Kingdom, etc., etc. See how we've all been screwed? It is, of course, possible for a state to be the embodiment of a nation. In other words, a state in which the overwhelming majority of people belong to the same nation, as commonly known as a nation-state. Again, so what is a nation? In more detail, there is no universal consensus on what exactly constitutes a nation. It is generally agreed, however, that a nation is a group of people with common characteristics. Such characteristics can include common language, religion, history, or ethnicity. There are countless groups of people in the world that could be defined as nations according to the aforementioned criteria. This is why they call the Indians as nations. But to be recognized as a nation is to be recognized as pretty much nothing at all. That's the problem. Not internationally recognized as a state or as a sovereign entity. Most regard the French, for example, as a nation. It's understandable. Indeed, the French have a common language and ethnicity of the same name. They went through hell together and share that. Although today it's now becoming a multiculturalist hell, as most French people will tell you. It's falling apart because the nationality, the spiritual concept of the nationality, is being destroyed. Most French adhere to one religion, which is Roman Catholicism. Sorry for that. Moreover, most people would agree that the French have a common culture that involves certain customs and traditions. Again, until the nation state starts passing laws that force you to intermingle and etc. Yeah, it's so obvious what's happening here. It is very common for various nations to have countries of their own, known as nation-states. Thus, the country of France serves as the nation-state of the French people. You see, we're not the only ones where the country of France is also a nation-state of France. Two completely different things. One, a member of the United Nations, one not necessarily a member of the United Nations. Two different entities, two different considerations, a country and a nation-state. Spain serves as the nation-state of the Spanish people. Italy is the nation-state of the Italian people, and so forth. Not all nations, however, have a nation-state of their own. The Kurdish people, or the Kurds, who are native to the Middle East, do not have a nation-state of their own. Instead, the territory in which they live is spread among several countries, including Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Iran, which are, again, one of those 195, 197 nation-states. Many Kurds contend that they should have a nation-state of their own, since they have a common characteristics such as a common language, ethnicity, and territory. And I'll tell you what else. What do you think, folks, that the actual purpose of the Confederacy was? The Confederacy was intended to be a a nation state of its own, a new nation, a new group of states forming into an international body. But the fact that, as we covered, it was not recognized purposefully by the United States, by the nation state that is called the United States, the fact that it was never recognized as its own entity with its own qualifications left it out of the international law and outside of any conventions that would support it in war. Thus, the Lieber Code had to be created. General Orders 100, I believe, is the official term, which was how to treat prisoners of war that were pretty much in your own so-called nation or nation state. As Lincoln said over and over, the parts that they don't tell you, they don't quote, his whole purpose was to keep the so-called union, in other words, the nation state, together as an internationally recognized body. That was his purpose, nothing else. Some argue that it is not necessary for a people to share the same ethnicity, language, or religion in order to be considered a nation. Instead, they argue that a nation can be based simply on shared values. Thus, they would contend, for example, that the United States is a nation because Americans supposedly share common values, even though they descend from many different places around the world, and in many cases do not share a common language, ethnicity, or religion. And this is where we have to start thinking, okay, this is the difference between a nation-state and a nation, is non-common or non-shared values, non-shared anything. It's not required in a nation-state, only in a nation. Because again, the nation gets a sovereignty of its own, then it can do whatever the hell it wants. It can remain a republic and become a dictatorship, it can do whatever the heck, it can become a monarchy, whatever. See, this is the problem, this is the big difference between a nation and a nation-state. We who still share values, we whose perhaps our forefathers fought in the Civil War or the Revolutionary War or whatever, we who had people who come over on the Mayflower, etc., well, yeah, we have these shared values, but every other culture and country in the world who has people here are not necessarily here because they share our common values. In fact, I would say that there's nothing common about the values. Go look at Congress. Right? You've got socialists, you've got the communists, you've got the Republicans and Democrats. The Republicans are members of the International Socialist Party, right? Nothing about it is shared or common interests except what we're talking about today, which is, one, to maintain the nation state until it is time to go global, and to basically accept all these uniform laws and all these treaties to the point where that transaction or that transition into global governments is quite easy because we're already there. We've already uniformly changed all the laws in all the countries, and it's just a matter of now acting in that capacity. Right? That's what they're there for. They're not legitimate. Our government is not in any way a group of shared values. That's a joke. Okay, so what is a state? Unlike the concept of the nation, the concept of the state has legal standing in international law. Now, there again, a very important concept. The nation does not have legal standing because the nation is not real. It's a feeling. It's a nationality not forced through citizenship, but one that is a belief. One that is a common structure, values, religion, etc. We don't have that. We did when people remembered or knew or had any clue that the Bible was the common law, the foundation of it, where all the maxims of law came from the Bible, but we don't have that anymore. Now we have a bunch of idiots who believe the Bible is as fictional as any other, it's ridiculous. So we don't have that, and therefore, we who have those common values including the people of the states, are not recognized in any official legal standing in international law. That's why California and Nevada and New York are not considered sovereign states. According to this law, a state needs to fulfill certain criteria before it can be recognized as such. Amongst these criteria are a defined territory with defined borders, a permanent population, and a government that has effective control over the defined territory and its borders. In the context of international law, the term state should not be confused with territorial entities that are called states. So in other words, California, Florida, and all the 50 states. But are in fact subnational jurisdictions of a state. You hear that? 50 states united, so-called? You are not sovereign states. You are subnational jurisdictions of a nation state. You've been conquered. Thus, the U.S. states, the United States states of Texas and California, should not be confused with, say, France or Germany, since the former, the states, are just subnational entities of the United States and not independent actors in the international community. This is very much like the franchise concept, where we think we're free, but we're only free within the borders. States are somewhat sovereign in some things they do, but in hardly anything, and thus they're just entities of the United States. The key difference between a state and a nation is the territorial component. A state requires territory to be recognized as a state, but a nation does not. So all you people who have similar beliefs, even around the world, guess what? There's now going to be a computer-based, internet-based, blockchain-based area where you can pretend to be nations and have no actual relevance in the international community, have no rights, nothing inherent, but you can pretend. Isn't that what we've been doing all along? As far as citizenship, residents of U.S. territories are citizens of the United States, but they do not have voting representation in the United States Congress, nor do they cast binding votes in U.S. presidential elections. Territory citizens may vote in presidential primary elections, and they may send non-voting delegates to the House of Representatives. Here we're talking, of course, the possessions, as they say, of the United States, Guam, Puerto Rico, etc. But I really want you to consider that the states themselves, as non-sovereign entities, are really, remember, we don't have the right to U.S. presidential elections. We're voters. And if you don't know the difference between that, I made a whole documentary called NOTA, N-O-T-A. I believe it's on the Corporation Nation website. It might be on my other websites, but it goes through the whole process of selling you, look, you have a popular vote. Popular vote means nothing. It does not elect the president. Yet they spend billions and billions of dollars convincing you, yes, you are the electors. No, you're not the electors. You're the voters. An elector is an elite. A voter is a subject, a slave. You're wishing, you're asking, you're hoping. You're not actually electing. All right, so what's the difference then? If we're just now territories, states are just territories of the United States, essentially. I don't think that's ever really changed. The only thing that really we're fooled by is being called these states, but we're still just really, ultimately, as a requirement to be a state, we're just territories of a sovereign, the nation state. Again, this whole thing is, it's really unraveling the lie that we've been telling ourselves, the justification for putting up with all this crap of coming from this illegitimate nation state. What are the territories of the United States? Well, of course, it's going to say the United States has 16 territories. Puerto Rico, Guam, American Samoa, U.S. Virgin Islands, Northern Mariana Islands, and the U.S. Minor Outlying Islands, Midway Atoll, Kingman Reef, Wake Island, Johnston Atoll, and Palmyra Atoll, the last of which is an incorporated, oh, there's no such thing as corporation, rather than unincorporated territory. The District of Columbia is neither a state nor a territory. Well, what the hell? Oh, that's right, it's a nation state. It does receive electoral college votes for the U.S. president, but it does not have a voting member in Congress. Its citizens are subject to all U.S. federal law, and they must pay federal income taxes, something that residents of territories do not have to do. Well, there's the difference. So, here's an interesting thought, then. What if we refused the Electoral College? After all, the Electoral College is not constitutional. The electoral vote is. But the college is not in the Constitution. We're talking about applying something constitutional to the illegitimate nation state. Something we did not, as we talked about earlier, we did not agree to the nation state. We didn't consent to it. It just happened. It militarily occupied us. We didn't vote for it. We didn't sign a constitution or anything, right? These things were forced on us. Force is not a legitimate way to contract with people. So if, in fact, the territories, or his possessions, are not paying taxes because they don't have the representation that we do as states, well, maybe that's the answer. Maybe we should say, well, why the hell do we care who the president of the United States is when the United States is a nation state that has nothing to do with us except to use us as a reason to exist? To force us to, as Section 1981 states in Title 42, to punish us, put us in pain, and extort, and tax, and license, and put us in prison. Those are our rights under the nation state, under the U.S. Code. Right? Why do I want to be a part of that? The question is, after we saw what happened with the Civil War, is it even possible to not be a part of that, considering it's a militarily occupied thing, this nation state? Are we in fact nothing more than what we have colloquially identified ourselves in the past, which are enemies of the state, which are prisoners in an open-air prison? Is this in fact proving that point? I say yes. The District of Columbia, again, neither a state nor a territory. Well, yeah, it can't be a state if it has no territory. What the hell is it? Well, it's the seat of government, right? According to the law, that's what they say. How confusing does it get? Is it a nation state in and of itself? Is it a district? What is it? States versus territories, what's the difference? Considering Washington, D.C. is not a state or a territory, what is a state and what is a territory? Citizens of both states and territories can serve as military personnel, and males between 18 and 25 must register with the Department of Defense's Selective Service. However, there are some differences between state and territory resident permissions. Voting. Obviously, we've covered this. State citizens may vote, while the territory citizens cannot. Both Congress and presidential electors. Taxes. State citizens must pay federal taxes and are subject to federal laws. Territorial citizens do not pay federal income tax, but they typically pay other federal taxes that fund programs such as Social Security. That's where they get you. Representation. The primary representation of territory residents in Washington, D.C. is through the Department of the Interior, which handles all federal affairs within territories. But wait, Washington, D.C. isn't a territory in and of itself. Therefore, what is the nation state? It's an internationally recognized, essentially, corporation. It's commercial. This is why it's so hard to understand, because it's the opposite of de jure. It's illegitimate. It's not lawful. It's something created to handle commerce. And that makes it so much more difficult to understand because we think that, any transaction is considered trade or commerce or whatever, but it's not. There is no commerce under the common law, so you have to create this international system to be able to. It's why the United States is assigned international or interstate commerce. U.S. states and U.S. territories are part of the United States, and residents born in either a state or territory are citizens of the United States by birth. That was not always the case, of course. The U.S. states and U.S. territories are part of the United States. Okay. So how does a territory then become a state? How did California go from being part of some purchase or conquered, part of Mexico, right? How does it go from a territory and become a state? I don't know what romantic idea you have. Like, it doesn't just happen naturally. It's not like God puts his finger down and says, "You are now a state." No, it's an act of Congress. The president does it. This is why they all had to readmit to the new, reconfigured nation state. Congress can add new states to the Union, as noted in Article 4, Section 3, Clause 1 of the Constitution, to be considered for statehood the citizens of a territory. So you got U.S. citizens in a territory that have not yet formed a state. So this could be any of the possessions if they wanted to actually include those as states. They can make them states at any time. The citizens of a territory must affirm by popular vote that they wish to join the United States. The Congress can then admit. What does that mean? Join the United States. How do you join the United States? If the nation is a spiritual concept, there's no joining it. It's a belief. You see the difference. The United States is a nation state, though. And its territories can become states of the nation state, non-sovereign entities. They turned the United States as a nation into a nation state. They turned it from a beautiful concept, a belief system, and they've turned it into an incorporated structure. This is what I'm trying to get across to you, and we need to know the difference. That our nationality as states is not the same thing as our citizenship and required nationality in the United States, a nation state. Two different things. One spiritual, one an act of war. The Congress can then admit that territory as a state by a majority vote in both the House of Representatives and the Senate. And then suddenly they have representation. This prompts the president to sign a resolution declaring the admission of a new state. The most recent territories to achieve statehood, of course, Alaska and Hawaii in 1959, against the will of the people of Hawaii, of course, just like the Indians pretty much sold their people out, so did the tribal elders of the Hawaiians. You had a military need to take over the islands of Hawaii for strategic positioning. Alaska, I'm sure it was the same, but also the natural resources. So, look, this romanticism that we have about sovereign states, I'm not sure there ever was such a thing as sovereign states. Maybe for a short period, maybe even before the Civil War and 14th Amendment citizenship, as we call it, right? But that is long gone. Now, the only way, this is where the concepts of much of this fraudulent UCC and, state national and Anna von Reitz and all these people, this is where most of the concepts for that come from, is going back to that pre-nation state identity that may or may not have actually ever existed. I'm not real sure anymore. I think it's a great story. right? But I don't know if any of it's true in a sense that it's something that we can go back to. As opposed to the notion of acting Christ-like, as opposed to the notion of actually following the law of nature and not letting ourselves be tainted by the legal fiction or any flattering titles or countries or anything like that, that's a completely different thing. And yet you have the Founding Fathers saying if the Republic is going to succeed, that's exactly what would have to happen. This is not meant for corrupt men. This is meant for men who follow the law of Christ, law of God, excuse me. I don't know what to say there. So, except to leave it open. Because, again, until we act the part, we don't know. That's the part that drives us crazy. But for all of you, like me, who believed that states were sovereign, that there is anything other than a nation-state standing as a military dictatorship over the states, over the people, so-called, I'm sorry to dispel the rumor. I'm sorry to take away one of the lame and utter failed foundations, fallacious foundations of the so-called truth and patriot movement. No, this is not. Just because we read the writings, the Federalist Papers, and that kind of thing, does not mean any of this. These were ideals, right? Ideals that, in my opinion now, were put forward everywhere. France had its revolution, etc. A lot of anarchy, a lot of this kind of thing. Anarcho-capitalism, anarcho-this. A lot of these things, even the guy that we heard from in the beginning, the creepy lawyer who's selling this international commercial, treaty agreement, these nations, he said in there, what was his first job with the Cato Institute? It was to send these books on liberty to Russia illegally as essentially espionage, counterintelligence, cultural change. What do they call that? Counterculture, right? That was not an act of peace. That was an act of spreading democracy and spreading so-called freedom. Well, yeah, if you understand what that means, no wonder Russia didn't want this shit. No wonder Russia didn't want the law of Rome when Russia was the Russian Orthodox Church is the one that's separated and actually is apparently the one that's legitimate out of the two. I mean, no wonder these things weren't the concept of freedom and liberty as is taught by the very people who created these nation states and supported them, kings, right? I don't know what to say here, but there's just, we've been fooled by this word trickery, the people, the states, sovereignty, all of this stuff. It's all a lie, guys. At least it's a lie in modern technology. And I think unless we actually say, okay, the truth of the matter is that we're at war. We've been at war, been in a civil war. And the entire world has been in civil war with itself, with its national identity that somehow took upon an incorporation of itself and started attacking its own people. We're in the same war we were in the 1850s, 60s. It hasn't changed. And I find that to be a really fascinating concept, really. The only thing that's changed are that the men who hold real true freedom, real true Christianity as their goal and their lifestyle and their nationality, those men have been defeated. Those men are no longer fighting for that freedom. Those men are now going to incorporated 501c3 churches who have no legal right to speak freely on politics or anything else. The church has been cowed. Religion has been cowed. Free speech, everything has been cowed because we're not party to the Constitution, which would protect that. Protect what? The states. Well, if the states aren't sovereign anymore, if the states aren't anything anymore, What good does it do to be part of a state? When we, and I can't say this enough, we are not even citizens of the state. We're residents in the state and our domicile is the United States. That is the stated purpose of the birth certificate, is to put us into the United States, take us out of the state, and make us mere residents. We live there. We don't belong there. We're foreigners. I don't know what to say here, folks. All I can say is this just completely destroys, patriotism 101 for me. I don't know about you. I mean, you go back, go listen to whoever, I don't care, whatever your favorite liar is out there, your favorite bullshit artist trying to sell you products and stuff, or stick around. Let's learn some more. Let's really get to the bottom of this, because we haven't even gotten into the history. This is just the current state of being. In a few minutes here, we're going to get into the history, and that's just something, then you'll really understand. Let's talk about the United States and its territorial acquisitions. Since the United States Constitution's ratification in 1789, the country has grown from 864,746 square miles to 3,531,905 square miles through territorial acquisitions. Acquisition, that's such a nice way of putting it, because what that really means is either purchase or conquering, as if there's a difference. If I pay for something or I steal it through what we call a legitimate war, is the same thing, it has the same meaning. I'm taking ownership of something. As of August 2021, the United States controlled 5 unincorporated, organized, inhabited territories: Puerto Rico, Guam, Northern Mariana Islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and American Samoa. The U.S. also controlled 9 major outlying islands, which we just listed. The United States has acquired new island territories through cession, purchase, and occupation. Again, there's purchase right next to cession and occupation, according to the U.S. Department of the Interior's Office of Insular Affairs. The U.S. also leased the Panama Canal Zone from 1903 to 1999. The country's first and largest territorial acquisition was the Louisiana Purchase in 1803 for $10 million. Louisiana Purchase. See, we're taught that in history in school, right? We're taught that in such a lame way that we don't understand what purchase means. Well, it just means that the United States, whoever that is, and they had $10 million in gold, and they handed over the $10 million to somebody who said, okay, you can have all my land. I represent some nation state, and therefore you can have all my land for $10 million. Yep, that was the Louisiana Purchase, as they teach it in high school in public learning. Remember, education, the etymology of education is the training of animals. Animals referring to 4-legged beasts. Beasts of burden, those who do not think for themselves. What does purchase mean, folks? We went over this last show. Purchase means to conquer, to take over, to occupy, to transfer, to perfect, to take ownership of. That is what purchase. That's what the Louisiana Purchase was. It's an act of war. Whether that war is conducted in commercial or emergency war affairs doesn't really matter. It serves the same purpose. It nearly doubled the land mass of the original 13 states in 1947. The Mariana Islands, Caroline Islands, and Marshall Islands became the most recent U.S. territorial acquisitions as of August 2021. The cheapest acquisition was the purchase of Alaska for $12 per square mile. The most expensive acquisition by purchase was of the U.S. Virgin Islands for $183,824 per square mile. Now, if that money is spent in a fashion that is cash or gold or whatever, that's great. The same amount of money could also be spent to prepare and transport and fuel and create ammunition for an occupying force that would take over by force that same area without compensation, or perhaps with compensation later. There's no difference whether I purchase or I conquer, because the words mean the same thing. How I purchase, how I conquer, doesn't matter. That's what it is. It's not the act, it's the method. There's a map, of course, of the territories which then became states. But if you're a territory of the United States before you become a state, where was there ever a sovereign moment? Where did the territory was never sovereign? Because the territory was never a state. And so that brings us to the list of historical U.S. territories, a list of U.S. territorial acquisitions. The table below lists the major territorial acquisitions of the United States in 1789. The list does not contain all of the small islands the U.S. claimed in the Pacific Ocean and Caribbean Sea under the Guano Islands Act of 1856, but it does include the 9 minor outlying islands under undisputed U.S. control as of August 2021. Again, Baker, Howland, Jarvis, Navassa, Johnston, Atoll, Midway Islands, Palmyra Atoll, Wake Island, and Kingman Reef. The minor outlying islands do not have permanent populations and are unorganized. They lack local government. Maybe we should start one. For each acquisition, the table shows the year the U.S. gained control of the territory, the method through which it was obtained, the purchase price, if it was purchased, previous control, the size of the territory by square mile, the status of the U.S. control of the territory, and whether the land had been incorporated into the 50 states as of August 2021. Incorporated. According to the U.S. Department of the Interior's Office of Insular Affairs, the United States has employed 3 methods of territorial acquisition for acquiring island territories. And again, no different than any other monarchy or whatever. You have cession, a transfer of land that is formally agreed upon by the acquiring and ceding state, usually by treaty. A purchase, again, same thing, it's a cession in which the acquiring nation agrees to financially compensate the ceding country for a territorial transfer. And then there's of course, occupation, where the United States occupied the states. Refers to the appropriation of an area that lacks supreme control by another sovereign. Actually, there are other forms recognized under public international law, because we're talking about an international commercial thing here. There's accretion, an increase in the landmass through geological changes. There's subjugation, when a sovereign establishes a conquest followed by formal annexation. That would be more accurate than occupation, although the two certainly go together when we're talking about the states. And then there's prescription. Now, prescription is something you think, oh, that's what doctors have. Actually, prescription, when you have the power of prescription, you have the highest power in the land. The king is generally the one that has prescription, power of prescription. Prescription is the acquisition of an insular area subject to the supreme power of another sovereign through the continuous and undisturbed exercise of that supreme power. Now, it's hard to tell which one applies to the United States, the nation-state, after it conquered the southern states specifically, but really all states had to reapply and be readmitted. So it's kind of hard to tell which one of these applies, but it sounds like at least 2 or 3 of them, maybe 4, apply to the power of the United States and its military rule over the states since at least the Civil War. This table we're about to look at contains 7 purchased territories, 10 ceded territories, and 10 territories obtained through occupation. The U.S. occupied nearly 100 additional islands under the Guano Islands Act of 1856. Now, why is this important? Why are we including this? Well, I want you to look here, because I just want to make sure that you understand that there is absolutely no difference in the quote-unquote eyes of the law, right? The fictional eyes of the law between a purchase, a cession, and occupation or any other form. They're all acts of war. They're all acts of takeover. And they're all, while purchase is or could be said to be voluntary, you got to ask, when the United States sells our rights for purchase to someone else, or our lands, which once were sovereign, is that going to be voluntary? I mean, are we volunteering to the nation state? Well, no, it was a conquer. We were conquered. Purchased, same thing. It's a transfer of ownership. The establishment of a new sovereign on that territory, that land, that state, etc. So I just wanted to look at this list. Louisiana Purchase, the Florida Purchase, Texas, Oregon Territory, the Mexican, the Gadsden Purchase. These huge land masses that the U.S. controls all of currently. All of them were, except the island, were incorporated into the states. So, okay, that means what? A territory is unincorporated, and a state is incorporated. A territory, a state, is nothing more than incorporated territory that's been incorporated into the United States. Land that has not been incorporated would be called territory, I guess. Unincorporated territory is not a state. Incorporated territory is a state. But is it any different? Does the state somehow give it magical powers? Is it suddenly not part of the United States, not owned, not ceded, No, obviously, according to the constitutions of the states, the power, the public lands, and territories were ceded to the United States. That was a requirement for readmittance. Most of the final ones, there's Alaska, purchased for $7.2 million from Russia, and there is Puerto Rico from Spain, the American Samoas from Germany and the United Kingdom. Crazy, the Hawaiian Islands was a cession, and it listed here as 6,450 miles of independent republic. Whoa, Hawaii was a republic, huh? Not because of the Constitution, or not because Ben Franklin said it's a republic if you can keep it. No, because those people were convinced that a republic is a good thing, and as all republics in the world, was then, taken over by a nation state. This is the model. It's how everything worked. Anyway, we come to the section called Constitutional Authority. In the United States, treaties regarding the exchange of territory with sovereign nations are typically initiated by the President and subject to the advice and consent of 2/3 of the U.S. Senate, according to Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution. The President shall have power, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur. Once the United States legally acquires territories, Article 4, Section 3 of the Constitution grants Congress the authority to manage them. Administrative law, don't you know, the administrative state. The Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States, and nothing in its Constitution shall be so constructed as to prejudice any claims of the United States or of any particular state. And finally, what does it mean to be a territory of the United States? This is from the Puerto Rico Report. This is from April 17th, 2018. Puerto Rico is a territory of the United States, but just what does it mean to be a territory? The United States formed as a union of 13 British colonies, which banded together as a group of individual states. Each state saw itself as distinct from the others, and all were nervous about having the kind of centralized government they had been under as British colonies. By 1970, the 13 former colonies had formed a centralized government and a constitution which described the rights and responsibilities of states. The United States Constitution had just one thing to say about territories: that Congress had complete power over them. Territories were lands that belonged to the United States, but were not ready yet to become states. Now, sentences like that tell me that this was a nation-state already in 1790, or 89, I guess, when the ratification happened, that the Constitution was indeed a perfection and therefore the creation of the nation-state, putting the nation, turning it from a spiritual concept into a corporation. Or at least laying the foundations for it. How can it have property? How can something that's spiritual and non-existent actually have a property? Well, the problem was, remember, this was a commercial enterprise of Britain. Of course, it's commerce. Of course, all I have to do is go to Philadelphia and see the commercial buildings down there. It's incredible. It's incredibly Masonic as well. So you're talking about a commercial hub that was set up. So naturally, yeah, they're going to want to be recognized internationally as their own commercial entity. Therefore, they must create a nation state, just like every country was doing at the time. Just a year earlier, the Northwest Ordinance laid out the path from being a territory to becoming a state, and the 14th state was accepted into the Union less than 2 years later. In essence, the document said that territories had to be settled, with enough people to keep them going, a local government that would be compatible with the U.S. Constitution, and a desire to be a state. So far, 32 territories have become states. They became territories of the United States when the United States bought them, won them as spoils of war, or claimed them as discoveries. In most cases, they were part of the frontier, working their way up from sparsely populated lands to reach a large settled population ready for statehood. Well, if the United States bought every territory that became a state, I don't see a time when the state was not always, not part of or belonging to or in a position of, how can a state be sovereign to that which purchased it in the first place and granted it statehood? You can't have more power than that which grants you the power. That's a maxim of law. So, yeah, this whole history is a lie. Some territories were too large to be a single state. A smaller section of these large territories organized themselves and petitioned for statehood. Well, if I'm petitioning for statehood, how can I be sovereign? If I'm asking permission, how can I be sovereign? The Louisiana Territory, for example, divided itself into smaller territories as population centers grew. Louisiana, Missouri, and a dozen other states were admitted into the Union from the original Louisiana Territory. That belonged to the United States already. Make sure we got that clear. Some territories had laws which were not compatible with the laws of the United States. Utah, where I am, for example, had to give up polygamy before the U.S. would admit it as a state. It took nearly half a century from when Utah petitioned for statehood until it was admitted. And just like Mitt Romney and, Masons, the anti-Mason party, they didn't want these people, especially Mormons, who are just Masons light. They just created, their own Masonic. The compass in the square is on their underwear, their magic underwear. The compass in the square was the symbol for their team, their football team. It's pretty obvious when you look at their doctrine. It's Masonry light, just a different form. So the problem with Masonry and other secret societies, especially the Mormons, is that they pledge, and why government was so against Mormons. It wasn't just a matter of prejudice. It wasn't a matter of Mormonism is ridiculous, which it is. It was a matter of, hey, these people pledge allegiance to themselves over government. Mitt Romney was in the newspaper several times. He pledges a pledge to support the church over the government. Why would you, if you're required to take an oath, well then why would you accept an oath that you know is superseded by another oath? Why would you not want a Jew, for instance, in government? Well, Jews swear off all their oaths and all their promises. I can't remember what it's called, but it's an actual holiday in the Jewish quote-unquote culture. So, yeah, these congressmen didn't want Jews they didn't want Catholics. They didn't want all the things that they were trying to escape from. Why? Because they were prejudiced? No. These people were literally enemies in regards to their belief system. Again, the nation, the concept of a nation is people who have the same practice, beliefs, religion, etc. It's not racist, although it has to do with race sometimes. I don't know what to say, guys. This is would you want to take a promise from somebody who then also made a promise to break any other promise if that promise would somehow not benefit the organization or church or secret society that they belong to? Yeah, you think of it that way, things are a little different. The other thing that Utah had to go through was that it considered black people to bear the mark of Cain. So black people couldn't, as they say, obtain the priesthood. They couldn't put on their robes and go into the special temples and do baptisms for the dead and all that kind of weird stuff, right? Masonic stuff. They were not allowed to. And in order to continue with considering the civil rights, obviously states aren't sovereign if they have to change to accommodate things like civil rights and things like, the polygamy laws. So the church separated because, and to this day, I don't know why people don't understand it, but the crazy ones you hear about down south here of the Salt Lake area, I think they're the only, if polygamy is part of their religion, then they're the actual church. Whatever corporation, or in this case, Corporation Soul, is left over with its corporate offices in what we call the tiny Vatican, or the Salt Lake Vatican Mormon Square downtown, that's not the real church. The real church would still be doing polygamy in some way. So, yeah, and they would still have all their crazy little rules. They wouldn't allow black people. They wouldn't, do all these things because, hey, they worship Joseph Smith, not Jesus Christ. I'm sure I'll get some pokes and prods from that crowd. How does Puerto Rico fit in? With more than 3 million U.S. citizens and residents and a fully functioning government with a constitution approved by the U.S. Congress, Puerto Rico is a far cry from the territories of the 18th and 19th centuries. But it is still a territory. For many Americans, the idea of a territory calls to mind Indian Territory or their local Territory Days celebration or Hollywood's version of the Wild West. Of course, Puerto Ricans have been trying to, I think, get citizenship or whatever for a long time, become a state, I think is more accurate to say. I don't remember at the moment, but the point is, hey, look, they have a constitution approved by the U.S. Congress. Does that make them somehow independent and free? No, they're still a territory of the United States. They are an insular possession. How do you become possessed? What did our chart say about Puerto Rico? Puerto Rico in 1889 was a cession from Spain, 3,508 miles square. Puerto Rico was a Spanish settlement that was given over or ceded to, in a time of conquer, was ceded to the United States, the nation state. Remember, Spain has its own nation state as well. And I guess what I want to say about these nation states, if it's not clear by now, is that these are rogue elements. They don't care about anything but themselves and their own power, their own gain. We are nothing but chattel to them. Our houses, our everything about our GDP, our employment and unemployment, these are all just statistics to them on how their economy is doing. They don't give a crap about us. If we have a war, it's between nation states. It's not between me and some Chinese guy. I don't have anything against any country out there unless they're committing extreme violations of rights. But heck, my own country does that. How about rendition? How about all these different things it does? It's horrible. But see, it's not my country. It's a nation state. I don't want to confuse any patriotism or love of country and countrymen with the nation state, and that's what we do. That's why this whole time we're in love with our enemy. We're in love with our captor. We fly its commercial flag, its international flag. Why do we do this? Why do we support these nation states? If there was a nuclear bomb or a nuclear war, all that would be left would be the nation states and their little capital cities, their city-states. There'd be no us left. We'd all get nuked. But you can rest assured that around the nation states of all these countries are, defense systems. They're not defending us, they're defending them. Why? I am so confused. Why do we support this? Why do we fervently pledge allegiance to it in school? Why do we do this? How has this been ingrained into us and we don't even know what the heck we're supporting? It's literally Stockholm Syndrome. We're supporting our captors. We're supporting that which overthrew us, forced us to join it and give up our sovereign rights. And now we're watching as all of these nation states together just completely and utterly destroy any semblance of sovereignty, that same sovereignty that was handed over to it. I'm a little confused how anybody can justify this so-called Americanism or this I don't understand it. I don't understand. I'm completely at a loss right now. The nationalism, now that it's been spelled out for me, while I can understand a spiritual nationalism, in other words, the support of the states supporting each other in a moral duty under God, absolutely an agreement. I completely understand that. I'd be all go USA, but that doesn't actually. Now we've been tricked into saying it about a corporation, an entity, the artificial construct that was created, where nationalism is no longer a feeling or an emotion or a spiritual concept. Again, it's now it's now a requirement. It's a citizenship. It's a nationality that without it you become somehow stateless. Why? Because you've already been taken out, removed from your sovereign states. You don't have a state. In fact, it's becoming kind of apparent to me that we're stateless already. We claim that we're from certain states, but really all we're saying is we're from the federal area of the United States called the state. But the sovereign state was either destroyed long ago, the sovereignty ceded, or it's still there as a lot of these gurus say it is, and we can somehow reclaim it. But can you reclaim something that was conquered or purchased? This is the Patriot mythology. Is it true or is it false? I'm going to leave that one right now up in the air because I honestly don't know. Is there a way to go back to the du jour? Is there a way to go back to the pre-conquering of each state where they had to readmit to the Union? Is there two states? Is there a state that still has their old constitutions? But wait, how can that be if all states were first territories? Always, how about the 13 colonies? Well, those were possessions of another country. Those were possessions of the of England. Excuse me. Well, that's no good. Maybe, do I need to declare myself back in the Holy See, or do I need to declare myself an Englishman, in order to get out from under this United States thing? I don't know. I'm actually, again, leaving this up in the air, but to the best of my understanding from what we've been looking at, and now, we haven't even scratched the surface of the history of how it happened. Now we're going to look at that. Now we're going to say, okay, what's happening? What happened to all these countries in the world that they were usurped, where their spiritual nationality somehow became an incorporated entity and a state of international commercial bodies? How did this happen? But right now, I'm, again, wholeheartedly calling bullshit on the gurus. And I gotta say, I will say this. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll save that for next time. But I think we're gonna turn this into a show in and of itself. Instead of going into the history of what we just talked about, we now know where we're at. We now know that most of the history we learn is either ancient history that's never gonna be there again, or it's bullshit. And I'm leaning towards mostly bullshit. And we, of course, have our own mythology, just like any other country does, just like China teaches its, worship the emperor, and Russia now teaches Tartary and all that stuff, and wants to rechange its history and re-energize the manly population of, there's all these countries want to redo their history or reorient themselves in some historical place that really doesn't exist or didn't exist. But if you can promote the history, well then, of course, everything happens because there is a history, and we believe the history, we believe the story, we believe the founding fathers' story, we believe in it so much that we allow the nation state, which has nothing to do with all of that, to exist and claim that it exists because of all of that so-called history. It's really, this is nuts. This is far worse than religion, in my opinion. And considering that religions used to be the ruling class, ruling parties, ruling governments, then it kind of becomes this is just religion in a secularized fashion. So one last resource here from Penn State, the College of Earth and Mineral Sciences, Geography of International Affairs. And this, again, is state, nation, and nation-state clarifying misused terminology. So obviously, it's a well-known thing that most people out here in the wasteland of the public education process have certainly been misusing these terms for a long time. That does not preclude us who think that we're well-read in the alternative movement, or mainstream. So, what is a state? A state is an independent sovereign government exercising control over a certain spatially defined and bounded area whose borders are usually clearly defined and internationally recognized by other states. So again, we recognize some of the problems we have with our states actually being states anymore, as opposed to just possessions. The states are tied to territory. We mentioned how important it is to remember that. Sovereign or state as absolute ruler over territory, have clear borders, defends and controls its territory within those borders, is recognized by other countries, diplomatic recognition, passports, treaties, etc. Well, we don't issue passports in states now, do we? No, we give U.S. passports. We don't need a passport between states. One of the worst and most egregious things that have happened within the states is that we've given up, it seems, especially of late, our right to defend our borders. There says states are tied to a territory and defend and control its territory from within those borders. Well, Obviously, we've lost that notion of sovereignty by just looking at modern affairs. And, of course, we ceded that right over to the United States, the nation state, to protect our borders for us, which they are failing miserably at, as they are failing in every other responsibility so-called ceded or taken or forcibly removed. So, I'm not sure what the benefit anymore is of being members of this thing. And honestly, I think that's the plan. Again, I think the plan was to create the nation state, create the power, destroy the republic, therefore implement a national government to take over the nation state model, which is what we're seeing now, this great reset, as they call it. States have bureaucracy staffed by states' own personnel, has a national bureaucracy staffed by government personnel, legal system, educational system, hierarchical governmental units. We have public school forced on us by constitutions, and of course they're federally funded, etc., etc. The second thing is federally funded, it's no longer sovereign, because it must now follow the rules of the funder. States monopolize certain functions within its territory. That means it would be sovereign. This obviously isn't true. For our states, controls legitimate use of force within its territory. Well, though, we have military bases, national military bases, should say nation-state bases. So, again, sign of military rule. Controls money by national scale. Nope, we don't print our currency. They do collect taxes, though, but it's U.S. funded, U.S. money. Makes rules within its territory, law, regulations, taxes, citizenship. Well, no, not quite. Controls much information within its territory. We already kind of covered this. We know that the states are not sovereign. It's already been listed. So here's the page that's important. States try to form nations within their borders through symbols, education, national interest, etc. So it is not improper to think that a state like California could also call itself a nation. But does that make it an internationally recognized nation state? No. No, this is again a spiritual concept. It's not something that you, we're going to put it on paper. No, this again, it's a fervor. It's we are Californians. We're not from any other state. It's kind of like the whole football thing. I think the football, the baseball, the Olympics and all that are designed to instill in us a nationalist fervor for the team that we have nothing to do with, that steals our taxes, private associations that like the NFL and NHL, etc. And we're entrained and somehow we root for these teams. I don't. I think the whole thing's ridiculous. I can't stand it. I'll participate in a Super Bowl party because it's a lot of food I don't usually get. And sometimes the commercials are entertaining. But, I could give a shit who wins any game. I'll play anytime. I love sports. Do I want to watch them? Oh, yeah, let's watch football. Okay, here. Oh, look, they just played for 2 seconds. Now we got to wait a whole minute or two and listen to some statistical, a-hole talk about something for a minute before we get another 1 second of, look, now we're going to run down the clock. Ooh, so the clock spends more time ticking down without play than it does with play. Oh, great. So if I timed an entire football game as to how much actual play there was within the 3 hours it took to televise it, I'm going to probably be lucky if there's 10 minutes of actual play in that 3 hours. How is that supposed to excite me? Well, the truth is it doesn't. They've had to create all the special effects and the lights and the, the crap, the halftime show, the entertainment, the beer, the food. It has nothing to do with the sport. It has everything to do with establishing a sense of rooting for your own team. Nationality. Right? That's really what this is about. But of course, you're not going to You're probably not going to admit that. You're not going to admit either that all sports are fixed. I happen to know that because I worked in the casino business. But, oh my God, for God forbid you should actually come to your senses and say, oh yeah, the reason that team scored the extra touchdowns in the last 3 minutes is to cover the point spread. The reason that they say there's a 3-point difference. So if your team wins by 3 points, it's actually 0 and they don't win. Right? All these tricks to make sure the betting industry gets a lot of money. And of course, it's heavily lobbied. I mean, it's the mob, guys. It's Trump's realm. Yeah, that's what we want for president. So what is a nation? If states try to form nations within their borders, their own borders, through symbols, education, national interest, etc., what exactly is a nation? Well, we've talked about it. A nation is a group of people who see themselves as a cohesive and coherent unit based on shared cultural or historic criteria. This is why they convinced the Indians they could be nations. Nations are socially constructed units, not given by nature. They are social. They are, in other words, class-based. They are not natural, but they do have a spiritual, again, sense, just like football does, in a very gross, secular, disgusting way. Their existence, definition, and members can change dramatically based on circumstances. Look how much our nation has changed, our so-called nation. In the last, say, 5 years, politically, it's gone insane. It's changed in so many ways. Just turn on the news. Nations, in some ways, can be thought of as imagined communities that are bound together by notions of unity that can pivot around religion, ethnic identity, language, cultural practice, and so forth. And they should. Because you see what's happening all around the world as multiculturalism seeps in and the identity, so-called, is being destroyed. The concept, the whole reason for the country and the state in the first place. The concept and practice of a nation work to establish who belongs and who does not. Insiders versus outsiders. That's exactly what Christ talked about. He said, don't be part of these corrupt societies. Don't try to fit into cities where they don't follow the law of God. Don't try to practice the law of God amongst the law of man. Do not try to fit in to a completely sick and corrupt society. It doesn't make sense. The concept and practice of a nation work to establish who belongs and who does not. Such conceptions often ignore political boundaries such that a single nation may spill over into multiple states. Now think about the things that would cause that. How about wars? How about world wars? How about the Civil War? How about pitting states against each other and forming a national army to utterly destroy your brothers and sisters in the next state over? How about if you create two different nationalities and pit them against one another? Furthermore, states do not equal nations. Not every nation has a state. How about the Kurds, the Roma, the Palestinians? Some states may contain all or parts of multiple nations. Again, some states may contain all or parts of multiple nations. This gets confusing, see, because, again, the nation is not a tangible thing. It's a belief system. It's a moral compunction. It's a duty. It's a compact, as we called it. What it wasn't, though, was a state in and of itself. So when this thing achieves sovereignty in and of itself, when it becomes a thing and becomes therefore a nation state, a state built upon nationality, which is the United States, and all these things that we're talking about in the United Nations, what the hell has happened? And the nation state is the idea of a homogeneous nation governed by its own sovereign state, where each state contains one nation. This idea is almost never achieved. Isn't that interesting? Almost never achieved. And yet, here we are. The problem is, it's not that each state contains one nation, it's that the nation itself, the belief system, became an entity, became a state in and of itself, became a sovereign power. And that means if it is sovereign, then the other 50 states cannot be. That's the problem. Inherently, we cannot have a government that is sovereign over us and still claim to be a sovereign people. It doesn't make sense, and yet it's exactly what we do, and it's a complete logical fallacy, understandable. But we have to admit it. From Princeton University, the Encyclopedia Princetoniensis, I'm probably saying that wrong. What does it say? It says the state and the nation state. Introduction and definition. Statehood is an abstract construct of law and politics, both at the national and international levels. In modern international law, the state is the stable legal organization of a territorial political community in a form which enables it, along with other similarly organized communities, to form part of the international community of states. States are the basic primary components of the international community. Wait a minute. International community? See, we're all trained to think of interior. This is all exterior. This has nothing to do with us. This has everything to do with the commercial realm, the world, as the Bible calls it, not God's realm, not nature, but commerce. This has to do with the international community of states. We're not even defining California or Nevada. Right? They're not counted as quote-unquote states in this particular conception of what a state and a nation state is. It's not even talking about these lower life forms that we consider in such a high practice. We're not even included in this. So when I read this, this isn't talking about the 50 states. It's only talking about the nation state as a state in the international community. Let me read that again. In modern international law, the state is the stable legal organization of a territorial political community. That's us, the territorial political community of which that nation-state rules in sovereignty in a form which enables it, along with other similarly organized communities, to form part of an international community of states. That is your United Nations. Now, remember, the 50 states are not in any way a part of this. And, again, we should not be confused. As the lady said, the United States, a country or a bunch of states united in compacts, are not part of the Organization of American States, but the United States as a nation-state is. Can't confuse the two. That's what I'm trying to demystify here. States are the basic primary components of the international community. Not the states not the people. Okay? We're not talking about the people, the states. We're talking about the 50 states. We're talking about nation states. As that community evolved 2 or 3 centuries ago, it was, with only very rare exceptions, of the sui generis character, composed exclusively of states. Today, with in particular the emergence of international organizations of many and varied kinds, it can no longer be said that the international community is composed exclusively of states, but they are still its dominant component. Historical evolution. It is, in particular, still only sovereign states which enjoy full international legal personality. Well, our 50 states are no longer sovereign. They're under this nation state. So the only thing enjoying international legal personality is the commercial entity we call the nation state, the United States. i.e. the full range of legal rights, duties, and powers which international law confers upon these entities, which are subject to that system of law, and the capacity to act on the international plane. The states are not. Remember, all international interstate commerce was ceded to the power of the United States. It's the Constitution. And therefore, as it says here, amazingly, the rights, duties, and powers which international law confers upon these entities which are subject to that system of law, subject to an international system of law, and have the capacity to act on the international plane therefore. The United States and other nation states are not acting internationally under their own law. We have a completely rogue governmental system in every country that is subject to a higher authority. Okay, they might be sovereign in their own right, but just like the states ceded their sovereignty to a higher authority, the nation state, the United States, the federal, what was supposed to be federal, which turned into the national, now the national is turning in its sovereignty over to the international. But it's already there because in order to operate in the international, you have to follow the law of that which gives you the legal rights, duties, powers, and capacity to be internationally recognized. And this is why states like California and Nevada are not recognized. Because all of our international discourse and intercourse and commerce must go through our nation state. Now, I shouldn't have to tell you how wrong this is, but this is, again, I really wanted to make it clear where we are today and why things are so screwed up. Why is it that our system of law seems to have no effect? Why is it that the notion of sovereignty is dead? Why is it that the Constitution doesn't seem to apply to anything? Well, this is your answer. It's right here in front of you. Whatever romanticism you have about this country has to end now. It's dead. It's gone. That dream, whatever it was, no longer exists. And you're either going to fight to get it back, or you're going to keep being a bunch of pussies and allow it to control you through these international laws. I'm sorry, but that's where we are. But while sovereign states enjoy international personality in the fullest sense, they are literally persons, meaning corporations. They have a personality, yet they're fictions. They are not the only legal persons in international law. That proves it right there, man. They're corporations. Other entities may possess international legal rights, duties, and powers to a more or less limited extent, and to that extent enjoy a limited degree of international legal personality, such is the case, for example, with international organizations, or persons. Non-sovereign, that is, protected states, that's us, and entities with belligerent status. While the modern state reflects the complexities of contemporary social and political structures, its origins owe much to the personal and feudal relationships between a ruler and his subjects, particularly the more powerful lords owing allegiance to him. That's essentially what they're saying about us. Our states are in allegiance to the lord, which is the nation state, in a feudal relationship. As subjects, citizens, their ownership or control of lands, territories, right, when added to the ruler's own lands, give to his authority a territorial dimension within the boundaries of which the ruler exercised authority. Because we ceded the lands of the states that were already public, we just gave our lands to the feudal lord, which gave him power over pretty much everything. So, this is nuts. At first, the functions of central authority were limited to such basic matters as the defense of the realm, which is how they say in England, the Declaration of Emergency, the Defense of the Realm Act, the maintenance of law and order, the making and enforcement of such laws as the ruler might make for the general benefit of his subjects, and the raising of taxes to pay for such relatively limited purposes. Over time, matters requiring the attention of the ruler and his court or immediate entourage grew in both complexity and extent, and relied increasingly on the approval of the populace. The organization of the community became steadily more complex, which in time led rulers to associate a wider circle of powerful people with the task of governing their domains. In turn, this established the beginnings of today's widespread system of government through executive ministries, that is a good word to use for the nation-state, each with its distinct functions, coupled with the association of popular representatives with the exercise of authority. Popular representatives with the exercise of authority. Why do we allow that? These guys aren't statesmen. They're businessmen. They're commercial jerks. They all cheat. They all insider trade. There's nothing good about our so-called representatives. And yet they exercise their authority, our authority, for us. Why? Why would we do that? How is that acting in any way sovereign? Right? They're not delegates, they're representatives. Big difference. A development accompanied in many cases by the gradual replacement of the religious underpinnings of the ruler's supreme authority by more temporal attitudes to authority. While the constitutional structures of the modern state can be traced back to origins many centuries ago, the essential core of the state has in practice remained firmly rooted in the territorial boundaries flowing from the personal allegiance which in early times linked ruler and ruled. The people, quote-unquote, not a unique term to America, I'm sorry to tell you, the people, quote-unquote, had a degree of homogeneity which served to identify them with their particular ruler and to distinguish them from the people under the sway of other rulers. In other words, develop a sense of nationality. In this homogeneity are to be found the seeds of modern notions of nationhood. But there are no sharp dividing lines in this area. Basic social units of families, villages, and tribes probably owed more to the fellow members of those units than to the wider community of which they, through the prevailing hierarchies of allegiance, formed part. And at the territorial margins of a ruler's authority, where his claims to authority abutted upon the claims of another adjacent ruler, neighboring families, villages, and tribes might well have had more in common with their fellows across the boundary, think Civil War, than either would have had with the separate wider communities to which they formerly belonged. In contrast, even within the territory subject to the ruler's authority, there will often have been groups feeling separate and alienated from the prevailing homogeneity. In other words, the nationality, that commonality of belief and action of the territory's other inhabitants. Nonetheless, the proposition remains broadly true that the people subject to the authority of a ruler had a degree of homogeneity which supported their sense of belonging to that ruler's community. That's nationality. And of not belonging to some other ruler's community. We no longer identify by our state, but by our nation state. And yet it is important that we identify as both to keep the very foundation and legitimacy of the nation state going, which of course is to represent all the states. Represent, steal its sovereignty, and act thereon. The sense of belonging, constituting a prospective sense of nationhood, has always been of great importance to rulers and their emerging apparatuses of state, and they have always sought to develop the sense of nationhood in their populations. Well, what better way of developing nationhood than forcing it on people, calling it nationality, and then making it a requirement as citizenship? I mean, take the choice away and require it. It makes sense, right? This they have done in various ways, such as by development of national flags, which we, for some reason, wave and put in our lawns and have the Boy Scouts do it for us, right? And other symbols, the adoption of national anthems. Our national anthem, if I remember correctly, was written by a socialist. And the preservation of national languages. I mean, take that there. I told one guy who was from Cornwall, I was like, well, why are you speaking the English language if you have your own language? Why aren't you speaking in Cornish? Why are you preserving the national language if the whole identity of Cornwall just happens to be to, be Cornish, not English, not United Kingdom, not of the Queen, etc.? I mean, why are you speaking English, the legal, dog Latin, when you could be speaking your own native tongue, which has no legal sense? Why are you trying to help these legal rulers put you in contract by speaking law Latin? It doesn't make sense. Speak your native tongue and don't ever speak English again. Stop identifying as something you're not. Same with the Indian populations in America. Same with anybody. I mean, why are you speaking English? It's because you're slaves. Because you feel like you have to. But trust me when I say you're never going to learn the language of your master. You're never going to learn the true law of Latin. You're only going to be in its guttural form. Because if you learn the language of your master, you can no longer be a slave. National flags and symbols, adoption of national anthems, and the preservation of national languages are a way in which they've tricked people, essentially, into identifying nationally instead of with their own people, their own tribe, their own religion, their own anything, their own people. Since the middle of the 20th century, however, the sense of nationhood has in some instances been rendered somewhat more difficult by the explosion in population movements across the globe, whether as refugees from oppression and disease or as immigrants seeking new and better lives. And we'll just read a couple more chapters here, specifically the theoretical implications versus the practical applications. Current threats to the homogeneity of nationhood, the nation state, and its role as the basic social cement for the political unity of the state come from both external and internal pressures. Until relatively recently, international movements of people were on a very modest scale, but the present ease of international travel, coupled with human rights-based restrictions on the return of immigrants to the countries from which they came, has led to influxes of numbers into some countries on such a scale as to dilute the national characteristics, that is the spiritual concept of the nation, so as to dilute the national characteristics of the existing population to such an extent and at such speed that whatever the economic, culture, and other benefits of such population movements might be, the population's sense of nationhood becomes more difficult to maintain. What do you think they're doing to America? Why all the illegal immigrants? Why not enforce the borders? Why fly people in here from all over the world? Why change? Because it's time to get rid of the nation states. Why are they doing this all over the world? Because the goal is to now get everybody ID, to destroy the nationalist fervor, to get everybody into an international secular new world order. One world religion, one world this, one world that. Global citizens. You can't do that with nation states. You have to destroy the very system that you set up to be destroyed. The system that you set up to destroy the Federalist Compact, it now must be destroyed in the interest of globalism. Period. End of story. It's brilliant. It's working. It's happening right now. This is basically talking about multiculturalism. The population's sense of nationhood becomes more difficult to maintain. That difficulty, in turn, makes it more difficult in many cases to identify the essence of statehood. Right? We lost that. The notion of statehood has been rendered more difficult, not only by such influxes of people diluting the general homogeneity of the people, subject to a ruler's authority and undermining the common allegiance owed by a people to their ruler, the two bases for concepts of nationhood which underpin the modern state. In other words, the notion of California and Nevada and New York and the 13 colonies which turned into states, that model has been rendered more difficult to maintain as a sovereignty in and of itself because of the influx of people diluting the general quote-unquote nationality, homogeneity of the so-called people. Who were the people? Well, I mean, let's face it, they were white people. You can't get around that. It's written in the laws. It's written in I believe it's written in one of the Constitution, right? You can't get around that. So, yes, the people has changed. And that change, to dilute, as it says, the people, dilutes what is the state. Because remember, the people is the state is the people. And that sense of nationalism, the spiritual sense, is between a people. But what we're talking about is, again, the nation state, the incorporation of people from all around the world, and it has nothing to do with race, mind you. When I say white, I actually refer to a culture that is based on race. But when you're talking about bringing in Muslims and Jews and Catholics and everything else, and you're talking about bringing in people from all different systems of law, all different cultures, none of whom have any nationalist togetherness or allegiance to each other, no spiritual connection, then there is no longer a true state. There is only a corporation, a dead entity with no soul, no spirit, no sense of national fervor. And if you can't understand that, look at China, look at Korea, look at these different places that have not been infiltrated by multiculturalism. Not multi-race. Okay, race happens to be part of it because cultures are often based on race. Can we talk about this without the racist card? Right? When you bring in a culture that is anti-culture, counter to the culture, this is what you get. Can't be that hard to understand even for the most idiotic racist out there. Because what we forget is, of course, that race means family. It's your family connection, your bloodline, your lineage, your heraldry, your connection to the family, your ancestors who moved to this country, the ones that gave you the very culture that you are a part of, that you believe in, that you are whatever. To destroy that, you introduce other cultures that are not compatible, and you do that on purpose, and you therefore destroy the sense of spiritual nationality, and you replace it with a forced citizenship, a forced sense of nationality, an allegiance instead of a compact, a belief, a spiritual bond between people, between your family. But there are in many states people living within the state, but with generally homogeneous racial, cultural, and historical characteristics of their own, which are different than those of the ruler and the majority of the population. America is a perfect example of that, but so is almost every other European country. At this point, we talked about France, and all the Muslims and everything moving in. Completely different nationalities moving in, and therefore making the French or American or whatever nationality almost impossible to keep going. you have to be equal. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard when you apply it to a country. In short, they live under a ruler whom they regard as alien to their own roots. This is why you have stations like La Raza constantly telling Mexicans, go in and infiltrate, but your country is Mexico. Remember, Jews are always, you're Jewish, you're Israel, you're not, don't identify yourself as anything, just like they didn't want the German Jews who completely identified as German. They wanted them to go to Israel. They wanted to create a Jewish state, so-called Jewish state. They had to get them transferred. And they're still doing it today, paying people lots of money to transfer to Israel. In short, they live under a ruler whom they regard as alien to their own roots. Such a departure from the normal homogeneity of ruler and ruled, reflecting a single nationhood, is likely sooner or later to lead to political instability and, in particular, to claims to self-determination. We're already seeing it, folks. Our system of law is being dismantled by pretty much peoples from other nationalities who demand that their system of law be equally implemented. Now you got this whole movement to start, I'm just going to be any law I want to be. It's just a complete destruction of any semblance of either rationality or, for that matter, any kind of nationalist fervor. True spiritual nationalism, not the kind that belongs to a nation state. Not the false nation, but the actual spiritual connection of a people is what is being broken. And without that, there's no country. There's no people. Globalism. Global citizens. How many times do you hear the concept of self-determination amongst the truthers? I mean, it's a big thing for us, right? Self-determination. Well, they've got us trained to do it too. Instead of saying, no, we are part of the people, we want our sovereignty back. No, we want self-determination as given by the Declaration of Human Rights under international law. Wow, really? That's what you want? What happened to God? What happened in the law of nature? What happened to everything good? You want to go into contract. For the time being, however, such communities, despite whatever sense of alienation they may feel, continue to form part of the state, which typically and for the most part represents that nationhood. So we go to different states, we move to different states, we relocate to different territories called states, and pretend we're from that state all of a sudden, because we don't really have a state. The practical application is a little, compared to the theoretical. The term nation-state, quote unquote, is a commonplace of international relations and reflects the origins and underpinnings of the institution which we now know as the modern state. Again, what's not the modern state? California, right? New York. These are not the modern state. We're talking about nation states. But the state as a legal entity of international law, and that's how you know what I'm saying is true, because that's not what the states were supposed to be. That's why the United States was created in the first place, to handle such international things, is not dependent upon or coterminous with any such notion of nationhood. The state as a legal entity of international law is not dependent upon or coterminous with any such notion of nationhood. So, whatever we considered was the spiritual notion of nation no longer applies or is required to the nation state. Football is the only thing we really identify with. Although in many cases state and nation are in essence one and the same, this is a largely fortuitous outcome of the historical process. A good state, in other words, good governance, good self-governance, would allow people to feel a nationalist fervor for their own state. Makes sense. Not difficult to understand. But now you're required to be a citizen to enjoy any benefits. Now you're required to do this to call yourself an American. Now or you have to go to another country, nation state, I should say. And the point I'm trying to make here is everything we're trying to do to be free or go back to the original concept of the states, we're trying to do it through the nation state, through the military occupying force that is set up to prevent us from that. I mean, it doesn't really make sense. Why would you fill out paperwork in an international commercial vessel, give it to the Secretary of State of a nation state, a corporation, and then somehow expect that you're doing anything natural or of the actual nation or compact between states? You're not. Because you're already a member of that modern state, that nation state. You're not doing anything. Because you're not acting as a man. You're acting as its person. Its slave. And boy, in the next session, we're going to cover that. In triplicate again. States are the basic components of the international community, and it is therefore the law of that community, international law that is, which establishes the criteria of statehood. Oh, well, what happened to the United States establishing? Well, oh, that's right, we're not talking about the 50 states, or for that matter, anything involved with that. We're talking about the international community of quote-unquote nation states. Sovereign governments that have taken over every country in the world and are now organized in the United Nations and other groups. The essence of statehood reflects the needs of effectiveness. At its heart lie the factual requirements of a population and a territory and the political requirement of an organized independent government. The more detailed criteria against which the existence of states in the international law is traditionally measured have been variously expressed, although the underlying theme is essentially the same. Thus, Article 1 of the Pan American Convention on the Rights and Duties of States. What? You see, this is what you start to understand is we don't make our own rights and duties anywhere. It comes from these international commercial compacts, contracts, and treaties. Article 1 of the Pan American Convention on the Rights and Duties of States? What? I mean, it's not that I haven't heard of that before. It's that this is where the United States gets its rights and duties. You see, it's from an external source. Everything's been externalized and incorporated uniformly throughout all modern states or nation states. Provides that the state as a person of international law. The big difference between a nation that is a spiritual concept or a man that is a spiritual man and a person as a fiction of law. The state as the nation state, the United States as a person of international law should possess the following qualifications. A permanent population. B, a defined territory. C, a government. And D, the capacity to enter into relations with other states. Remember, a lot of these rights have been ceded and are not allowed within what we call the 50 states, non-sovereign. A leading contemporary treatise on international law puts essentially the same thought in slightly different words. Quote, a state proper is in existence when a people is settled in a territory under its own sovereign government. Again, that is not California, that is not Nevada, that is not New York. It's not Florida, it's not any of the 50 quote-unquote people or states. We're not talking about the real thing. We're talking about we're talking about a person. Not people. The plural of people is plural. People is plural. Person, the plural of person is persons, not people. That's what I'm trying to say. There are therefore 4 conditions which must obtain for the existence of a state. There must first be a people. There must, second, be a territory in which that people is settled. There must, third, be a government, and there must be, fourth, and last, be a sovereign government. Well, which one is the sovereign government? Oh yeah, it says so in the constitutions of the state, and that the federal government is the law of the land. In practice, the various requirements that there be a government, that it be sovereign, and that the community has the capacity to enter into relations with other states are, to a large degree, all manifestations of a single overriding requirement of independence, despite difficulties which can arise in practice with its application, which is perhaps the defining characteristic of statehood, of which in particular sovereignty is an attribute or incident rather than a condition for its existence.
But what exactly is the OAS, and what does it mean if Venezuela is ejected? Well, the Organization of American States is a regional coalition made up of all 35 independent countries located in North and South America. These American states are not to be confused with the country known as the United States of America. The idea of a Pan-American organization goes as far back as the early 1800s. Venezuelan political leader Simón Bolívar suggested creating an intercontinental American republic with one military and one parliament. Only one country actually agreed to it, so the idea didn't materialize. But around that time in the United States, President James Monroe implemented the Monroe Doctrine of foreign policy. This doctrine stated that any further efforts by Europe to colonize the Americas would be seen as hostile territorial aggression and be met with U.S. intervention, and the policy stayed in place for over a century. But with World War II showing that one powerful country was not enough to defend an entire hemisphere by itself, in 1947, originally 19 countries in the Americas signed a mutual defense pact called the Rio Treaty. This treats an attack on any participating nation as an attack against them all. The following year, the United States organized a meeting of 21 Pan-American countries in order to officially form the Organization of American States. The push for an official regional coalition was bolstered by U.S. fears of communism spreading throughout the Americas. In addition to pledging an oath against communism, the meeting also resulted in the first ever international human rights agreement, the American Declaration of the Rights and Duties of Man. However, despite the stated efforts of the OAS to achieve peace, justice, solidarity, and collaboration while defending the sovereignty and independence of all members, the organization ended up dropping Cuba from its list of representatives in 1962. This was after Cuba became a communist country following the Cuban Revolution, which the OAS described as, quote, incompatible with the principles and objectives of the inter-American system. In 2009, the ban was lifted, being described as a historical error. But in response, Cuba stated that it would not return to the OAS, calling the ban shameful. More recently, in 2009, the OAS suspended Honduras when they underwent a coup d'etat, ousting the president from office and suspending human rights, including a ban on freedom of movement, expression, and assembly. Honduras was reinstated after the crisis ended with a new presidential election. So what would cutting Venezuela out of the OAS do? Well, besides barring the country from weighing in on matters concerning the OAS itself, such as prosecuting human rights violations in the Americas, the organization has little ability to enforce intervention. Realistically, while the OAS serves as a useful pact for leaders of the Americas to keep the region stable, the organization itself is more of a catch-all for the many smaller military and trade agreements that exist among member countries. In short, the ejection of Venezuela may symbolically show that the rest of the Americas do not support the country's actions, but beyond that will do little to change the situation. On the other side of the world is the similarly effective, or perhaps ineffective, Organization of Islamic Cooperation. But instead of speaking for the Western Hemisphere, the OIC claims to speak for the Muslim world and has managed to stir up its own controversy.
I'm going to stop right there, but why do you think, I want you to think about this, why is it that the United States, the nation state, was so emphatic about the states redoing their constitutions, being readmitted to the Union without their sovereignty, giving up their public lands, no longer having that sovereign recognition? Well, of course, we just read the answer. Because now the states can't interact with each other in contract or any other interstate commerce without going through the federal government and paying all kinds of tariffs and taxes. We can't deal with other countries without going through the nation state. We're not sovereign. We must do everything we do through the United States, and therefore each one of us is given at birth a person, based on our vital statistics, a vessel to do commerce, so that everything we do is tracked, traced, and taxable, so that all the rights that they give us are forcibly applied. Because we volunteer, it's forcibly applied, which means we can be put in pain, punished, taxed, licensed, and extorted at any time. You can't, these are our rights. You can't deny them. They're right in the U.S. Code. Title 42, Section 1981. A right to contract is in that title as well. And the fact that the states cannot protect us because we are U.S. citizens is also in that title, 1981. So, look, that's it for what I'm going to read today. We're going to get this out, and again, we'll cover the history of how this all happened. Now that we know where we are, we need to know how we got here, right? I'm getting tired. I'm gonna call it a night, but let's just call this episode 7, and we'll go into the rest of this, which is the history, the Federalist Papers, all the reasons why they wanted to keep it a federation instead of a nation, all the dangers, and how it all led up to this. How did we become tricked into this nation state? How did all the people of the earth get tricked in one of these 195 or 197 nation states? How did this happen? Well, we'll cover that in the next Red Pill Sunday School, which will be number 8 for this season. And with that, I bid you good day, good night, good morning, wherever you may be. Take care.